Boy, I really don't have a long memory. A voice with a hint of savage came from behind, causing Uchiha Itachi to stand upside down. Uchiha Itachi turned his neck stiffly and looked back slowly. Uchiha Itachi trembled all over when he saw the familiar face, deep into his soul, with a grinning smile. Why, how? My Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi was extremely shocked. He had just seen this man teasing his brother. How come he came behind him in a blink of an eye? Although Uchiha Itachi is not like the Uchiha people who were cleaned up by Uchiha Fugaku before, they think Sharingan is an invincible bloodline. However, Sharingan's excellent dynamic vision is what Uchiha Itachi has personally experienced. But in front of this man's actions, his Sharingan is no different from being blind. Oh. 3 Guyu, interesting. Yuyu looked at the 3 Guyu jade in Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan with interest and said. 3 Guyu. Is that me? When Uchiha Itachi heard this, he blinked and felt Sharingan's pupil power carefully, and he noticed a little difference. Vision has become clearer, and the capture of dynamic objects has become more subtle. But this also made Uchiha Itachi even more shocked. 3 Tomo Sharingan, before the Mangekyo Sharingan did not appear, was the pinnacle of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Known as the pupil technique with the strongest dynamic vision, it refers to Sharingan of the 3 Go Jade. But even Sharingan of 3 Guyu couldn't see even the slightest movement of the man in front of him. This kind of horrible gap like a moat made Uchiha Itachi unable to even raise any strange thoughts. In fact, Uchiha Itachi has an ambition that even his father Uchiha Fugaku does not know. That is to practice hard, improve strength, and one day be able to take back his dearest brother, Sasuke, from Yuyu's hands. For this ambition, Uchiha Itachi worked desperately to practice, hoping to take back the ownership of Sasuke completely. But now, just facing this man, he couldn't raise the slightest resistance in his heart. This is no longer a huge gap that can be bridged by hard work and talent. This is the powerlessness of the ant looking at a giant elephant. Look at your uncontrollable pupil power, it should have just evolved, right? Kid, your Sharingan's 2 evolutions are all because of me. How do you plan to repay me? Yuyu said with interest. Uchiha Itachi deserves to be the guy who inherited the ultimate Brokan attribute of Uchiha Madara. After seeing Sasuke's anomaly twice, Sharingan has evolved from 1 Goose Jade to 2 Goose Jade, and then to the current 3 Goose Jade. Yuyu feels that with Uchiha Itachi's Brokan level, there is no need to kill Sasuke. Just like a dead dog, Uchiha Itachi may be able to open Mangekyo Sharingan. But Uyu won't spend this time, ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, for the current Uyu, it is really worthless. Repay, repay. When Uchiha Itachi heard the words, his face was extremely stiff, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Yuyu is a shadow in Uchiha Itachi's heart. The first shadow was that he accidentally bumped into this man, which caused his father to kneel and confess his guilt, and ended up at the cost of being chopped. And he was violently beaten by this man, and he was regarded as seriously injured. The second shadow was that his father followed the elders and elites of the Uchiha clan and went to the Hokage office because of the Sharingan incident. But in fact, his father disagrees with other Uchiha elders on the incident of Hitaki Kakashi's acquisition of Sharingan. Going to the Hokage office is also to prevent the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha from intensifying. But even so, he was severely injured by the man in front of him and almost died. There are more shadows behind, since he was ordered by the man in front of him and asked his father to discipline him, which led to him being beaten by his father Uchiha Fugaku and the elders in the family. With this man's order, his father and the elders in the family are really cruel. Uchiha Itachi can't remember how many nights he has spent in the hunting by his father and the elders of the clan since the man in front of him gave the order. Sometimes even if his father couldn't bear to put some water in his hands, the elders of those tribes would double up to make up for it, for fear that the man in front of him would feel unhappy because of this. As a result, this man named Chimu Uyu became a huge shadow in his heart. But now the shadow actually told him that he was able to start 3 Tomo Sharingan now. It was all his credit, and he wanted to repay him. At this time, Uchiha Itachi really had the urge to kill him. He would rather not have these 3 Tomo Sharingan, nor would he want to live in the shadow of this man. Oh? Boy, it looks like you are very unconvinced. Is that guy Uchiha Fugaku not properly disciplined? Come with me. Yuyu's observation Haki sensed the almost undetectable malice, gave a grin, grabbed Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, and walked back to Sarutobi Hiruzen's home. As for Uchiha Itachi, the brain is already down. He is not convinced. Which eye of this man saw that he was unconvinced? When he saw this man, his whole body trembled unconsciously. Although Uchiha Itachi can't see his own expression, he can know by his imagination that his own expression must be terrified and trembling. What's the matter? You can't get to the unconvinced body, right? Huh? This is Uchiha Itachi? Why are you here? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who heard the movement, walked out of the room, looked at Uchiha Itachi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. On the other hand, Danzo, with Naruto hanging on his body and holding his mouth with his hands, couldn't speak at all, but Danzo's eyes also revealed puzzles. As for other emotions, Danzo, who was so haggard that he almost collapsed, had no other emotions at all. Fire, Master Naruto. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and stammered speechless. Under the influence of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi still respects Sarutobi Hiruzen as third Hokage. So Uchiha Itachi did not intend to conceal his purpose, and was prepared to tell what he did. Anyway, I just came to see his younger brother. I believe Master Naruto wouldn't care too much with him. This kid, sneaking on the roof without knowing what he planned, was caught by me, and when I tried to torture me, I would know what this kid was thinking about. Before Uchiha Itachi could explain, Yu interrupted Uchiha Itachi and said. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened suddenly, his face turned green. He just took a look at his brother's situation. How come to this man's mouth, he is almost like a spy in another village? And he was already leaving, and was caught by this man at the last moment. Who is this man in front of you? Chimu Yu. In addition to the strongest strength in the ninja world, what makes people in the ninja world fear the most is this man's insight and perception abilities that are countless times more terrifying than Sharingan and Byakugan. Uchiha Itachi did not believe that this man would not know that he was about to leave at the time. Master Yu, this is deliberately trying to clean him up. Uchiha Itachi thought without tears. At this time, Uchiha Itachi regrets it very much. He really didn't read the almanac when he went out today. According to his plan, this time it should have gone smoothly. In fact, the same is true. He saw Sasuke as he wished, and was not discovered by the Sarutobi clan, including the Naruto-sama. But who would have thought Lord Yu would be here today? If he had known that Lord Yu would come today, he would postpone his plan to see his brother. But now, it's too late to say anything. Uchiha Itachi doesn't even have the desire to speak out. Because he knew that Master Yu decided to clean him up, even Hokage Master could not change Master Yu's decision. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the smirk on Yu's face, and the corners of his mouth twitched, silently mourning for Uchiha Itachi in his heart. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what Uchiha Itachi was here for, he believed that it was definitely not what Yu said. Uchiha Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku, proved his loyalty to Konoha by his life as a stubborn opposition in the Uchiha clan. And Uchiha Itachi and Sarutobi Hiruzen have also done some understanding. Knowing this child, he loves Konoha. Even before Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, they plan to use Uchiha Itachi as a breakthrough point for the Uchiha clan. In the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not believe that Uchiha Itachi has any strange thoughts about Konoha. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is right, Uchiha Itachi should have come for his brother, Sasuke. But even though he knew it in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no plans to help Uchiha Itachi. As Uchiha Itachi thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew that Yu deliberately wanted to clean up Uchiha Itachi. In this case, what he said is useless. Let alone clean up Uchiha Itachi, when Yu intends to clean up his Hokage. Yu grabbed Uchiha Itachi and came to a room. Then, under Uchiha Itachi's suffocated gaze, he took a rag and stuffed it into Uchiha Itachi's mouth. This is a rag. Uchiha Itachi felt the peculiar smell coming from his mouth, and even had an urge to die. But looking at the grin on the face of the man in front of him, he didn't dare to make any movements. After that, Yu skillfully tied Uchiha Itachi to a pole with a rope, and looked at Uchiha Itachi with a grin. Little devil, let's talk about it. What's the shameful purpose of your coming here? Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi with a sullen face, grinned and asked. His mouth was completely filled with a rag, and Uchiha Itachi could only whimper weakly. Woo bang. At this moment, the black-purple scabbard turned into an afterimage and slammed on Uchiha Itachi's body, causing him to make a miserable whimper. At this time, Uchiha Itachi only felt a burst of pain deep in his soul coming from the place Uyu hit. The severe pain made it difficult for Uchiha Itachi to even think. At this time, Uchiha Itachi only has one idea, that is, when his father and the elders in the clan beat him, it is also called beating. Compared with this, it's just tickling. Tons, little devil, you are very spineless. How dare you not to say anything? Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi, who kept whimpering and wanted to say something, and drank a bottle of wine. There was a burp of alcohol, his slightly drunk face showed a smirk, and then he suddenly pulled out the chusui scabbard in his hand. Bang. Say. What is your purpose? Bang. Woo. Say. What's your name? Bang. Say. Are you a spy from another village? The black and purple scabbard kept falling on Uchiha Itachi's body, causing it to make miserable whimpers. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in pain, bloodshot in his eyes. At this time, he wished to tell all about bedwetting when he was a child. But the man in front of him, he put his mouth on a bet, he said a fart. Moreover, the question this man asked was outrageous, it's just to clean him up deliberately. A touch of despair emerged in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. He will really be beaten to death. At this time, outside the door, the eavesdropping Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo looked at each other and shivered suddenly. As expected of Uyu, this method of torture is really cruel. Just listening outside the door, they could hear the despair of Uchiha Itachi's whimper. Boy, your bones are so hard, you haven't said a word even now? Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi and grinned. When Uchiha Itachi heard this, he struggled wildly. He said everything, but can you take this rag from his mouth? But Uyu obviously didn't want to give Uchiha Itachi this opportunity. In Uchiha Itachi's desperate eyes, slowly raised the scabbard in his hand. Woo bang. Woo. Konoha, the home of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Outside a room, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, holding Naruto and Sasuke, stood outside the door, waiting with cold sweat on their faces. Ape, Sarutobi, Uchiha Itachi, that kid, won't be beaten to death, right? Danzo shuddered sharply, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him and stuttering. This chill is not because Danzo is worried about Uchiha Itachi. Although the Uchiha clan has now gradually been accepted by the Konoha core circle, Danzo's rejection of the Uchiha clan has already deepened into the bones. The prejudice against the Uchiha clan cannot be changed overnight. Not to mention that Uchiha Itachi was really beaten to death without being killed, and Danzo will not experience any psychological fluctuations. His chill is mainly scared. Danzo, anyway, used to be known as the darkness of Konoha. The roots and his Danzo name have long been known as Shock Ninja World. Although this reputation is negative, it also proves his cruelty. How did the root appear? Except for the children in some big families, the most is that Danzo personally went to Konoha's orphanages to find talented orphans, and then conduct intensive death training. The last hurdle to become the root is to kill the companion who gets along with him day and night and trains together. After officially becoming the root, it means that this member has no emotions and is just a simple killing machine. Assassinate, poison, steal. As long as it's good for Konoha, it's good for him. Danzo, who used to be, can be said to be unscrupulous. Therefore, Danzo, his reputation in Konoha and the entire ninja world is synonymous with cruelty. Until he met Chimu Uyu. Those things he has done can also be cruel? He has never seen such a torture. Chimu Uyu knows exactly how painful and cruel beating people are. Danzo knows too well. Even after being beaten so many times, every time it still hurts deeply into the soul. Life is better than death. That kind of pain that hits the soul directly is simply not something that willpower can resist. Don't mention him. Danzo. What about the tail beasts known as natural disasters? Even facing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, both arrogant, 9 tails, the most brutal of the 9 big-tailed beasts, is now like a pet dog in front of Chimu Uyu. But now Danzo suddenly felt that he was beaten back then. Chimu Uyu's men were really merciful. At least, when he hurts, he can scream twice to vent his pain. But Uchiha Itachi in the room now has his mouth gagged, and is beaten and tortured mercilessly by Uyu Saiga. But to say that it is torture is simply making people even more desperate. Chimu Uyu blocked Uchiha Itachi's mouth. He can say a fart. Now Danzo can even think of what Uchiha Itachi is thinking. If you have a stomach, you can vomit it out, but you can only be beaten constantly. That kind of despair, Just thinking about it made Danzo tremble all over. Compared with this, what he had endured before was much better. At least, there was no mental torture. At the same time, Danzo's heart was also austerity. Before he was a little slack, he was taught by Chimu Uyu. If you slack off again, maybe Uyu Seiki will use the current method to deal with him. Uchiha Itachi's end at this time also reminded Danzo that he must abide by Konoha's first rule of life: don't make Uyu upset. Yes, shouldn't it? Yu still works very well, quite well. Sarutobi Hiruzen said dryly. At the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched. On the side of Danzo, Kakuzu's mouth was crooked. Chimu Uyu has a sense of measure. There is a fart of measure. Danzo, I don't know how many ghost gates have been closed under Chimu Uyu's hand. Chimu Uyu relied on the power in his hand that could pull people back from the edge of death, and he was so cruel. Even in Konoha, the Konoha torture unit, known as Hell, seemed so kind compared to Uyu's methods. After all, the core mission of Konoha's torture unit is to obtain information from the tortured population. Since we want to obtain information, we can't really punish people to death. You know, the value of a key object of torture is very high. But Uyu is different. Uyu, that's really a killer. Once, Danzo even saw his teacher vaguely, and the original second Hokage Senju Tobirama waved to him. Crack. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo looked at each other, the door of the room suddenly opened. Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo turned their heads stiffly and saw Uchiha Itachi being thrown on the ground like a dead dog. What a damn thing. This stinky kid has such a hard mouth that he doesn't even say anything. Yu drank and cursed drunkenly on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo looked stiffly on the ground, turning Byakugan, and pumping from time to time in pain. Uchiha Itachi, whose mouth was tightly blocked by a rag, the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. What a shit, he said. The two of them also met for the first time, and tortured people with their mouths closed. No wonder the elites of Konoha torture the troops want to ask Uyu for torture. This method is really damaging. Yes, Uyu, I think you have to ask him questions. Shouldn't you take things off his mouth? Seeing Uyu, who was drunk and cursed and even wanted to give Uchiha Itachi to the result, Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped off his cold sweat and reminded. Huh. Upon hearing this, Uyu looked at Uchiha Itachi's face, and when he saw the rag on Uchiha Itachi's mouth, there was a suddenly realized expression on his face. It turns out that the mouth is blocked, Yu said suddenly. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi fell to the ground, almost unconscious, and suddenly trembled violently. Tears flowed down the corner of Uchiha Itachi's eyes. He has no idea how long it has been, and has not shed tears. But this time, he really cried. Master Uyu, do you finally know why he doesn't speak anymore? His mouth was blocked by Uyu-sama. When he was tortured, he really had something to say, but he could only make a weak whimper. Obviously, as long as you open your mouth to explain, you may be able to avoid this severe beating, but you just can't speak. That kind of despair, kind of powerlessness, kind of pain directly caused Uchiha Itachi to cry. The unpromising kid was beaten twice and then cried? Yu looked at the tearful Uchiha Itachi and said cursingly. Although Uyu also remembered it, it was indeed that he forgot to drink and forgot that he blocked Uchiha Itachi's mouth. And he also became addicted to beating Uchiha Itachi, which caused the attack to be a bit harder than Uyu originally expected. But how could Uyu admit his mistakes? So in order to cover up the mistake, Uyu scolded Uchiha Itachi. Okay. Look at you as a kid who has realized his mistakes, don't run around in the future, do you know? After scolding, watching Uchiha Itachi who fell on the ground in tears silently, Uyu's mouth twitched. After taking out the rag from Uchiha Itachi's mouth, and untying all the ropes on Uchiha Itachi, he said to Uchiha Itachi. Yes, Lord Uyu, I know. Uchiha Itachi sniffed, feeling the intense pain from all over his body, looked at Uyu with some fear, and said. Okay, kid, don't look at me like that, let's do that, when I feel better, I will give you a present. Yu shuddered sharply when looking at Uchiha Itachi with a bitter look in fear. Is this the Uchiha Itachi in the original book? In order to prevent being disgusted, he resisted the urge to chop it down and said to Uchiha Itachi. Really? Lord Uyu? Uchiha Itachi looked at Uyu in disbelief. True or false? Master Uyu will not only not clean him up in the future, but also give him a gift? For the man in front of him, Uchiha Itachi has also done some understanding. Although this man is cruel, tyrannical, and moody. But even the big hidden villages that had been defeated by this man had to admit. What this man has said is true. Since this man said that he had a gift for him, he must have it, and it is definitely not an ordinary thing that can be called a gift by this man. At this time, Uchiha Itachi seemed to have come from hell to heaven, with a face full of disbelief. This is simply a pie in the sky. Of course it's true, and it's a big gift. Go home and wait. Yu grinned at Uchiha Itachi's incredible expression. Okay, then I will retire first, Master Uyu. Uchiha Itachi didn't dare to ask more. He endured the pain and bowed to Uyu and Sarutobi Hiruzen. He looked at Sasuke reluctantly, and limped out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's house under the urging of Yuyu's eyes. Yu, are you really going to give Uchiha Itachi a big gift? After Uchiha Itachi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't suppress his curiosity, looked at Uyu and asked. Danzo on the side even pricked his ears, and a touch of complicated thoughts surged in his heart uncontrollably. Chimu Uyu. What is your current status? What perspective? What Chimu Uyu said as a great gift, Danzo couldn't even imagine what it was. Why? Why did that stinky kid Uchiha Itachi get Seiki Uyu's gift? When it comes to being beaten, Danzo was the one who was beaten by Chimu Uyu the most and the worst. When it comes to hard work and no complaints, Danzo has done his best. The Colosseum of Tailed Beasts, Chimu Uyu's wine storage base, was built by him, Danzo, day and night. Danzo didn't feel that it was unfair before. After all, Chimu Uyu didn't care about what he had done before. With all these hard work, you can count on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, and last time, he took the initiative to inform Uyu Chimu of the conspiracy between Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. You know, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura have very tall grass. He, Danzo, has no complaints. But now, there is only Uchiha Itachi. Why? Danzo felt as if he had eaten a lemon at this time, so sour. But if he wants to ask Uyu for an explanation, he dare not. He was afraid of being hacked to death by Chimu Uyu. But prick your ears and listen to the reason, it is still necessary, otherwise, he is really afraid that he himself won't be able to sleep tonight. Of course it is true. As for why? Old man, are you very idle? Not doing well, not only is the debt inevitable, but also a fine. And you bastard, do your job well. Yu nodded, then suddenly cursed. Does his decision need to be explained? The old man and Danzo, this bastard, are really floating. The scolded faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were all green. They are also the number 1 or 2 in Konoha's name anyway, don't you want to lose face? But seeing Yuyu's eyes slowly getting sharper, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a dry cough and walked away holding Naruto. On the other hand, Danzo, holding Sasuke with a bewildered look, walked away, but the strength in his hands quietly added 2 points. Especially, the crime committed by your brother, let you a stinky kid pay 1.6. Danzo thought viciously. Tons. After the two of them left, Uyu sat on the sofa, drank the fine wine and drank the wine, and burped comfortably. The gift is a real gift, but if you don't want it or not, I'll say something else. Yu grinned, remembering Uchiha Itachi's expression when he left. Now that you have said this, gifts, Uyu will naturally not be stingy, and for Uchiha Itachi, and even for the entire Uchiha clan, it is definitely a great gift. But the process will definitely be extremely painful, and I can also get fun from it. Today, for Uyu, it's really boring. You can have fun from time to time, even if you give others some sweetness. Uchiha Itachi, the stinky kid, thought it was a pie from the sky, but he didn't know that this pie was not so delicious. I'm really looking forward to it, ha, thinking of interesting places, Uyu laughed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who were taking Naruto and Sasuke, suddenly shuddered when they heard Yuyu's laugh, and then suddenly relaxed. That's right, Uyu. How could it benefit Uchiha Itachi for no reason? It must be fun from Uchiha Itachi. Danzo is now in balance, and Sasuke is also pleasing to the eye a lot. Even in their hearts, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen have begun to mourn for Uchiha Itachi. Yuyu's gift is not so easy to accept. Moreover, even if you don't want to take it, you have to take it. Time passed slowly and calmly. After Uyu perfected Konoha's internal system, there was not much Uyu needed to do. In addition, The two old scalpers Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, as well as the little scalper Minato, work for Yu, and there is no need for Yu to do anything. It is worth mentioning that because of the continued popularity of the Tailed Beast Colosseum in the constant show-off of several famous names who have ridden the Tailed Beast, the powers of the rest of the country have long been blushing. Now all over the world, large tracts of land have become soil for growing winemaking materials. The dignitaries of various countries, and the famous winemasters under their command for a long time, have used their full power to continuously produce precious and famous wines. The output is almost 10 times more than before. But as time went by, when the head was hot, and after a large number of land originally used for the production of military rations were transformed into vegetation for the production of winemaking materials, the problem gradually became prominent. After all, in this land, the shadow of war has never really dissipated. More land in various countries is used to grow food, which is used as food for war. But nowadays, the dignitaries of various countries have long been red-eyed, and a large number of land has been transformed into a place for producing good winemaking materials. And winemaking technology is also developing rapidly in this context. However, it is inevitable that the food reserves of various countries have been significantly reduced. In addition, the dignitaries of various countries are not uncommon in the gambling game of the Tailed Beast Colosseum. Even some of the rich and powerful, after losing the game, fought against their cynic and cynicism opponents. As a result, the war may come again. Yu and Konoha don't want to see such a situation. After all, if war starts, not only countries will lose. Those vegetation and land dedicated to the cultivation of precious wine materials will inevitably be destroyed. Konoha also intervened in response to this, and 12 introduced a new model. Are there conflicts between your two countries? What is the battle? Take a bet at the Colosseum. If he is willing to spend his money, Konoha can even arrange two tail beasts to fight for the two countries alone. However, it is clear that such a sky-high price cannot be afforded by ordinary countries. More, choose to gamble at Konoha's Tail Beast Colosseum. Konoha collects a portion of the handling fee for betting materials in money, and the rest is returned to the winner of the bet. Countries with a wide disparity in power will naturally not choose this model, but some countries with similar national strengths dislike each other because of contradictions. Moreover, those who provoke each other are usually countries with little difference in national strength. When a war really starts, no one can tell the final result. War, after all, is a huge consumption of national power. If it is not a last resort, countries will not choose to go to war. But even if you lose a bet at the Colosseum, Konoha promised that within a year after the bet, the two countries betting will not have any military actions. As for whether the two countries will follow willingly, Konoha is not worried at all. If he doesn't follow it, Konoha will throw the tail beast directly on the land of the country that violates the regulations. As for what will happen, Konoha can't control it anymore. If you don't accept this mode, you must go to war. Konoha also let out words, absolutely not allowed to destroy the land where the brewing materials are grown. Konoha's argument is that the tail beasts love the taste of this material, and if it is destroyed, if the tail beast gets lost, it happens to be on the destroyed land, it is likely to be angry. As soon as these words were released, the faces of all countries turned green. In case? Exactly? In case, it happens to be a fart. Konoha barely pointed to his nose and said that if they don't follow their rules, the tail beasts will wreak havoc on their land. This is the threat of Chiguoguo. If they go to war, will they have to avoid a pile of rotten vegetation and be careful to protect it? That's a fart. But at this time, the countries sadly discovered that their original brains were heated and transformed into the land for planting wine materials. It is no longer what they want to plant or not to plant. At this time, they were completely unable to contend with Konoha's power. Whether it is military strength or economic strength, Konoha is now the strongest in the world and possesses overwhelming force. After seeing the terrifying power of the tail beasts at the Colosseum, no country feels that their army can defeat this monster. Therefore, even if they were reluctant in vain, all countries had no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. The only thing that comforts countries is that Konoha seems a little detached. As long as you ensure that the land where the brewing materials are grown will not be affected, Konoha will ignore you at all. Konoha's such aloof status has already caused dissatisfaction among the 5 major countries. But even the strongest force they belonged to, Sanagakure, Iwagakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village were defeated by Konoha. The tail beasts that originally belonged to the big hidden villages, but the brief introductions belonged to the big countries, all came to Konoha's hands. Compared with small countries, the 5 big countries can better understand what the tail beast means. That is a terrible force that can easily destroy a small country. Now, all the big hidden villages in big countries, except Kirigakir and the existence of 3 tails, the other 3 countries have no means to counter the tail beasts. But even if Kirigakir still had 3 tails, he couldn't fight back against Konoha. After all, there is only one Kirigakir, or 3 tails, Konoha, which ranks low among the 9 big-tailed beasts, but there are 6, and what they have is the most terrifying tail beast. If you really want to go to war with Konoha, Konoha doesn't need to send out military power. As long as you throw a few tail beasts on your land, it will be catastrophic. What if the 4 big countries and the power of the 4 hidden villages barely sealed a few big-tailed beasts? Chimuyu. This name is like a mountain, pressing in the hearts of the big countries and hidden villages. They were regarded as the tail beast of natural disasters. In front of this man, it was a plaything in the palm. In the face of such force, it is a joke to talk about using military means to check and balance Konoha. Konoha, if you don't beat them, you will burn a lot of incense, and you still want to deal with Konoha? As for not hiring Konoha shinobi to complete the task, use economic means to restrict Konoha. That is even more a joke. Konoha now can be said to be too much money to spend, and Konoha's ninja can now be said to rarely go to other countries for missions. Because Konoha's own tasks were enough to keep all Konoha's ninjas busy. The reason why Konoha is now taking on some tasks issued by other countries is purely Yuyu's order to monitor the world on the spot. To monitor whether the land dedicated to brewing materials in various countries has been maliciously abandoned or destroyed. As for productivity, Konoha is even more terrifying. Nowadays, which master craftsman in the world does not have a house in Konoha? Konoha has already enlisted master craftsmen in all fields of the world into his arms. Until now, all countries have discovered to their horror that Konoha's seemingly inconspicuous plans are so terrifying when they are chained together at this time. Where is Konoha still a shinobu village at this time? Even the richest fire country among the 5 major countries can hardly say that it can be compared to Konoha in terms of economy and productivity. What was the biggest shortcoming of the shinobu system in the past? That is, the economy and productivity cannot be self-sufficient. Ninjas, that are all products piled up with money and resources. With the population and productivity of Ninja Village alone, ninjas can starve to death. But Konoha now has enough economy and productivity to contend with the whole world. Konoha did all this in a mere 3 years. Such a layout and such a leap made all countries feel terrified. If such a layout was made by Konoha's 3rd Hokage, that country would be the first to not believe it. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed called Nino, but that's all. Speaking of methods, many people in various countries don't think it is inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. And who is Konoha's actual control? How can countries not know now? Chimuyu. It's definitely the layout of this man. The Tail Beast Colosseum was built by this man. However, all countries never expected that Uyu Chimu would be able to develop Konoha to such a degree through the Colosseum of tailed beasts. Even if you don't consider Chimuyu's overwhelmingly terrifying force, this layout alone makes all countries feel terrified. Konoha's rise is already a fait accompli and cannot be changed at all. All countries had no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. As for not going to the Colosseum to watch the game, place a bet. Konoha's attitude is that you can't love it. The current TV broadcast of the Colosseum has already spread to all countries. The sale of peripheral products is a huge wealth. Compared to these huge wealth, the little money that was spent watching the game at the Tail Beast Colosseum was simply not enough. And what if countries want to boycott broadcasts and surrounding areas? Still the same sentence, Konoha's tail beasts are likely to accidentally get lost. As for where the tail beasts get lost and what they did, it has nothing to do with Konoha. This makes every country as uncomfortable as eating flies. In the early days of the Colosseum, they made a lot of contributions. At that time, Konoha also regarded them as guests. And now, they don't need them anymore, just kick them away. This gap has made the faces of the dignitaries green in many countries. And the most indispensable thing in this world is people. If you don't come, some people want to come. And Konoha has come out, you can't watch it, but the land that has been transformed for growing wine materials can't be abandoned or destroyed. You have to continue to plant it. Otherwise, don't blame them Konoha, sometimes the tail beast lost because of carelessness. This makes the faces of some angry countries all purple. This kind of overlord treaty is too domineering and shameless. They planted it by themselves, and they didn't plant it until now. What's special, if you don't bet on the Colosseum, they have so many brewing materials to use. Is it possible that Tenten from their country drinks 663 alcohol if they don't do anything? However, various countries have also figured out a way. They don't go to the Tail Beast Colosseum to bet, and some of them go to the rich and powerful. The wine they brewed is sold in the head office, right? But before they could take action, Konoha issued a ban on privately buying and selling precious drinks. This immediately made those countries so angry that they almost didn't vomit blood. You don't care if you sell it or not, it's too deceitful, too overbearing. Isn't this forcing them to go to the Colosseum to bet? In these countries at this time, there was immense regret in their hearts, and they were fascinated by the momentary honor and disgrace. Everyone wanted to be the next person to ride a tailed beast. But I didn't expect Konoha and Chimu Uyu to play such a big game. As for not following Konoha's rules and prohibitions, what about the tail beast? Konoha, who holds absolute force in his hand and has achieved economic and productivity self-sufficiency, will not have any scruples. Obedient, Konoha, to be more precise, Chimu Uyu won't start with you, as long as you obediently make wine, it will be no different from before. But disobedient? Then let the tail beast communicate with you. This made the countries almost stunned. Communicate with the tail beast? Does the special tail beast communicate with them? The way of communication is probably tailed beast bomb, right? Chimu Uyu, this is to let them all work for him. But in the face of absolute force, Konoha, or Chimu Uyu's hegemony has long been established. Unless you have confidence and can resist the black knife in Chimu Uyu's hand, otherwise, it is best to be obedient. And want to resist the black knife in Chimu Uyu's hand? Are you kidding me? Even if he didn't go to war with Konoha, Kirigakure, who was shrinking on the island, would frequently show good wishes to Konoha at this time. The tribute was even more scary, for fear that Konoha would trouble them. As for the 3 hidden villages defeated by Konoha, it had already bowed down to Konoha and Chiki Uyu. Even the 4 hidden villages are like this. What else can be done for the remaining hidden villages and countries? The name of Chimu Uyu, the name of Black Sword Chusui, was forged in countless corpse mountains and blood. And the countless corpse mountains and blood have already proved that if you oppose Chimu Uyu's black knife Chusui, the end will be extremely miserable. Now, only part of the domestic productivity is used to produce famous wines, and countries can only comfort themselves and bite the bullet. Konoha's hegemony, Chimu Uyu's hegemony, has been completely established and cannot be stopped. Against the background of the formation of Konoha's hegemony, Uyu's life is very comfortable. Every day when Uyu wakes up in the morning, you will enjoy the red dishes and the cherished wines from all over the world. After eating, it is Uyu's private massage time. Hong, Lin, Tsunade, Shizune, Shion, under the teaching of Tsunade, all learned special massage techniques. The taste is naturally very wonderful. After the massage, Uyu will also instruct Shion to practice. Sometimes, the jumped Lin will join in the fun. As for Uyu himself, practice. What it is? Drinking is the best way for Uyu to practice. With the leisure time of cultivation, drinking 2 bottles of rare and fine wine, the effect of improving is countless times stronger than that of cultivation. In the afternoon, if you remember, go to Sarutobi Hiruzen and bully Naruto and Sasuke. If you don't think of it, it's the barbecue and drinking time in the evening. Rare game meat from all over the world is made into golden barbecue by the top barbecue chefs. It is used with Uyu's precious wine collected from all over the world. It is definitely a perfect match. And every night's barbecue ingredients, Uyu require absolute freshness, and within half a month, they are absolutely not repeated. With Uyu and Konoha's current hegemony, as well as their control over the world, there are countless professionals all over the world who specialize in hunting rare game for Uyu. As soon as the prey is hit, the most elite ninja will be sent to Konoha at the fastest speed. Because a ninja has limited explosive power in a short time, there are countless elite ninjas waiting at each post on the way to Konoha. And every elite ninja will burst out at the fastest speed. This can also ensure that no matter where the rare game is hit, it can be delivered to Konoha on the same day to ensure the absolute freshness of the ingredients. After eating and drinking, it's time to soak in the hot springs. Since the establishment of Konoha's hegemony, Uyu has transformed his own hot springs. In the past, the hot springs of the Sarutobi clan were already the top in the ninja world, but how can the top meet the current Uyu? If you want to soak the best. Now Yuyu's own hot spring is drained from the distant land of thunder. Speaking of hot springs, the country of thunder belongs to Cloud Shinobi Village, which is surrounded by mountains. In order to attract the best hot springs, the elite ninjas of Iwagakure, Sanagakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village were all arrested by Yu as laborers. With the combined efforts of countless ninjas, it took a lot of time to drain a main branch of the hot spring in the Land of Thunder, which can be called the world's best hot spring, directly to Yuyu's home. The money and manpower spent among them are countless. But for Yu, who has a huge income stream, it's just a drop in the bucket. And the labor of Cloud Shinobi Village, Sanagakure and Iwagakure, Yu didn't spend a dime. It's not Yuyu's compulsory order, but Yu has already let out words. Regarding this matter, the 3 hidden villages adopt a voluntary principle. Those who are willing to come will come, and those who are unwilling to come, Yu will not force it. Then the large hidden villages concentrated all their forces, and even the 3 major countries sent a lot of labor to assist. So Yu accepted the favors of several big hidden villages and several big countries with peace of mind, without paying a cent. However, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure are hard to tell. The principle of voluntariness. Volunteer ass. Who believes in special, who is a fool? Chim Yu, who is that? That is the most brutal person in the ninja world. In the beginning, Uchiha Madara, who was called Ninja Asura, and frightened countless people, was like a child's play in the face of Chimu Yuyu's brutal methods. Don't force those who don't want to come. Especially if you really don't come at that time, it will delay the progress of the hot spring drainage and make Chimu Yu upset. You will know what is called the principle of voluntariness. For the 3 hidden villages that have experienced the 3rd ninja war in the Dark Age, Chimu Yuyu's temperament is too clear. That is an absolutely moody person. If Chimu Yu is happy, it is naturally nothing. But if Chimu Yu feels a little bit unhappy, the consequences will definitely not be affordable for several hidden villages. In the 3rd Ninja World War, if Chimu Yu had thought at the time, their large hidden villages could have been removed from the history of the ninja world long ago. They had no resistance to Konoha at that time. In fact, the Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure and Sanagakure at the time were secretly strange. How could a brutal person like Yu Saiga let them go? To say that they are concerned about the mediation of the daimyos, others believe it. Zimu Yu said, the mediation of the daimyos is a fart. But the fact is that they paid a heavy sum, but not enough to make them collapse, and survived. But when Konoha and Chimu Yuyu's layout were over, after Konoha established hegemony, several hidden villages suddenly understood. Chimu Yu is special, so deliberately let them go, then treat them as leeks and cut off one stubble. This method of reaping benefits is ruthless if Bitma directly destroys them. After all, during the war, Vice Admiral and their hidden villages were destroyed. With Konoha's population and economic strength at that time, they could not take over their land and resources at all. Their land and resources will definitely be destroyed in the war. Konoha and Chimu Yu are absolutely limited. Where is it like now? They are like old scalpers, working for Konoha and Chimu Yu. The resources and money created hard, Chimu Yu and Konoha can harvest most of them by moving their mouths. And like this kind of labor work, it is impossible to hide. Even if Chimu Yu said the principle of voluntary, they dare not do their best. Such a squeeze is far more cost-effective than destroying them directly. As long as Chimu Yu is still in Konoha, these squeezing and harvesting will never be able to get rid of those big hidden villages. With Chimu Yu's current strength, it is basically impossible to pass an accidental fall. They can only wait until Chimu Yu is old. But when I think of Chimu Yu's age, the big hidden villages are again desperate. Especially, when their generation is old and dead, Chimu Yu is still at its peak. But compared with being exterminated, cut leeks will be cut leeks. At least, Chimu Yu and Konoha still leave them a bite to eat, and Konoha hardly takes on foreign tasks now. As a result, their tasks in several hidden villages have soared. After all, even when Konoha was in decline, it was always the largest hidden village. Konoha's ninja's elite level is also ranked first in the major hidden villages. So in the past, Konoha got the most tasks in the world. Konoha hardly accepts foreign tasks now, and the extra tasks naturally fall on them. Konoha has no restrictions on their tasks. So put together, even if you are squeezed and exploited by Konoha and Chimu Yu, you can still live in a few hidden villages. But the more I think about it, the more hidden villages feel that the sweetness is Konoha, which Chimu Yu deliberately gave them. The purpose is to let them have more resources to be squeezed by Konoha and Chimu Yu. Even so, no one dare to say that one of these hidden villages is not coming out. After all, they were the defeated side, and until now, they have not been able to resist Konoha or Seiki Yu's overwhelming force. It's pretty good to have such a life. As a result, several large hidden villages have all done their best in this matter, and even reported to the famous mansion, using the domestic labor of several major countries. The purpose is to make this hot spring reach Konoha faster and make Chimu Yu happy. When Chimu Yu is happy, maybe the intensity of cutting their leaks will be reduced, and their life in the village will naturally be better. So after Chimu Yu's words came out, the 3 hidden villages all used the strength of milking, and they didn't even take on external tasks. They mobilized all the elite ninjas to drain the main branch of the hot spring. After several months of vast projects, the main branch of the hot spring was finally introduced into Yu's private hot spring field. Since then, this prestigious and best hot spring main branch in the world has become Yu's private hot spring. This is the best hot spring in the world. Yu is very satisfied, both in terms of temperature and comfort, are much better than the hot spring imported from the Sarutobi family. Every night, Yu would soak in a hot spring comfortably under the costumes of Hong, Tsunade, and Lin. Of course, the rare wines in the world are also indispensable during the hot springs. After that, it was time to go to bed. At this time, the girls were still in the developmental stage, and Yu mostly slept with Tsunade. The taste is not for outsiders. This is Yu's ordinary and simple day. And in this ordinary and simple day, some people are a little restless. Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Itachi, Master Yu really said, "Do you want to give you a big gift?" Uchiha Fugaku frowned, his brows full of sorrow, looked at Uchiha Itachi who was kneeling in front of him, and asked. And this sentence, since Uchiha Itachi returned from the Sarutobi clan that day, he has asked countless times. At that time, watching Uchiha Fugaku, who was full of injuries on Uchiha Itachi, was really shocked. When asked clearly, it was like a bolt from the blue sky that smashed Uchiha Fugaku's head. His eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, dared to sneak into the house of 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to see Sasuke. Worst of all, I was arrested by Yu-sama and beaten violently. When I heard this, Uchiha Fugaku almost didn't get scared to death. The current Uchiha clan is getting closer and closer to Konoha's core circle. Not only Anbu, but Konoha's important departments have reopened their doors to the Uchiha clan. This was unimaginable before, and this is also Uchiha Fugaku's lifelong pursuit. This made Uchiha Fugaku suspect that it was in a dream for a long time. But at such a critical node of the Uchiha clan, something like this happened. Although the influence of the Uchiha clan in Konoha is getting stronger and stronger. But that is, Lord Yu, it was because of Yu-sama, the Uchiha clan, that after the death of 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama, they began to be accepted by Konoha again. Everything that the Uchiha clan has now is said to be given by Yu-sama, and there is no problem. On the contrary, a word from Lord Yu can also determine the life and death of their Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, at this time, I really feel what it means to go from heaven to hell. At that time, Uchiha Fugaku was even ready to use his head to make amends to Yu. But when Uchiha Itachi said that instead of pursuing the matter, Master Yu beat him up and promised to give him a big gift. This immediately made Uchiha Fugaku feel that he had returned to heaven from hell. It was a great gift, and it hit the head of his eldest son, the Uchiha clan. Konoha has so many families, even because of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Sarutobi family who has the best relationship with Yu-sama, they have not won such an honor. Compared with this, what is the injury on his eldest son? Uchiha Fugaku was suddenly immersed in ecstasy. But now is here, and several months have passed, Master Yu, there is still no movement. This made Uchiha Fugaku uneasy. Yu-sama's temperament, Konoha is known to everyone, it is notoriously moody. What if Yu-sama got drunk one day and remembered that Itachi offended him? Not only did he not intend to give gifts, but instead condemned him? This makes Uchiha Fugaku, who has been completely sleepless recently, panicked. However, he didn't dare to ask Yu, so he could only wait passively. But the more I waited, the more anxious Uchiha Fugaku was. Almost every day, I had to confirm countless times like Uchiha Itachi. Dairis's father, Uyu-sama, really said that at the time. Uchiha Itachi looked at the haggard Uchiha Fugaku, feeling extremely guilty in his heart, but carefully recalled it in his mind and said affirmatively. That's good. That's good. When Uchiha Fugaku heard the words, he was a little nervous, and murmured constantly in his mouth. Woo. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. Huh. Ling. Uchiha Fugaku stood up abruptly, and when he saw the figure of an Anbu, his heart shook. Uchiha Itachi, by the orders of Lord Uyu, you will prepare tomorrow afternoon. Someone will pick you up to Lord Uyu's house. Anbu looked at Uchiha Itachi silently, and said, the envy in his tone could hardly be concealed. This is, Anbu. Whenever enters, there is only a code name, and no emotional machine. But now this unconcealable envy proves how intense this Anbu's psychological fluctuations are. After speaking, the Anbu didn't wait for a reply, but disappeared in place. Only Uchiha Fugaku, who was ecstatic, and Uchiha Itachi, who was blank. Swish. Swish. Two figures, turned into afterimages, kept jumping on Konoha's house. Finally, he stopped a few kilometers away from a luxurious building like a castle. Uchiha Itachi, this place has entered the private domain of Lord Uyu, you can only enter by yourself. The leader Anbu, looking at the manor in front of him, said to Uchiha Itachi. As of today, Uyu's mansion has undergone several expansions, and within a few kilometers, it is completely Uyu's private domain. And here, gardens, fountains, woodland, all kinds of scenery, everything. You know, this is in the core area of Konoha. Today, Konoha's land price is already a sky-high price. It is no exaggeration to say that the location of the Uyu mansion is very expensive. However, with Uyu's current status, naturally there is no problem. The surrounding buildings have long been voluntarily demolished and moved away. Ming, understand. Uchiha Itachi looked at the luxurious manor in front of him, his eyes were a little worried, nodded, and responded. Woo. This Anbu glanced at Uchiha Itachi with some envy, and suddenly disappeared. Although he is an Anbu's squad leader, he is not qualified to step into this manor. Uchiha Itachi exhaled deeply. For Uchiha Itachi, the tranquil and luxurious manor in front of him is no less than the tiger's den in Longtan. The picture of him being thrown out from here is still vivid, and under the hands of Lord Uyu, he will go back with bruises every time. But this time, it should be a little different, right? Uchiha Itachi's eyes were filled with anxiety and anticipation. After all, this is Master Chimu Uyu, a great gift to give him. It can be called a big gift by Uyu-sama. Uchiha Itachi can't even imagine what it is that can be called a big gift by Uyu-sama. In short, I can't get away even when I'm here. Uchiha Itachi thought to himself. After that, Uchiha Itachi let out a long sigh of relief and walked towards the manor. Crack. The majestic gate of the manor, at the moment Uchiha Itachi approached, seemed to know the arrival of Uchiha Itachi, and automatically opened to both sides. After Uchiha Itachi entered the manor, he was completely shocked by the luxury and grandeur of the manor in front of him. I kept looking 663 from left to right, but Uchiha Itachi didn't know where to go. As for the last time you sneaked into this manor. 2 seconds after he entered, Lord Orochimaru caught him in front of Lord Uyu. Then he lost consciousness, and after regaining consciousness, he was thrown out of the manor with bruises all over his body. As for the interior of the manor, Uchiha Itachi didn't see it at all. Is it Uchiha Itachi? When Uchiha Itachi didn't know where to go, a voice rang. Yes, are you? Uchiha Itachi looked at a young woman who appeared, and said nervously. I am Uyu-sama's servant. Tsunade-sama ordered it yesterday. If you come, you will go directly to the training ground. Uyu-sama is right there at this time. The young woman said with a smile. Such a large manor naturally needs someone to take care of it. The gardens and gardening here are all made by top craftsmen and need to be taken care of every day. Moreover, cleaning such a large manor and mansion is just a big project. There are naturally a lot of servants dedicated to Uyu in the manor. Of course, according to Uyu's request, all the service staff in the manor are all beautiful young women. This may be a little difficult for other places. After all, it is very difficult to have a good appearance, a young age, and a willingness to do service work. It is very difficult to gather enough people. But here at Uyu, this job is difficult to get in even if you break your head. The service staff in Uyu Manor are not only the women of Konoha, but also the women of the country of fire, even the country of thunder, the country of wind, the country of earth and the country of water. These service personnel have been selected through layers of selection before they are lucky enough to obtain the qualifications to serve UYU. Ming, I understand. Uchiha Itachi nodded somewhat restrainedly and said, "Come with me." This young woman was not surprised when she saw this. Not to mention the young ninja in front of me, even if Jiraiya-sama and Orochimaru-sama, known as Konoha-sanin, came here, they were extremely restrained and cautious. They are also extremely polite to these service personnel. Those who come here, no matter how respected their status, are extremely careful, and treat them with extremely polite, even enthusiasm. This is also their pride. After all, in the entire world, the people who are qualified to step into this place are all famous and powerful people. In other places, you will not enjoy the politeness and enthusiasm of these people. It's all because of UYU-sama, so beloved, right? The woman thought to herself. If her idea is to let those who have stepped here know, she might cry to death. Love it? They were afraid of being chopped off by Chimu Uyu. Chimu Uyu, in addition to being moody, is also a well-known guardian. If you offend his maids here, you may not care if you change it to someone else, but with Chimu Uyu's character, you can't possibly cut it off with a single knife. That's true, I don't know how to die if I die. So after stepping into this manner, no matter who is extremely cautious. Someone who can show some calmness in this manner may be 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the absolute lineage of Mr. Chimu Uyu, Namikaze Minato and a few others. This manner that combines tranquility, luxury, and majesty, in the eyes of the world's top figures, it is Longtan Tiger Den. Uchiha Itachi followed the woman silently, his eyes drooping slightly. Although this manner is luxurious and gorgeous, Uchiha Itachi does not dare to look at it. If you see something that he shouldn't look at and make Master Uyu upset, the consequences are not something he can afford. Hearing the sound coming from his ear, Uchiha Itachi heaved a sigh of relief, raised his head, and saw a huge building. This is Master Uyu's training ground. You can only enter by yourself. The woman said with a smile. While Uyu, Azuki Yuyan, Tsunade and others are cultivating inside, other people are not allowed to enter. I know, thank you. Uchiha Itachi bowed to the woman to express his gratitude, looked at the huge door in front of him, and swallowed. Just standing outside, he felt a huge pressure and tension that made his hands and feet cold. In the entire ninja world, Uchiha Itachi hasn't heard of it yet. Someone has seen the scene of Master Uyu practicing. He was fortunate enough to see the scene of Master Uyu's cultivation, which made Uchiha Itachi feel nervous. No matter it. Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth and opened the door in front of him. As soon as he opened the door, Uchiha Itachi saw a purple light lit up, and the horrible sword pressure made Uchiha Itachi's hairs stand up. Woo! Uchiha Itachi only had time to dodge sideways, but the terrifying sword pressure still brushed his shoulder. Puff. Blood bloomed, and a sharp pain came from Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, causing layers of cold sweat on his forehead. Well, is this Master Uyu's way of cultivation? Well, what a terrible control ability. Uchiha Itachi clutched his wound, thinking in horror. Chimu. Who is Lord Uyu? That is a terrifying powerhouse who can completely cut off the battlefield of tens of thousands of people with a single blow. Such a strong man can control his power so delicately. This slash only cut his shoulder in half. Thinking about it, Lord Uyu noticed his arrival, and his men were merciful. Who are you guys? Don't you know if entry is forbidden here? Just when Uchiha Itachi fell into his own fantasy, a cold drink sounded. Uchiha Itachi held the wounded incision to prevent excessive blood loss from the wound, and raised his head to look not far away. I saw a woman who was not much older than him, had dazzling purple hair, and had a cold temperament, looking at him indifferently. I'm Uchiha Itachi. Yes, Uyu-sama asked me to come. Uchiha Itachi endured the severe pain and said in a cold sweat. Huh. Lord Uyu. Uyue Shion was startled, and then remembered what Uyu had told her yesterday. That's what Uyu told her at the time. Today, there will be a fun at the training ground. It seems that this guy in front of you is the fun of Uyu's big population. Azuki Yuyan looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was almost severely injured by her knife, with a little embarrassment. It's not embarrassing to hurt Uchiha Itachi, but embarrassing to hurt Uyu-sama's fun. Master Uyu, Uchiha Itachi is here. Uchiha Itachi looked awkwardly, and the woman in front of him walked to a rocking chair with his back to him and called. Huh. My fun is coming. Looking at the man who yawned and stood up lazily, Uchiha Itachi's facial features were distorted. He doesn't know where he is now. It was not Yu-Sama who cut him just now, but the woman who was not much older than him. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi was shocked. The slash just now gave him the feeling that he couldn't avoid it at all. Even if it didn't appear suddenly, it was almost impossible to avoid him by giving him time. The woman in front of him who is not much older than him, the strength is definitely above him. Wait. Happy, fun? Uchiha Itachi's face was a little green. If he heard it right, the fun that Mr. Yu said was about him, right? Huh. What's wrong with your shoulder? Yu touched Uchiha Yuyan's little head, as if touching a domestic pet cat, and looked at Uchiha Itachi. Yes, Lord Yu, I accidentally cut it. Azuki Shion had a pretty face flushed, and said embarrassedly. Master Yu, do you need me to call Master Tsunade? Azuki Shion looked at Yu and asked for instructions. And Uchiha Itachi looked at Yu with expectation. The pain of being cut in half of his shoulder really made Uchiha Itachi feel a little unbearable. This is not the most important thing. He can't stop the blood at all right now. He lost a lot of blood, making Uchiha Itachi feel a little dizzy. If Tsunade-sama arrives, his injury will be healed soon. No, you just finished the preparations. Wait a while, the blood that this kid wants to keep, there is still more. Yu looked at Azuki Shion with a guilty expression, touched her little head, and grinned. When Uchiha Itachi heard the words, he was stunned, and then his pupils shrank into needles, and his hairs stood up all over his body. Yes, what did Mr. Yu say? Just ready to prepare? Is there more blood to keep? Lord Yu, don't you want to give him a big gift? Why should he keep so much blood? Boy, open 3 Tomo Sharingan, let me take a look. Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi and grinned. Yes. Uchiha Itachi heard that. Although he felt a little dizzy in his mind, turning on Sharingan at this time would definitely make his body weaker. But facing Master Yu's order, he couldn't resist at all. Condensed chakra, the Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan, turning slightly. Well, the pupil power is almost stable, but it's enough. Yu gathered observation haki and covered Uchiha Itachi's whole body, felt it, and grinned. Yes, Lord Yu, you called me this time, didn't you? Looking at the smile on Yu's face, Uchiha Itachi stammered and asked, feeling chills in his heart. Don't worry, kid. What I said before will naturally not break my promise. Calling you this time is just to give you a big gift. With a strange smile on Yu's face, he picked up Chusui from the rocking chair beside him and grinned. And Uchiha Itachi, seeing this scene, almost fainted in shock. Lord Yu, do you really want to give yourself a gift? What do you need to take autumn water for as a gift? Uchiha Itachi looked at the black sword that used to stab countless ninja powers, and he wanted to cry without tears. He felt that Lord Yu was joking with him. Where does this look like giving him a gift? Obviously he was going to be hacked to death. Konoha, the training ground in Yu Mansion. Uchiha Itachi clutched his bloody shoulders, and fixedly looked at the black knife held in Yu's hand, the Sharingan of the 3-Goad Jade, full of horror. Boy, come here, what are you waiting for? Be careful I cut you off. Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi, frowned slightly, and cursed. Yes, Lord Yu, are you really trying to give me a big gift? Uchiha Itachi shivered sharply and stammered. It's not that he is suspicious, nor is he suspicious of what Yu says in the large population. The current situation is really different from what he imagined. Originally, he thought, the gift Yu-Sama said may be an item, maybe a guide. But now, he didn't know what the gift was, and his shoulder was chopped and the blood flowed. Although he is trying hard to stop bleeding, he is not a medical ninja after all, and his ability to stop bleeding is very limited. And that slash cut almost cut off his entire shoulder by half, and the blood couldn't stop at all. For a while, Uchiha Itachi felt a little dizzy. Judging from the knowledge he has learned, if he can no longer stop the bleeding and let the wound continue to bleed, it is estimated that he will pass out in a coma for at most 20 minutes. But this kind of injury, in the mouth of Lord Yu, turned out to be one of the preparations for giving him a gift. And listening to Lord Yu, the blood he shed now is just a fraction of the blood he will shed in the future. Plus the black knife Chusui that was held in your hand by Master Yu and slowly raised. How can this not make Uchiha Itachi frightened? Yu-Sama, where does this look like giving him a gift? Obviously it looks like he is going to be hacked to death. Really, it will be hacked to death. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were a little desperate. Facing Master Yu and the Black Sword Chusui, let alone him, even if standing in the entire ninja world, except for Master Yu, all the 5 shadows above the ninjas hardly have any resistance. But he didn't understand. Master Yu always kept his words. And if Yu-Sama wanted to kill him, he would have been killed long ago, and he would never be returned to the Uchiha clan a few times. Moreover, with Master Yu's current status, you don't need to do it yourself if you want to kill him, this little person. As long as you move your mouth, he will be dead. Where does it need to be so troublesome? Oh, my consciousness is starting to be a little unclear. The sweat on Uchiha Itachi's face dripped down his chin to the ground, clutching his injured shoulder tightly, and knelt on one knee, his vision blurred. Of course I want to give you a big gift, kid, Mangekyo Sharingan, you know? Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was a little pale due to excessive blood loss, and grinned in no hurry. Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly and looked up at Yu in disbelief. Mangekyo Sharingan, he naturally knows. The Uchiha clan, the ultimate pupil technique formed after the evolution of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Known as the culmination of all blood succession boundaries. Even if it is formed by the changes of the 3 chakra attributes, the blood succession elimination that surpasses the blood succession boundary is not an opponent of Mangekyo Sharingan. In the entire ninja world, the only one who can be as famous as Mangekyo Sharingan is Woodstyle, who was buried along with first Hokage and Senju Hashirama. For Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi has a deeper understanding. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, started Mangekyo Sharingan. He has known about this since the incident of the Uchiha clan that day. And since that day, he has often been trained by his father with Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi is very clear about the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Even before, when Uchiha Itachi made up his mind to retake his brother Sasuke, he asked his father how to start Mangekyo Sharingan. But his father, who had always been cultivating, almost knew everything about him, was silent. His father's expression at the time, and now Uchiha Itachi, when recalled, felt a sense of depression in his heart. At that time, his father looked extremely complicated. He opened his mouth several times to say something to him, but in the end he didn't say anything. There was silence for not knowing how long. His father Uchiha Fugaku said to him, "That's not power, it's a curse." No matter how puzzled he was afterwards, his father Uchiha Fugaku responded with silence. He had never seen such a complicated expression on his father Uchiha Fugaku's face. As if it were true, as his father Uchiha Fugaku said, what Mangekyo Sharingan brought to his father was not power, but a curse. But now, what does Master Yu mean by Mangekyo Sharingan? Is it to let him turn on Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Itachi felt incredible, but he couldn't think of the other explanation in Mr. Yu's words. Yes, Lord Yu, do you want to? Uchiha Itachi straightened up hard, looked at Yu, and said hesitantly. Yes, I want you to turn on Mangekyo Sharingan, how about it? Is this a great gift? Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi and grinned. Although there have been speculations, I heard Master Yu say that Uchiha Itachi's mind was still struck by a flash of lightning and plunged into chaos. Even Maoyue Shion on the side had her beautiful eyes widened. The reputation of Mangekyo Sharingan is really too great, that is, the eyes that the legendary ninja in the world of ninja once possessed, Uchiha Madara. Although the Maoyue clan is not a big family, they still know such information. And Uzu Shion has been with Yu for so long, knowing more. In the past, the Uchiha clan was squeezed out by Konoha's high levels, in addition to the will left by second Hokage. The more important reason is Konoha executives, be wary of the possible birth of Mangekyo Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Such power, Lord Yu, do you want to give it to the guy in front of you? Uzu Shion felt a little weird. Yu-Sama, when did you talk so easily? Yes, Lord Yu, Mangekyo. Uchiha Itachi, who was shocked by the excessive blood loss and the sudden news, even started talking nonsense. Nor can it be blamed on Uchiha Itachi. Mangekyo Sharingan was in the Uchiha clan and was almost mythical before. And his father, Uchiha Fugaku's attitude towards Mangekyo Sharingan made Uchiha Itachi even more curious. Mangekyo Sharingan, why on earth can make his father show such an expression? Look at your expression, that guy Fugaku probably told you about it, right? You Sharingan of the Uchiha clan need mental stimulation to evolve Sharingan. When you are greatly stimulated by the spirit, a special chakra will be formed in the brains of your Uchiha clan. And this kind of chakra will help Sharingan evolve. It's okay for ordinary Sharingan to evolve to 3-Go Jade, but to evolve to Mangekyo Sharingan, ordinary mental stimulation is useless. The best thing is to witness the death of a loved one. Yu said, watching Uchiha Itachi's expression change from shocked to pale, and a smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. For Yu, it makes no difference whether Uchiha Itachi turns on Mangekyo Sharingan or not. Yu simply wanted to have fun with Uchiha Itachi. And Uchiha Itachi's expression made Yu very satisfied. Family, best friend, death? Uchiha Itachi's face was as pale as paper, his pupils shrunk, and his body was covered with sweat, as if he had been fished out of the water. He finally knows now, why did his father show such an expression when he asked how to turn on Mangekyo Sharingan. I also know why his father said that Mangekyo Sharingan is not power at all, but the cause of curse. The eye of the curse can only be opened at the cost of the death of a loved one. Such eyes. Boom. Uchiha Itachi suddenly thought of something, his face full of horror. He raised his head suddenly, looked at Yu, and then threw himself on his knees. Yes, Lord Yu, I don't want Mangekyo Sharingan, I don't want it, please. Uchiha Itachi burst into tears, his forehead slammed on the ground, his voice revealed despair. In Uchiha Itachi, I want to come to Mangekyo Sharingan that can only be opened by witnessing the death of his relatives. The method Yu-sama asked him to open, wouldn't he be to kill his parents and younger brother? Thinking of his father and younger brother being killed by Yu-sama in front of him, Uchiha Itachi almost fainted. Such a power, he absolutely does not want it. Chimu Yu, said I would give it away. No one has dared to refuse it yet, brat, you are the first one. Yu frowned slightly, looked at Uchiha Itachi who was kneeling in front of him indifferently, and said coldly. Yes, Lord Yu, please, I don't want Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi couldn't even care about the pain on his shoulder, and kept knocking his head to the ground, banging. Don't forget about it, stinky kid. Chong, click. Yu's right hand suddenly covered armament hockey, grabbed Uchiha Itachi's injured shoulder, and then slammed hard. Wow. Uchiha Itachi only felt a panic of horror directly acting on his soul. This kind of severe pain almost made him lose the ability to think, and he could only continue to mourn. Boy, have a good taste, dare to refuse me Chimu Yu's fate. A smirk appeared at the corner of Yu's mouth, and armament hockey covered his hands. Woo. Bang. Wow. Next, I only heard bursts of mournful wailing to ultimate, which continued to be heard from the training ground. The despair and pain of howling makes people cry. Ho ho. I don't know how long it took. Uchiha Itachi slumped to the ground, and Sharingan, which was originally scarlet, had completely lost its luster at this moment and became dull and dull. Uchiha Itachi's expression was extremely distorted and desperate. But more, it is fortunate. Dying, he can feel it, and the power in his body is constantly disappearing. But it doesn't matter if he is dead, his parents and brother will never die in front of him. A smile of relief leaked from the corner of Uchiha Itachi's mouth. Boy, you don't think that I am going to kill your parents and your brother in front of you, and let you start Mangekyo Sharingan, right? At this time, Uchiha Itachi heard a slightly joking voice. This is completely different from the cold and merciless voice before. Uchiha Itachi's whole body looked like a glimmer of light, and he turned his gaze to the side with difficulty, and saw the playful look on Yu's face. No, isn't it? Uchiha Itachi moved his mouth, but couldn't make a sound at all. Of course not, as I said, it's a gift for you. But Yu seemed to know what Uchiha Itachi said and said jokingly. When Uchiha Itachi heard the words, he almost lost consciousness, his whole body was like a sheep having a seizure, and he trembled violently. He doesn't know yet, Yu-sama, clearly knows what he thinks, and then pretends not to know. He was beaten for nothing, he can't look down. Uchiha Itachi was very sad and indignant. It was enough to make it clear, but as a result, he was severely beaten by Lord Yu. Now, because of this injury and the huge amount of blood lost, he has reached the point of dying. It is said that Lord Yu's character is the worst in the ninja world. The former Uchiha Itachi just thinks Lord Yu is moody and likes to cut people. But now Uchiha Itachi finally knows why people in the world of ninja are so afraid of Yu-sama. Not only is it a matter of strength, but also Yu-sama's extremely bad personality. This is so much more ruthless than killing him directly. Uchiha Itachi even had the urge to cry. This kind of physical and mental torture is really a pain his age should not bear. But then, Uchiha Itachi couldn't even think. The whole person seemed to be empty, and his brain was blank. The scenes from his birth to the present, like playing a movie, flashed in his mind. It turns out that it's true that people remember the past before they die. Uchiha Itachi thought of a book he had read, and said silently. But next, something that made Uchiha Itachi extremely angry happened. The time from his birth to the present is too short. And there are not many things that impressed him. Except for the birth of his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke and the teachings of his father Uchiha Fugaku. Most often, he was beaten severely by Master Uyu, and Master Uyu ordered others to beat him severely. This made Uchiha Itachi almost crazy with grief. That's too much. Even the memories before death are scenes of being beaten up by Master Uyu. Slowly, a grieving Uchiha Itachi, his consciousness gradually returned to darkness. Is this death? It's not as painful as imagined. Consciousness, plunged into darkness, Uchiha Itachi's last remaining consciousness muttered. That's right. The previous severe beatings have weakened my perception of pain long ago, and naturally I can't feel too much pain. Uchiha Itachi thought with a wry smile. After the last thought became heavy, Uchiha Itachi's consciousness gradually sank into nothingness. At this moment, a dazzling white light appeared, turning into a little warm current, all over Uchiha Itachi's body. The scorching white light gradually dissipated Uchiha Itachi's dark consciousness. I don't know how long it took. Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes in confusion. Boy, how long will you lie down? At this time, a familiar voice sounded, causing Uchiha Itachi's body to tremble suddenly as if it could not, and he recovered. Yes, Lord Uyu? Me, am I dead? Uchiha Itachi turned his head abruptly, his face full of disbelief when he saw the face of the person in front of him clearly. I looked around and found that he was still in the training ground of Lord Uyu. And judging by the sunlight outside, the time hasn't been too long. In the training ground, besides Lord Uyu and the purple-haired girl before, there were a few more people. The others, Uchiha Itachi did not know, but the leading woman, Uchiha Itachi still knew. Lord Tsunade. One of Konoha's Sannin, the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world known as the Medical Master. Is it? Did Master Tsunade save yourself? But then, Uchiha Itachi denied it himself. It is absolutely impossible for Tsunade-sama to save him. The previous feeling of consciousness slowly becoming heavier and falling into a dead silence is definitely not an illusion. That is the feeling of real death. Even if it is Tsunade-sama, it is impossible to bring people back to life. But why did he come back to life again at this moment? Even the wound on the body has been recovered. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists in disbelief, and realized that the pale color that had been lost due to excessive blood loss had long since disappeared. Instead, it is the rosy color that symbolizes life. Yes, Lord Uyu, this is... Uchiha Itachi was full of disbelief. This is no longer what medical ninjutsu can explain. Medical ninjutsu, it is impossible to regenerate his blood. This is simply a divine means to bring people back to life. Surprised. Kid, unseen guy. When Uyu saw Uchiha Itachi's face full of disbelief, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and cursed. In the original book, after Might Guy opened the 8-gate dead door, his whole body faced collapse, and the power of 6 paths could rescue him. Uchiha Itachi, a mere Uchiha Itachi, gradually died due to excessive blood loss. It was not difficult to pull back from the ghost gate. When Uchiha Itachi heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched. Is this a problem he has no knowledge of? Is this power that can bring people back to life a matter of insight? That is simply a miracle. But even though he complained in his heart, Uchiha Itachi didn't dare to say more, standing respectfully in front of Uyu, acting as if he was listening to his teachings. And Tsunade on the side also gave Uyu an angry look. According to Uyu's words, isn't she ignorant? Although it is not the first time I have seen it, Tsunade is still amazed every time I see the magic of the power of the so-called Shanluo Wanxiang power in Uyu's mouth. Because of the power of Sanluo Vientian as a research object, even her medical ninjutsu has been greatly improved. But the price of letting Uyu let her research is that she gave Uyu a lot of excitement that cannot be used for outsiders. Of course, this can be regarded as some small fun between the two. Boy, turn on your Sharingan. Uyu picked up a bottle of wine and took a sip, and said to Uchiha Itachi. Yes, Master Yu. Why did I turn on Sharingan? Did I turn on Mangekyo Sharingan? But I didn't feel anything unusual? Uchiha Itachi was taken aback when he heard the words, and doubts arose in his mind. But immediately, Uchiha Itachi came to his senses, and he had to take a snapshot at the order of Master Yu, otherwise, it would be another severe beating. Yes, Lord Yu. Uchiha Itachi said respectfully, holding chakra tightly to his eyes, and the scarlet three-tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Well, the stimulation is not enough. Yu looked at the three-tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Itachi's eyes without any surprises. That's right. The way Yu came up with is to keep Uchiha Itachi on the verge of death, and to constantly stimulate Uchiha Itachi's spirit through the pain of death. Although this kind of stimulation is certainly not as great for Uchiha Itachi as the mental stimulation of witnessing the death of his parents and younger brother. But the so-called quantitative change produces a qualitative change. If it doesn't work once, then twice. If it doesn't work twice, then 3 times, until countless times. Just beating Uchiha Itachi, is that fun? Of course not. Numerous ravages of Uchiha Itachi have allowed him to continue to experience the pain of death, and in the name of helping Uchiha Itachi open Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku knows, I'm afraid I have to thank Dade for thanking myself. In this way, it is called having fun. As for whether Uchiha Itachi can actually turn on Mangekyo Sharingan, that is not what Yu cares about. After all, there was no such precedent before. But for Yu, having fun is the goal. It doesn't matter if Uchiha Itachi turns on Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, if it can be turned on, it is naturally best. At that time, Yu also intends to let Uchiha Itachi work back to his old career in the original book and go to the Akatsuki organization as a spy. At this time, the guy Obito was about to attack Akatsuki. But Obito was beaten badly by himself, plus a black Zetsu who almost died in his own hands. What if these two bastards are afraid to come to Konoha? Don't you have a lot less fun? Uchiha Itachi's job is nothing but to encourage members of Akatsuki to come to him. In this case, Yu doesn't have to bother, just wait for the fun to come. Thorn, not enough stimulation. Uchiha Itachi was stunned when he heard the words, and then suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Yes, Lord Yu. What do you mean? Suppressing the bad feeling in my heart, Uchiha Itachi asked dryly. Bang. Boy. Why are you so stupid? Only powerful mental stimulation can enable you to turn on Mangekyo Sharingan, so you can turn on Mangekyo Sharingan under the stimulation of death, understand? Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi's expression and slapped it up, cursing. His Uchiha Itachi let out a painful cry, and then a faint flash in his eyes. It turned out to be like this. In addition to witnessing the death of a loved one, there is such a way to start Mangekyo Sharingan. This is a secret that he doesn't even know as the father of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi thought a little excitedly. Uchiha Itachi did not doubt what Yu-sama said. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, has occasionally had 2 drinks since the Uchiha clan gradually merged into Konoha. Once, his father drank too much and said a few more words to him. At that time, Uchiha Itachi knew that the father was able to start Mangekyo Sharingan, and it was Master Yu who instructed him. Their Uchiha clan, a clan monument passed down from generation to generation, Master Yu knows, unexpectedly more than his father. Maybe, the method Yu-sama said was recorded on the stone monument of their Uchiha clan, a secret that even his father hadn't seen. The more I think about it, the more sure Uchiha Itachi is. This must be the secrets engraved on the monument of their Uchiha clan. If Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on in this way, it is not a curse, but a real power. Uchiha Itachi thought expectantly. Master Yu, the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan contains records about how we need to experience death in order to start Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi plucked up his courage and asked. If there is no way, how many times will he have to die before he can start Mangekyo Sharingan? With the feeling of being on the verge of death, when I think of it, Uchiha Itachi feels chills in his heart. That is the dryness in the absolute sense, the desperate darkness. Huh. Who told you this, kid? This is what is engraved on the monument of the Uchiha clan. Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi strangely. When Uchiha Itachi heard the words, his expression was a little sluggish, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger. Well, what is it? Uchiha Itachi asked tremblingly. I guessed it. Yu said of course. Silence, silence like death. Uchiha Itachi looked sluggish, as if he had lost his soul. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi trembled all over, as if a sheep had a seizure, shaking violently. Push. Guessed? Isn't it the Yu-sama guessed it himself? Guess. Doesn't that mean that even Master Yu doesn't know whether he can turn on Mangekyo Sharingan under the stimulus of death? Doesn't that mean that if this method fails to enable Mangekyo Sharingan, then he will be killed countless times by Yu-sama before you get bored and give up? Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi only felt dizzy in his head and almost fainted. That is, death. It's not drinking water to eat. The experience of one death made Uchiha Itachi feel cold. After countless times, that kind of feeling is more painful than having him cut alive. Tsunade and Izuki Yuyan on the side sympathized with Uchiha Itachi, who was on the verge of collapse. But they are more of a matter of course. They just said, "When did Yu speak so well? Let Uchiha Itachi turn on Mangekyo Sharingan for nothing." It turned out to be Uchiha Itachi as a guinea pig. I experienced death countless times, and I experienced death in Yu's hands, which was pain that even the tail beast could not bear. Just talk about the original 9 tails, how arrogant it was. How unyielding. The result? Now what Yu tells 9 tails to do, it does what it does. Even 9 tails can't bear it, let alone Uchiha Itachi in front of you. Yes, Master Yu, can you give me a quasi-trust? How many deaths do I have to endure? Uchiha Itachi calmed down for a while, and asked with trembling lips. Don't ask clearly, he panicked. And looking at Master Yu's actions, it was obvious that he was going to be hacked to death with a black knife chusui. That black sword was the strongest sword that killed countless powerful men in the ninja world, and even a few big-tailed beasts surrendered. Moreover, it is rumored that this black knife has a special material that will make the person who has been hacked feel unbearable pain. This is why the big-tailed beasts surrendered to Lord Yu. Although this is a rumor, what if it is true? If this is cut on him, he won't have to die of pain? And no one in the ninja world knows that Yu-sama is the most impatient of 1.6. In case this method prevents him from opening Mangekyo Sharingan, Master Yu may be impatient soon. If this is impatient, and a knife really hacks him to death, then there is really nowhere to cry. The feeling of being hacked to death by a single knife and being hacked by countless knives, I don't know which knife will really kill you, but it's completely different. That kind of despair, Uchiha Itachi has not experienced yet, and he feels as cold as falling into an ice cave in his heart. Before Uchiha Itachi could react, he saw a dark purple light across his body. The blood gushes out like a gushing spring water. Wow. Immediately afterwards, the pain was 10 times more violent than the most painful pain before, drowning Uchiha Itachi, causing him to let out a horrible cry from the depths of his soul. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi knows, that is not a rumor at all. And the severity of the pain is countless times more exaggerated than the rumors. It was like someone took a knife and slashed directly on the soul. That's a lot of nonsense, kid. Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was screaming, and gave a smirk. Next, I will treat you well, kid. Yu grinned and raised the black knife in his hand again. Master Yu, wait. Puff, puff, puff. Uchiha Itachi's face turned green and wanted to say something, but before he could say it, he was desperately drowned in countless knives. Ah. Puff, puff, puff. Wow. In Yu's private training ground, the black and purple knife light is brighter than Ji Xing, constantly lit up. Under this moving beauty, the power of terror is hidden. Every time it lights up, countless blood spills on Uchiha Itachi. Accompanied by Uchiha Itachi's horrible howl from the depths of his soul. It hurts. Pain. Unbearable torture. This is what Uchiha Itachi is thinking at the moment. He no longer knows how many times he has been hacked to death under the terrifying black sword autumn water of Master Yu. Too many times, it is impossible to count them. But one thing Uchiha Itachi can be sure of is that the blood on his body is not the blood he had before coming to Master Yu. I don't know how many times he has changed it. And the pain of being hacked is completely different from ordinary pain. General pain is tolerable. In other words, when the body will adapt to the pain, the ability to resist pain will increase, and the perception of pain will weaken. Resistance to pain is also one of the required courses for ninjas. After all, for the ninja and the hidden villages, intelligence is definitely the most important thing. And a ninja, unless an invincible strong like Uyu-sama, who can guarantee that he will not be caught accidentally during the mission. After being captured, you will definitely face the most painful and unbearable punishment to let you tell the information you need. At this time, how to resist the first wave of pain is of utmost importance. Given the importance of intelligence, the ninja naturally needs training in this regard. Although Uchiha Itachi is still young, Konoha's genius ninja, and the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, has long been trained in this area. After all, sometimes, if you are captured and kept silent, you can survive and support the possible rescue. But if you say everything as soon as you receive 12 sentences, then there is no value. What you wait for is death. Generally speaking, as long as you resist the first wave of pain, it will be easier and easier to resist the pain afterwards. This is also the reason why Konoha's torture forces are now paying more attention to psychological torture. The efficiency of purely physical torture is too low and too low. Uchiha Itachi originally thought about it the same way. As long as he survived the previous waves of pain, it would be much easier. But now, after experiencing so many painful times, Uchiha Itachi found that it was useless at all. This terrible attack that directly seems to act directly on the soul can't be withstood, just can't be withstood. The reason for the tolerance to general pain is the body's adaptation and numbness. But it directly affects the soul, how can it be numb? Moreover, in general torture, the party who is tortured at the end will always be careful to prevent the ninja being tortured from being unable to withstand the punishment and directly dying. But Master Uyu doesn't have to think about these at all. Picking up a knife is just slashing to death. And that kind of special energy can also pull him back from the ghost gate again and again, without worrying about whether or not he will die. It is the kind of special energy that makes Uchiha Itachi unable to even pass out. Under normal punishment, the body will automatically activate protective measures at a certain time, that is, let the body fall into a coma. In a coma, it is also a restoration of the body and a relief of the spirit. But in front of the kind of energy of Master Uyu, even half of the dead can be pulled back for you. Let alone a coma. Want a coma? There are no doors. In front of that kind of magical power, even if you want to die, you can't do it at all. Now Uchiha Itachi finally knows why ninja is so afraid of Uyu-sama. Why do those tail beasts obey Master Uyu so much? This kind of pain is really not simply hard resistance and can be endured. Now Uchiha Itachi has only one idea: hurry up and start Mangekyo Sharingan. If he doesn't turn it on again, his spirit will break down. No. In front of that mysterious power, he couldn't break his spirits. Can only continue to bear this kind of pain. Puff. Wow. Another round of bright black and purple knife lights lit up, and Uchiha Itachi again wailed. I don't know how long it took. Uchiha Itachi's closed eyes trembled slightly. Slowly, Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes hard, feeling relaxed all over. This kind of ease is not so comfortable, but Uchiha Itachi, who feels that he has not been cut for a while. For Uchiha Itachi, who has been covered by endless swords before, this is simply a luxury. For Uchiha Itachi, not being chopped is already a great enjoyment. The current Uchiha Itachi just wants to take a good night's sleep to restore his exhausted spirit to ultimate. Haha, I really am a genius. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi heard Master Yuyu's laughter, and gave a violent shock. Yuyu-sama just laughed like this, and chopped him at the same time. Yes, Lord Uyu. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uyu laughing in horror, shaking with fear. Boy, haven't you felt your change yet? Yuyu looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was shaking with horror on his face, took a sip of the wine, and grinned. Change? This is... Uchiha Itachi was stunned when he heard the words, and then subconsciously felt his own body. Suddenly, a completely different feeling from before came from his eyes. Everything in the world is extremely clear in his eyes at this moment. The eyes of the 3 Tomo Sharingan compared to the previous 3 Tomo Sharingan, and I don't know how much stronger pupil power is, making Uchiha Itachi's brain a little dizzy. This pupil power? This is... Uchiha Itachi muttered in disbelief. Mangekyo Sharingan, how does it feel? Yuyu looked at the sickle-shaped pattern in Uchiha Itachi's eyes and asked with interest. Mangekyo Sharingan, I really turned it on? When Uchiha Itachi heard the words, he froze in place, feeling the terrible pupil power in his eyes in disbelief. This pupil power is still too large for him, and the opening of this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan puts a huge burden on his body. However, Compared with the gains of Mangekyo Sharingan, it is not worth mentioning. With these eyes, he can better protect his brother. Uchiha Itachi thought so. At the same time, I also expressed great gratitude to Yu. Yu-Sama personally took the shot and slashed him tirelessly to help him turn on Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at the sky, it was night. In the entire ninja world, who can make Yu-Sama spend such a long time? Uchiha Itachi didn't even know how he was capable of making Master Yu so bother. According to Uchiha Itachi's conjecture, Yu-Sama must have tried this way of opening Mangekyo Sharingan countless times. Only finally got the feasibility of this method. No wonder my father is so loyal to Yu-Sama. Yu-Sama's kindness to them Uchiha is really great. It seems that as his father said, Lord Yu and their Uchiha clan are extremely closely related. Uchiha Itachi at this time was extremely moved. As for the pain and torture suffered before, is that called pain and torture? That is Master Yu's love and expectation for him. Uchiha Itachi thought moved. Yes, Lord Yu, I. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth and wanted to say some words of gratitude, but now his brain is a little dull after experiencing those pains. In addition, he was not a very good speaker. Okay, don't thank me, I will grow up well, and get used to these eyes. In the future, I still have important things to do for you. Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi's touched expression, waved his hand, and grinned. What is having fun? This is called having fun. Cut Uchiha Itachi half to death, and still be touched by him, and let him use the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan to help himself. The more you think about it, the more Yu finds this fun. Yu-Sama, don't worry, I will work hard. Uchiha Itachi respectfully responded. At the same time, I am more certain, this is the expectation and love of Yu Lord for him. Master Yu is so benevolent, he must work hard to practice and go through fire and water for Master Yu. Uchiha Itachi thought this way. Okay, go ahead. Yu waved to Uchiha Itachi. Yu was a little sweaty when he chopped it today. Later, he will go to a hot spring. Well, let Tsunade and Shizune rub their backs together. Yes, Lord Yu, then I will retire. Uchiha Itachi said respectfully, then raised his leg with difficulty and moved outside. But even if he moved, Uchiha Itachi couldn't move. After the ultimate pain, suddenly relaxed, Uchiha Itachi found that he couldn't control his body at all. Even if you move your fingers a little, it becomes very difficult. What? If you are not leaving, do you want me to send you off? Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi who was constantly moving, and his eyes narrowed slightly. No, Lord Yu, I can go back by myself. Uchiha Itachi was shocked when he heard the words, and said quickly. Although Lord Yu cares about him and looks forward to him. But Lord Yu's expectation and love are not so easy to bear. What if Yu-Sama got interested and cut him a few more times? When Uchiha Itachi thought of the pain he had experienced before, he felt shivering in his heart. The experience of being hacked to death and resurrected again, Uchiha Itachi really doesn't try again. He couldn't bear this kind of care, but moving like this is not a solution. Yu-Sama's patience is notoriously bad. If Yu-Sama becomes impatient with waiting, then the consequences. Uchiha Itachi shuddered when he thought about it. Feeling the piercing gaze of Yu-Sama behind him, Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth. Climb down directly. Uchiha Itachi's face flushed, like a caterpillar, crawling out with difficulty. Every time his body moves, Uchiha Itachi has to use all his strength to move out with great difficulty. As for Uchiha Itachi's body, the blood had drawn a blood mark on the ground. Although Uchiha Itachi has soiled his private training ground a bit, Yu doesn't mind. Looking with interest at Uchiha Itachi, who is climbing out like a caterpillar. Yu, this method can actually turn on Mangekyo Sharingan in 667. How did you guess it? Tsunade also looked at Uchiha Itachi like a caterpillar amusedly, and then looked at Yu in disbelief. For Mangekyo Sharingan's understanding, Tsunade is definitely the one who knows the deepest besides Yu. As the granddaughter of first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the granddaughter of the Senju clan, there is no doubt about the understanding of the Uchiha clan. The Senju clan and Uchiha clan were mortal enemies during the Sengoku period. The two sides do not know how many years the other side's research has been. In the Senju clan, the records of the Uchiha clan accounted for almost half of the records in all the clan. For Sharingan, the most proud of the Uchiha clan, the record is even more detailed. As for Mangekyo Sharingan, the Senju clan has detailed records of everything that has appeared in history. Tsunade is very clear about the scary and scarcity of this pupil technique. Even in the cruel and war-torn Sengoku period, Mangekyo Sharingan is absolutely rare. Under such circumstances, it is natural for Tsunade to be surprised that a kid like Uchiha Itachi can turn on Mangekyo Sharingan. According to the records of the Senju clan, no member of the Uchiha clan had ever activated Mangekyo Sharingan when he was dying. This is equivalent to opening up a new method opened by Mangekyo Sharingan. This is subversive for the Uchiha clan and for the entire ninja world. Of course, this method can only be used by UYU. After all, others can't pull people back from the line of life and death countless times. How many times Uchiha Itachi was near death, she can't even count. If members of the Uchiha clan try this method without authorization, they really don't know how to die. How did I guess this method? Yu looked at Tsunade's shocked eyes and grinned. The sound of discussion here caused Uchiha Itachi, who was about to crawl out of the training ground, to stop. He is also very curious. The experiment revealed the truth. Do you understand? This kid can turn on Mangekyo Sharingan, I didn't expect. The latter words, Uchiha Itachi can no longer hear. At this moment, in his mind, it was as if a detonating talisman exploded suddenly, and he was directly stunned. So, this is not what Uyu-sama carefully prepared for him. He, Uchiha Itachi, just became the guinea pig of Lord Uyu? When Uchiha Itachi thought of this, there was an urge to cry. Master Uyu, return what he was moved by just now. Why are you kid haggling and not leaving? Let me help you. At this moment, a curse sounded. Uchiha Itachi's face turned green in an instant. At this time, Konoha's sky was bright, but most of the area was still in darkness. Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Crack, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the door of Uchiha Fugaku's house slowly opened, but after a long time, no one came in. Huh. Who is it? Is it Itachi? Uchiha Fugaku frowned, stood up and called. Although it was just after 6 o'clock in the morning, Uchiha Fugaku, who had something in his heart, had already woke up. Said to wake up, but in fact Uchiha Fugaku did not sleep almost all night. After all, his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, went to Master Yuyu's residence yesterday and accepted the gift of Master Uyu. There has been no news yet. Excitement, worry, joy, panic. Countless emotions were mixed, and Uchiha Fugaku couldn't sleep at all. What's more, almost a whole day has passed, and his eldest son Uchiha Itachi has not returned. If it's just a simple gift, it doesn't take so long, right? And Uchiha Fugaku knows that, although Uyu-sama's residence has many guest rooms. But there are only so few people in the entire ninja realm who are lucky enough to stay in the mansion of Lord Uyu. Not to mention his eldest son Uchiha Itachi, even the patriarch of his Uchiha clan has no such honor. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku's mood is like a roller coaster, from joy and excitement to worry and panic. After all, Master Yuyu's temper is well known in the shinobi world. If it makes Uyu-sama unhappy, then the consequences are not something the Uchiha clan can afford. After calling twice, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart when there was no movement. Woo! After a flash, Uchiha Fugaku rushed to the gate and saw Uchiha Itachi, who had passed out of a coma. Itachi? Uchiha Fugaku was shocked, shaking all over. It's no wonder Uchiha Fugaku is so gaff, it's really that Uchiha Itachi looks too terrifying at this time. I saw Uchiha Itachi's clothes all over his body, almost cut into rags by a sharp weapon, and hung on his body, covered with blood all over. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't imagine the bloodstain of this scale, how much blood Itachi shed. This is going to drain the blood all over your body, right? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itachi, who could no longer see his face, and touched Uchiha Itachi's neck with trembling fingers. Itachi, how could this be? Reaching out his hand several times, Uchiha Fugaku didn't have any courage to actually press it. After all, seeing Uchiha Itachi like this, Uchiha Fugaku is really hard to imagine that Itachi will survive. The blood on Itachi's body is probably going to drain, right? Itachi, what did you do? Let Uyu-sama punish him like that. I don't know when. Uchiha Fugaku has burst into tears, and his whole body is trembling constantly. I don't know how long it took. Uchiha Fugaku finally made up his mind. gritted his teeth and placed his right hand on the eldest son's neck, shaking. Itachi, how could this? Uchiha Fugaku was about to cry, and suddenly froze in place. Boom. Boom. A strong pulse came from Uchiha Fugaku's right finger. What's so special? Look at this stinky boy's pulse. Where does it look like he has lost too much blood? The beating is more powerful than him. Itachi. You brat. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was asleep, and became angry. Yes, from Uchiha Fugaku's point of view at this time, where is Uchiha Itachi in a coma? Obviously fell asleep. Who is in a coma and can have such a strong pulse? Uchiha Fugaku yelled angrily and slapped Uchiha Itachi on the back of the head with a skillful slap. Just now, he really scared him to death. Bang. Although not strong, Uchiha Itachi seemed to have an instinctive reaction, shaking his whole body, and his open eyes were full of horror. When he saw the angry figure in front of him clearly, Uchiha Itachi was relieved immediately. He thought that Lord Uyu was going to beat him again, and he almost scared him to death. As for his father's angry face and clenched fists, it's not that Uchiha Itachi looked down on his father. Compared with Uyu-sama, Uchiha Itachi just wanted to say, "This is it? What the hell is going on? Why did it happen like this?" and fell asleep at the door of the house. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itachi's expression from frightened to extremely calm, inexplicably angry, and said angrily, "Don't talk about this now, father, can you help me?" Uchiha Itachi moved all over, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Because too much blood was shed, the blood formed blood scabs on his body. This makes Uchiha Itachi, who has always loved cleanliness, feel a little uncomfortable. "Okay. When you take a shower, let me see what you tell me." The more Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itachi's calm expression, the more angry he became. If Uchiha Itachi hit Uchiha Itachi just now, it was Uchiha Fugaku's reaction after being frightened. So now, I am really angry. Rudely lifted Uchiha Itachi up and closed the door rudely. Bang. Let's talk about it. What's going on? What happened to Lord Uyu? What is Lord Uyu's gift? After Uchiha Itachi took a bath and had something to eat, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itachi and asked. When Uchiha Itachi heard the words, his mouth twitched and opened, but he didn't know where to start. In the end, Uchiha Itachi decided to show Master Uyu's gift first to be more convincing. Chakra concentrated in his eyes, and a terrifying pupil power that moved Uchiha Fugaku's face, slowly overflowed. This is... Uchiha Fugaku looked at the sickle-shaped Sharingan in Uchiha Itachi's eyes in disbelief, shaking all over. Why, how could this be? Mangekyo Sharingan. You. As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, tears flowed down unconsciously, and his whole body was trembling constantly. Father, what's wrong with you? Looking at Uchiha Fugaku's sad expression, Uchiha Itachi was stunned. Is the blood you washed away from Sasuke? Uchiha Fugaku's lips trembled, looking at Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, as if seeing the life of his young son, Uchiha Sasuke. After all, the clan steel of the Uchiha clan and his personal experience have shown that Mangekyo Sharingan's eye-opening method is to witness the death of his relatives. And his eldest son, Uyu-sama's mansion where he went to witness the death of his relatives, is not only his young son, Uchiha Sasuke? The more I thought about it, the more grief Uchiha Fugaku felt. He didn't understand why Uyu-sama liked Sasuke. But Uchiha Fugaku did not blame Uchiha Itachi, Uyu-sama's decision, which was not something Itachi could resist. And the opening of Mangekyo Sharingan also proved how deep the relationship between Itachi and Sasuke really is. How sad should Itachi have witnessed the death of his younger brother? Thinking of the heart-piercing pain when he killed his best friend with his own hands, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly hugged Uchiha Itachi and hugged him tightly. Tears dripped down his cheeks and fell into Uchiha Itachi's slightly opened mouth. Uchiha Itachi felt the salty taste in his mouth, the corners of his mouth twitched, and a chill in his heart. If he reads it right, his father's tears and nose are all mixed together, right? Then, this salty taste. Uchiha Itachi, there is an urge to kill him. Father, Sasuke is all right. But then, Uchiha Itachi looked at his father who was getting more and more grieved, and said quickly. Besides, when the mother wakes up, if she also misunderstands, what will happen is not what Uchiha Itachi can imagine. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi was also a little upset in his heart, why he forgot about it. His father also started Mangekyo Sharingan and knew the only way to start Mangekyo Sharingan. Misunderstandings are also taken for granted. What? Uchiha Fugaku heard Uchiha Itachi's loud yelling, and his expression of grief froze on his face. Sasuke. Okay. Then, what's the matter with Mangekyo Sharingan in Itachi's eyes? Who died? Then, is Shisui dead? Or? Uchiha Fugaku asked. They are all fine, no one died. Hearing the names of people who are close to him came out of his father's mouth, Uchiha Itachi twitched and interrupted. In order to prevent his father from misunderstanding anything, Uchiha Itachi quickly explained everything that had happened. And Uchiha Fugaku, the more he listened, the bigger his mouth opened, and in the end, his face was shocked. Diaresis actually, it is possible to open Mangekyo Sharingan like this? Yu-Yu-sama really deserves to be the heir of the ancestors of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku trembled with excitement. Although this method can only be used by Yu-Yu-sama, Uchiha Fugaku is not too unwilling. His eldest son can turn on Mangekyo Sharingan, and Master Yu has already given them the great kindness of the Uchiha clan. Itachi. You are so rude, Master Yu is so graceful. Why did you come back like this? How did I educate you since I was a kid? Tomorrow, take me to Master Yu's mansion and kneel down to apologize. Uchiha Fugaku recovered from his excitement, frowning and scolded. When Uchiha Itachi heard this, his mouth twitched and opened his mouth, but said nothing. He was regarded as a guinea pig by Yu-Sama, and he was almost hacked to death. He had to be scolded by his father, and he had to kneel down to plead guilty. If they go to kneel down to plead guilty, it will take a few days to kneel. Master Yu, sometimes you may not leave the mansion for a few days. And they kneel down, and it is impossible for them to enter Master Yu's private domain without permission. I can only kneel outside the private territory of Lord Yu, and wait for Lord Yu quietly. But Uchiha Itachi didn't say anything, and nodded silently. Regardless of whether Yu-Sama treats him as a guinea pig, it is a fact that no one can deny that he turned on Mangekyo Sharingan because of Yu-Sama. This kind of great grace, let alone kneeling, even if it is for Yu-Sama's death, it should be. Well, after kneeling down and pleading back, I will teach you how to use these eyes. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, and said with some relief. But while speaking, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly felt a salty and relieved expression at the corner of his mouth, and froze on his face. Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku looked at his eldest son tremblingly, and said. What's the matter, father? Uchiha Itachi looked at his father who was acting strangely. Just now, you didn't see anything, did you? Uchiha Fugaku said lightly, his tone extremely dangerous. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. It seems that it can only make you forget this memory that you shouldn't have. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the expression of his eldest son, and his whole body trembled more severely. He has always been in front of his son, a strict father's posture. In front of the clansmen of the family, he is also a majestic patriarch. Now that he was crying bitterly, he was seen by the eldest son, and Uchiha Fugaku had all his desire to die. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes moved, Mangekyo Sharingan turned on, but then, Uchiha Fugaku's expression froze. Why did he forget? Itachi also turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, and his illusion skills did not have much effect on Itachi. Then there is only one last way to live. Uchiha Fugaku, under Uchiha Itachi's stiff expression, found an iron stick. Itachi, my stupid son, everything will be fine when he wakes up. Blame you for also turning on Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itachi's green expression and slowly raised the stick in his hand. Uchiha profound meaning physical amnesia technique. Woo. Bang. Ah. Spring goes and autumn comes, the sun and the moon change. Time is always passing by inadvertently. In a blink of an eye, several years passed quietly. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone on the ground of Konoha, breaking the dead silence of the night. Although Konoha now has the reputation of the city that never sleeps, it has already had a curfew. The curfew time is fluctuating. According to Konoha's legend, the sleeping time of Master Chimu Yu. Konoha, Naruto. Tons, two young figures stood on the Hokage rock, and one of them was drinking with tons of wine. The other young figure looked at each other angrily. Naruto, you bastard, stealing my wine again. Sasuke let out a roar, his eyes glowed with scarlet light, and in his eyes, two Guyu jades slowly turned. Little, stingy. My mother is strict, you don't know, and my father's wine has been robbed by the master. How can your family have too much wine? Naruto looked at his face full of anger and turned on Sharingan Sasuke. Chakra shocked all over his body, forming a chakra tide, and confronting Sasuke. That's my master, not yours. Master has never recognized you. When Sasuke heard the words, he was even more furious, as if being touched on the scales, his hands were immediately pinched. Master never recognized you either. Naruto was also furious when he heard the words, and pinched his hands. Lightning-style Chidori. Rasengan. Ba. Om. The dazzling lightning and the ball-shaped chakra sphere appeared in the hands of Naruto and Sasuke. What? Naruto and Sasuke are fighting again. What a terrible chakra, it deserves to be with you Yu-sama. One is the son of 5th Hokage, and the other is the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. We can't be cruel. And beside the Hokage rock, many Konoha's ninjas looked anxious, but they didn't dare to act rashly. There are so many. Sass. Suddenly, at this moment, Naruto and Sasuke both looked fierce and slammed at each other. That's it. At this time, a yellow light flashed through 667. Minato skillfully grasped Naruto and Sasuke's hands with both hands, and slammed hard. It hurts. Father Smelly, let go, I must kill Sasuke today. I killed you bastard. Naruto and Sasuke let out a painful cry, then slammed their heads together, scolding angrily. Minato looked at Naruto and Sasuke whose heads hit each other, and the corners of his mouth twitched, looking helpless. He has no idea how many times he has dealt with this situation. Of course, it was Yu who caused this situation. Naruto and Sasuke have followed Yu since childhood, idolized Yu crazily, dreaming of worshipping Yu's school and becoming Yu's disciples. On the other hand, Yu let out his words, he can accept disciples, but there can only be one disciple under his school. Because of this, Naruto and Sasuke suddenly turned their faces, and grew up together, hugging, becoming enemies who want to kill each other all the time. As for Azuki Yuyan who followed Yu in his early years, it has already been renamed Chi Mu Xian, so naturally he is not a disciple of Yu. The dry fights like Naruto and Sasuke are performed almost every day. It's fine if ordinary children do it. By the way, Naruto and Sasuke followed Yu, and the improvement in their strength was terrible. But at the age of 6, he actually possessed the power comparable to that of a special Jonin. Such an improvement made him, 5th Hokage, frightened. And every time Minato didn't dare to make a tough hand, not to mention Sasuke, but Naruto. Kushina didn't want to fight too hard. But don't fight. Minato looked at the drunk Naruto and Sasuke, and felt a headache. In this case, a way to calm the two of them. Enough. You too, do you want to damage Yu's statue? If it breaks, Yu's method, you know it. Minato looked at Naruto and Sasuke and said loudly. Naruto and Sasuke, who were about to talk head to head, shuddered. Then the panic of ultimate appeared in his eyes. Although Naruto and Sasuke admired Yu to their bones, they also feared to their bones. They can't remember how many times you have been beaten up by Yu since childhood. Statue. Naruto and Sasuke raised their heads, and when they saw the only dust on the statue, they trembled. Swish. Swish. The two of them disappeared in the same place like crazy monsters, and in a blink of an eye they skillfully found the wiping tool, quickly wiping the dust on the statue. Minato looked at Yu's statue, almost able to reflect people's shadows, then looked at his own statue. It was full of wind and sand, and the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. Yu. Naturally there is a statue. Although Yu didn't have the slightest interest in becoming Hokage, Minato was stunned when he received the news that he would become the next generation 4th Hokage. At that time, Minato really didn't expect that, after all, his combat achievements were far too far behind Yu. And his teacher, Jiraiya, the other two of the legendary, Sannin, Orochimaru-sama, Chimu Tsunade, are more qualified than him. Especially Mr. Seiki Tsunade, not only the granddaughter of Mr. First Hokage, but also the wife of Yu. Even if Yu doesn't want to be Naruto, Chimu Tsunade-sama is the most suitable candidate to become Naruto. It is worth mentioning that now anyone in Konoha who calls Tsunade-sama must call him Akagi Tsunade-sama. This is an order from Master Tsunade himself. Later, Minato learned that the appointment was made by Yu himself. However, Minato received this appointment and said he was unwilling to accept anything. Even if his dream is to become Hokage, Minato feels that he is not qualified. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is in a hurry. Over the years, he has been working for Yu day and night, coupled with the sadness of bringing Sasuke and Naruto, his health has long been worse than before. Going on, he was afraid that he would be exhausted in Hokage's position. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen cheeked and stayed at Yu's house, not leaving. What you said made Yu think of a way. And Yu can't help Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old hob who made up his mind. Yu's black knives were all stuck in Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead, but Sarutobi Hiruzen just didn't leave. Yu can't really hack the old man to death. Thus, a compromise solution came out. Yu, become Konoha 4th Hokage. One day after the inheritance, Namikaze Minato quickly stepped down and became Konoha's 5th Hokage. And the statue of Yu is also the largest and most conspicuous in Konoha's history. On this point, Konoha, no one objected. After all, Yu-Sama loves face, and Konoha knows that. And Master Yu's contribution to Konoha is even greater than Master 1st Hokage. If Master 1st Hokage made Konoha set up, then Master Yu made Konoha take off. And Minato also accepted this plan. After all, Yu disliked the position of Naruto. Thinking of this, Watergate smiled bitterly. The succession ceremony at that time, Minato is still fresh in his memory. Yu's inauguration ceremony, it is an empty alley. 5 great nations, 5 hidden villages, big names from all over the world, whoever can come, all came to attend Yu's inauguration ceremony. The ceremony lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and Konoha was almost submerged by the countless jelly and treasures from all over the world. And on the 2nd day of the ceremony, they hadn't waited for these guests to leave Konoha. Konoha announces that 5th Hokage's succession ceremony begins. This made Kakuzu's mouth crooked by those guests who came to Konoha. What a special thing. You Konoha, play it. The succession ceremony of 4th Hokage has just ended. Before they get out of Konoha, 5th Hokage will take office? But although everyone was speechless, they all came, so they participated. Anyway, it's just one more day. But then 4th Hokage, Yuyu's inadvertent words, made guests from all over the world want to die. That is, the gift, as usual. This almost didn't make these powerful people from all over the world commit suicide on the spot. Especially, in order to make Yu happy this time, they really paid a lot of money. Let's not talk about the golden pulp, just talk about the precious gifts, which is not a rare treasure in the world. Have another one. Just grab it. Just when everyone was about to break the can, 4th Hokage Yu performed a small event at the Tail Beast Coliseum where Hokage beat the 6 tail beasts. At that time, everyone was stunned. That terrifying slash with a length of hundreds of meters slashed the 6-tailed beasts with their skins and flesh, and screamed again and again. Even the center of the Tailed Beast Coliseum was cut out of an invisible abyss. Good guys. At that time, everyone was frightened. To be honest, although you have known for a long time, Yu is the #1 powerhouse in the ninja world. But those who have really seen Yu make a move, among them, the shadows of the big hidden villages have also seen it. This is so exaggerated. Those tail beasts that seem to them to be natural disasters are like toys in the hands of Yu. It's solved with one cut. On the other hand, Onoki, Luosha, 4th Raikage, who have seen Yu take a shot, also looked solemn. Yu, stronger. So, at 4th Hokage, Yu was reminded of being friendly. The dignitaries from all over the world prepared another generous gift and presented it at the succession ceremony of 5th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. As for where did this gift go? Anyway, Minato has never seen it. However, Minato had never expected this. Being able to become Naruto was already a great grace given to him by Yu. Minato was also extremely moved by this. After Yu Hikari stepped down, he worked hard to do Hokage's duties. But it was Naruto and Sasuke that caused Minato's headaches, and Yu was completely ruined. Wine. That is absolutely indispensable. Coupled with Yu's guidance, Naruto and Sasuke can't wait to kill each other in the next second. According to Yu's words, only the raging fire can produce real gold. Minato didn't know how to refute this sentence. Only every time when Naruto and Sasuke are about to kill each other, use Flying Thunder God technique to separate the two. Okay. Go back to take a bath and sober up. It will be the entrance ceremony of the ninja school soon. Yu is going to talk. Minato looked at the wiped statue of Uyu that could reflect the shadow of a person, and the corners of his mouth twitched, and said to Naruto and Sasuke angrily. At the same time, the heart is very tasty. Naruto, this little Byakugan wolf. I have never seen him wipe the statue to himself. Oh. Naruto and Sasuke raised their little hands suddenly, responded excitedly, then glanced at each other, snorted coldly, and ran towards their respective homes. They have not seen Master for a long time, although Master does not recognize them. At the same time, the remote rain shinobi village. Here, all day long in the rain. In the past, although Rain Shinobi Village was also very rainy, it has never been like this before. Almost Tenten was in rainy weather. But in the memory of Rain Shinobi Village people, such a change seems to have happened a few years ago. In one of the tallest buildings in Rain Shinobi Village, only the candles on the surrounding walls are burning in the dark room. A pair of purple eyes with a wavy pattern opened suddenly. The legend of the ninja world, the eyes possessed by Sage of Six Paths, the supreme pupil technique of the ninja world, Rinnegan. On the opposite side, a pair of scarlet Sharingan. Now, Akatsuki's meeting has officially started. Uchiha Itachi, a new member of our Akatsuki organization. The strongest pupil technique of the Uyu Chiba clan, Mangekyo Sharingan. Pain looked aside indifferently. Uchiha Itachi, who was expressionless, introduced coldly. Uchiha Itachi heard that the three-go jade quickly rotated, forming a sickle-shaped pattern. A terrifying pupil power fluctuation suddenly burst out from Uchiha Itachi's eyes. The scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan exudes an evil color, and its terrifying pupil power is like water waves, affecting every corner here. Mangekyo Sharingan. What a great tribute, kid, be careful, I give you to Lord Cthulhu. A man who looked a little nervous, looked at Uchiha Itachi, licked his lips, grinned. Hidan. You bastard doesn't have any money mines. Uchiha Itachi. The black market head, the price is 70 million taels. The head of this price, of course, has to be exchanged for money. On the side, a gloomy man with dark green eyes said coldly, looking at Uchiha Itachi, even a golden light appeared. And around, there are still a few people who are sitting scattered, and they are not surprised about this long ago, watching indifferently. Is that why Uyu-sama asked me to come here? Rinnegan, and these guys, really are desperados. Uchiha Itachi didn't have the slightest mood swing on the surface, but he thought to himself inwardly. Some time ago, he was suddenly called to the mansion by Lord Uyu. At that time, Lord Uyu had a serious face. Uchiha Itachi had a thump in his heart at the time, Master Uyu, but standing at the pinnacle of this ninja world, overlooking the supreme existence of the entire ninja world. When did he see Lord Uyu showing this look? At that time, Uchiha Itachi was even ready to sacrifice his life for Uyu-sama. Although his power is very insignificant compared to Master Uyu, he has been able to master Mangekyo Sharingan proficiently after all. Fighting everything, regardless of life and death, can turn on the full-body Susanoo, possessing the power to surpass the fire cage level. Although the price is his life, but Master Uyu's grace to him in the Uchiha clan is too heavy. Among other things, he said that his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, is by Uyu-sama's side, and even at this age, he has already started Go-Yu Sharingan. And has the special strength of Jonin. The future is even more immeasurable. Not to mention that his Mangekyo Sharingan was bestowed by Lord Uyu. This alone is enough to make him desperate. Even if he sacrificed his life for Uyu-sama, Uchiha Itachi can be sure that his younger brother will definitely become an excellent ninja with Uyu-sama. Among other things, turning on Mangekyo Sharingan is a sure thing for Sasuke. Over the years, Uchiha Itachi himself has a deeper understanding of Uyu-sama. Although Uyu-sama has a poisonous tongue and a bad temper, he beats and scolds them when he moves. But afterwards, as long as you listen to Uyu-sama obediently, the benefits will be too much. Like today's 5th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, the reason why he can become Hokage is because he is a direct line of Lord Uyu. Like one of Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru. Although Uyu-sama has been beating and bullying them, but for so many years, the two adults still follow Uyu-sama? This is all because Lord Uyu has always been stingy towards people who are loyal to him. The Uchiha clan has entered Konoha's core circle because of their complete allegiance to Uyu-sama over the years. Even the location of the ancestral house has moved to the center of Konoha for a while. This was unimaginable before. So Uchiha Itachi made up his mind at that time, no matter what it is, even if he fights his life, he must do it for Yu-Sama. The competition between younger brother Sasuke and 5th Hokage, Namikaze Minato's only son, and Naruto, Uchiha Itachi is naturally very clear. Even Sasuke dreams of dreaming about becoming a disciple of Lord Yu. Brother's dream, of course he has to protect him as an elder brother. Naruto's father, 5th Hokage Namikaze Minato, is the direct line of Lord Yu, who is in charge of Konoha instead of Lord Yu. It can be said that Naruto wants to surpass his brother Sasuke in terms of congenital conditions. If he loses in this competition, Uchiha Itachi can't imagine what a huge blow this will be to his younger brother Sasuke. He would never want to see the sad look of his younger brother. At this time, if he doesn't fight as an elder brother, when will he fight? As long as things are done for Yu-Sama, Sasuke will be more valued by Yu-Sama. And the next words of Master Yu made him stunned. Master Yu said at the time, "Itachi, you will defect." At that time, Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a long time, thinking it was Master Yu who tested his loyalty. He quickly knelt down in front of Master Yu, swearing to the death to express his loyalty. Afterwards, Master Yu found him annoying and beat him up. After being beaten and unconscious and woke up again, Master Yu said the remaining words, and he realized that Master Yu wanted him to be a spy in an organization named Akatsuki. After understanding all this, Uchiha Itachi is naturally obliged. As for the defect, will it affect his younger brother in the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Itachi is not worried at all. Konoha, Mr. Yu's Konoha. So, after Uchiha Itachi got the order, he started planning. After a series of planned collisions with Konoha, he, Uchiha Itachi, became a glorious Konoha S-class rebel. For this reason, Uchiha Itachi also destroyed a small shinobu village attached to Konoha. Of course, this target was chosen because Uchiha Itachi discovered through investigation that although this little shinobu village is attached to Konoha, it secretly hides evil intentions. The tribute to Konoha was privately discounted, and the ban on Lord Yu was violated. As a result, Uchiha Itachi destroyed this little shinobu village and reaped the title of S-class Renin. After that, Uchiha Itachi began to move frequently in the ninja world and destroyed several small ninja villages. These small ninja villages are all ninja villages that are disrespectful to Master Yu, or are violent towards Master Yu. For such a shinobu village, Uchiha Itachi did not have the slightest softness and used Mangekyo Sharingan to completely exterminate it. Uchiha Itachi knows clearly that he must take refuge in an organization, especially such a hidden organization. It is extremely stupid for him to come here privately. Only by letting this organization actively find him can it be trusted. So, Uchiha Itachi wandered in the ninja world, while wandering, doing tracing and reconnaissance over and over again. All ninja villages and organizations that disrespect Master Yu or act violently are on his kill list. Finally, I don't know how many shinobu villages and organizations are destroyed. This organization named Shao approached him. Uchiha Itachi thought of this, and faintly looked at the man sitting in the main seat with purple eyes and a circle pattern in it. Dawn of Pain. A terrible figure with Rinnegan. In front of this man who called himself Pen, if he didn't use Susanoo desperately, he would not be an opponent at all. But he didn't come to fight Pen desperately, but to join Akatsuki organization. So, after showing his own strength, Uchiha Itachi, who was defeated, joined the Akatsuki organization and became a new member here. Okay, Hidan, Kakuzu, be quiet. At this time, Pain's emotionless words stopped Kakuzu and Hidan who were arguing. For this leader who owns Rinnegan, the members of Akatsuki's organization are extremely vicious, but they are still very jealous. After all, almost all of their first members joined the Akatsuki organization after being ravaged by Pain. Juzo, Uchiha Itachi will be with you from now on. Pain said to a man with a huge knife behind him. Yes. Loquat Juzo nodded and responded. This will be your partner from now on, codenamed Nando, and your future codename is Suzaku of Akatsuki. This is the ring that represents your identity. Pain looked at Uchiha Itachi, took out a ring, and threw it to Uchiha Itachi. Suzaku of Akatsuki? Uchiha Itachi looked at the ring with Zu in his hand, his eyes waved slightly. Finally, he can start to complete the task assigned by Master Yu. Kakuzu, how about the funds accumulated these days? After introducing Uchiha Itachi, Pain looked at Kakuzu and asked faintly. Not bad. When Kakuzu heard what he was most interested in, his eyes waved slightly and he spoke. Although the ninja world respects Konoha on the surface, for Konoha and Chiji-Yuu's hegemonic rule, although all parties in the ninja world dare not speak out because of the terrible force of Chiji-Yu, they continue to act privately. Because of Chimu-Yuu's existence, the possibility of the remaining 4 hidden villages launching a new round of ninja world war is almost zero. But because of the Konoha hegemony created by Chimu-Yu, the other 4 hidden villages had to turn their attention to some small ninja villages. After all, the tribute they need to pay Konoha and Chimu-Yu is not a small sum, and it is also a great pressure for the 4 hidden villages. However, due to Konoha and Chimu-Yu's hegemony, the 4 hidden villages could not openly attack other small forbearance villages. The well-known ninjas on the bright side, they could not be dispatched. Therefore, under such circumstances, our Shao organization is naturally their first choice. As for the ninja village, under the situation where the undercurrent of the ninja world emerged, for survival, they had to rely on the power of our Akatsuki. Therefore, the accumulation of funds during this period is even faster than before. After Kakuzu finished speaking, the female ninja on the left of Pain with short blue-purple hair and a white paper flower in her hair spoke. But after the introduction, the woman's cold expression fluctuated a little, and she stopped talking. Baihu, do you have anything to add? Zero Pain looked at Conan, his only companion, and said. Because of the Konoha hegemony created by Chimu-Yu, all of the world's funds are concentrated in Konoha. The rewards we received in the war were really insignificant compared to Konoha's huge wealth. But the problem is that Konoha is a restricted area. Conan said in the end, his cold expression even fluctuated a little, and he said. Konoha is the most prosperous place in the world, and their Akatsuki organization naturally wants to go to Konoha to obtain the huge funds they need. But Konoha is a forbidden zone for the entire ninja world. Not only Konoha, but even the area around Konoha is absolutely forbidden. No power, any hidden village, dare not step into Konoha's sphere of influence. Naturally, they know the organization, and there is no possibility to obtain funds from Konoha. Forbidden zone. Hearing this word, everyone present looked cold, only Pain was expressionless. Chimu-Yu, the entire ninja world, the most terrifying genius since Sage of Six Paths founded Ninzong. In the Third Ninja World War, with its terrifying strength that made the rest of the hidden villages desperate, he created its absolute hegemony in one hand. Today, 8 out of 10 of the world's wealth and resources belong to Konoha and Chimu-Yu. The remaining 4 hidden villages and Shaoran villages, even large and small countries, can only compete for the remaining wealth and resources. Konoha can no longer be said to be a shinobu village. It belongs to Chimu-Yu, the most terrifying force in the entire world. And Chimu-Yu's hegemony also made Konoha a forbidden zone. No forces or individuals dare to touch that restricted area. Anyone who makes trouble in Konoha. Anyone who does not follow Konoha's regulations in Konoha. Kill without mercy. Konoha Chimu-Yu is named after countless killings. The current era is the era called Chimu-Yu. This point, even the wicked Akatsuki members present could not refute it. Continue to accumulate funds. Now, it is not time to fight Konoha and Chimu-Yu. If you want to go to war with Konoha, the funds needed are extremely huge, and now, it is still much worse. Pain looked at everyone's expressions, and said lightly. Upon hearing this, the members of the Shao organization present each had their own expressions. For example, Hidan is clamoring to sacrifice Yu to the great evil god. For example, Kakuzu is dreaming about defeating Konoha and defeating Yu, which can be a huge fortune. As for the remaining members, most of them are indifferent. Go and prepare. Recently, we will continue to recruit new members. The current manpower is still not enough. Pain straightened up and said lightly, scatter. After Pain's words fell, Shao's people left the room one after another. Only Pain and Conan were left indifferent. In this regard, everyone in Shaoji was not at all surprised. Although they are also core members of Akatsuki's organization, everyone knows it. The real core members of Akatsuki's organization are only Pain and Baihu. After Shaoji everyone left, Conan and Pain were extremely silent, as if waiting for something. At this moment, the surrounding space, like water waves, burst into ripples. After quickly twisting, a weird man wearing a spiral mask appeared in the room. Only the single eye that was exposed was shining with scarlet light. Mangekyo Sharingan. At the moment this person appeared, Conan stood up with a cold complexion and looked at the person indifferently. On the side, Pain waved his hand and motioned Conan to go behind him. Look for us. What's the matter? Uchiha Madara. Pain asked indifferently without any fluctuations in his tone. Not yet time. Uchiha Obito, who calls himself Uchiha Madara, the Scarlet Sharingan and the Purple Rinnegan of Pain looked at each other, and after a long time, they said faintly. Not in time? Pain didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation, and said indifferently. It's not time to go to war with Chimu Uyu. Uchiha Obito said lightly. Oh. Unexpectedly, even you were so afraid, that man? However, the power of God is not something mortal can resist. No matter what the man named Chimu Uyu has done, he will never be my opponent. Hearing this, Pain said without the slightest expression. Our savings are not enough, you should understand, Pain. Uchiha Obito was silent for a moment, and said. Before that, don't step into Chimu Uyu's territory. There, it is still a restricted area. Now Akatsuki's task is still to save funds and recruit new members. Also, Konoha only has 9 tails, 8 tails, 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails and 5 tails. There are 3 tails of Kirigakure, 6 tails and 7 tails who live in the ninja world. It is now Akatsuki's task to catch these 3 first. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking lightly, he looked at Pen, who looked like a dead person, without expression, and didn't care at all. Because he was originally a corpse. After speaking, the space around Uchiha Obito was distorted and slowly disappeared into the room. After Uchiha Obito disappeared, the room fell silent again. After an unknown amount of time, Pain made a seal with one hand, and Rinnegan jerked. Well, it's gone. After confirming, Pain said lightly. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara couldn't sit still just planning a war with Chimu Uyu. This is very strange. After Pain finished speaking, Conan's cold expression slowed down a little, and his face was solemnly said. Regarding information about Uchiha Madara, Conan has been collecting secretly since the man who called himself Uchiha Madara appeared. Conceited, strong, arrogant. Uchiha Madara was the only terrible figure who could compete with Senju Hashirama, known as the God of Ninja. And he was extremely arrogant and cold, with ruthless methods and countless killings. And act unscrupulously. If the name of Senju Hashirama is said to be powerful, great, fraternity, and other beautiful names, then the name of Uchiha Madara is the name of killing cast by countless corpse mountains and seas of blood. The name Uchiha Madara alone was enough to scare the 4 ninja villages except Konoha. Would such a character be afraid of a younger generation rising behind? Conan thought to himself. She and Nagato have always been very vigilant about this man who calls himself Uchiha Madara, and they also have doubts about this identity. After all, it is beyond common sense that the old guy who has been in the ninja world since the Sengoku period can live to the present. And first Hokage Senju Hashirama, but in the Battle of the Ultimate Valley with Uchiha Madara, died of serious illness. In that era, although Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were equally famous. But from the reputation of Senju Hashirama's God of Ninja, it can be seen that between these two people, Senju Hashirama is better. The fact is also true. Judging from a series of records, Senju Hashirama's strength is indeed slightly higher than Uchiha Madara. Even Senju Hashirama died in the Battle of Endgame. Why did Uchiha Madara survive until now? Even if this person is really Uchiha Madara, there are ulterior motives in finding her in Nagato. But it is a pity that this person's time and space ninjutsu is currently not flawed, and she and Nagato can only guard against each other and secretly accumulate strength. Well, it's really weird, but no matter what, the war with Konoha and Chimu Uyu is inevitable. Pain said lightly. To realize Project Tsuki no Mi, one condition is necessary. That is to absorb the power of the 9-tailed beasts through the Gedo statue. Among the 9-tailed beasts, including the strongest 9 tails, 6 are in Konoha, and all are in the hands of Chimu Uyu. Regardless of whether Uyu Saiga is as scary as the rumors, and why Uchiha Madara would be afraid of Uyu Saiga. It was an inevitable result that they Shao and Chimu Uyu went to war. Only by clearing the obstacle of Chimu Uyu can they collect the 9-tailed beasts. If Chimu Uyu is not wiped out, then their plan is nothing more than an impossible goal. Chimu Uyu. We Akatsuki has organized activities in the ninja world these years. This name really makes my ears cocoon when I hear it. Anything that has something to do with Chimu is absolutely taboo in the ninja world, and even between countries. There will not be any shinobu village, country, or force that dare to post tasks related to this person. This person's prestige and evil name are even more terrifying than Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Conan said solemnly. At first, during the Second Ninja War, Yahiko, Nagato, was accepted as a disciple by Jiraiya, who had just reaped the title of Konoha Sannin at that time. Under the guidance of Jiraiya, the three of them quickly showed extraordinary talents. Even Jiraiya calls the three of them geniuses. In particular, Nagato, who owns Rinnegan, has increased in strength even more terrifying. The Akatsuki organization established by the three of them also gained a reputation in Rain Shinobi Village. But compared with this person, the growth experience of the three of them is simply not worth mentioning. Compared with Chimu, the title of genius of the three of them is nothing short of a joke. That person is the real genius of this ninja world. Even with Rinnegan's Nagato, after developing the ability of 6 paths, he dare not say 100% that he will be able to beat Chimu. Conan, who has experienced a lot, knows clearly that this world of ninja is the world of blood inheritance and secret arts after all. What about Hanzo, known as the demigod under Nagato's Rinnegan? He can only drink hate. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who were once invincible in one era, are both ninjas who succeeded the boundary. Then the timeline is advanced to the distant Sengoku period. In the history of this ninja world, the ninjas who have left a strong mark are blood inheriting the boundary ninja. But Chimu, there is no limit to blood succession, only one person makes one cut. During the Third Ninja War, one person cut Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi and bowed their heads. Sanagakure was cut in half by Chimu. The Sanagakure that has been rebuilt now has some uneven terrain, which is the permanent scar left by Chimuyu's knife. Iwagakure was killed by Chimu at the door. Even the natural barrier that Iwagakure has always been proud of, the rocky terrain, has been chopped down alive by Chimu, and it has not been restored. Only by begging Chimu to surrender to avoid the end of the exterminated village. Cloud Shinobi Village, even the third Raikage, which is known as the strongest Raikage, is hated by Saiga. The tail beasts in the hands of the three hidden villages were all captured by Chimu and returned to Konoha. The only Kirigakure that hasn't suffered a major blow was that Saigi's terrifying record frightened him back to Kirigakure's homeland, and he was cautiously prepared for possible attacks. After that, Chimu took the tail beasts as an opportunity, and with their strong force, directly or indirectly ruled the entire ninja world. Konoha's hegemony, Chimuyu's hegemony, is thoroughly promoted in this land. Up to now, Chimuyu's influence has spread all over the world. Even the remote land of ice and snow is indirectly affected by Chimu. Konoha, also in the hands of Chimu, has become the most prosperous place in the world. 8 out of 10 of the world's wealth is concentrated in Konoha. Konoha is no longer a simple shinobu village, but the most terrifying force in the entire world. Even in the land of fire, you must look at Konoha and Chimuyu's face now. Because the economic lifeline of the country of fire is gradually being controlled by Konoha. Such a method, such a character, even Conan, who froze his heart after Yahiko's death, couldn't help but feel a little shocked. In fact, terrible peerless character. And now, Chimu doesn't know how long it has not officially shot. The most recent shot was when Saiga succeeded 4th Hokage and threatened other countries when he ravaged the Tail Beast at the Tail Beast Coliseum. But that battle has no reference value at all. No one knows how terrifying Chimu is now. Don't worry, judging from the intelligence we collected, Chimu was really terrifying during the Third Ninja World War. But now, it's just a greedy person. How about Hanzo? It was originally called a demigod, but after being immersed in power, it has become vulnerable. Now Chimu, how much strength does he have at his peak during the Third Ninja War? When Pain said this, he paused, as if he was laughing, but his expression remained unchanged. Hanzo was even the object of respect for him, Yahiko and Conan. After all, Hanzo, known as the demigod, did secure Rain Shinobi Village in the Second Ninja World War. Had it not been for Hanzo, Rain Shinobi Village would have been torn apart by the three hidden villages of Konoha, Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi. But the next Hanzo fell silent in power and enjoyment. When he went to kill Hanzo, Hanzo's strength made him extremely disappointed. Compared with today's Chimu Uyu, Hanzo's power and enjoyment are nothing short of a joke. Chimu Uyu's current life is extremely extravagant. It can be said that the entire ninja world directly or indirectly serves Chimu Uyu. 1.6 Now the whole world is serving Chimu Uyu's preference and drinking. Even the tasks they received from the Shao organization even had to protect the winemaking crops from being infringed. And those countries entrusted to them are even in war. One can imagine how great Chimu Uyu's power is. Moreover, this person is also coveted for beauty, not only has several wives, but even the manor where he lives is full of young women serving them. Such a guy who is so immersed in enjoyment and extravagance, still has the motivation to practice? And his Nagato, but in endless pain, keep moving forward. Only pain and sorrow can be a real strong person. In his opinion, the current Chimu Uyu is not even as scary as it was in the Third Ninja World War. This person has been eroded by power and enjoyment. In front of his pain, it's not worth mentioning. The reason why he is still waiting now is because he is afraid of Uchiha Madara. After the guy's foundation is figured out, it is the moment for him to realize his great plan. Tread. 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 Pain slowly got up, walked out of the room, stood at the highest point of the building, and looked down at the entire Rain Shinobi village. Then, stretch your hands violently. Let the world feel pain. Chimu Uyu, I will let you know my grief. Pain stretched out his arms and said lightly. At this time, it was a dense forest a few kilometers away from Rain Shinobi village. It is located in dense forest a few kilometers outside Rain Shinobi village. There was a ripple in the space, and then suddenly twisted, Uchiha Obito's figure appeared here. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Itachi betrayed Konoha and Saiga Uyu. Uchiha Obito's scarlet pupils looked at the dead wood aside, and said faintly. Uchiha Obito's words fell, and Ju's figure slowly rose from the dead wood. Absolutely, do you have any valuable information about this? Uchiha Obito's scarlet Sharingan condensed and looked at Wewen. On this point, it is really difficult to confirm. Konoha is now a restricted area. I can't determine the range of Chimu Uyu's perception at all right now, so I can't sneak in. The information about Uchiha Itachi only started when he started wandering in the ninja world. Black Zetsu said hoarsely. When talking about the name Chimu Uyu, Black Zetsu's tone was slightly abnormal. Chimu Uyu, without a doubt, is the most terrifying opponent he has encountered since the birth of Black Zetsu. Compared to Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu knows the terrible Saiga Uyu. Comparable to the terrifying strength of Ashura and Indra, comparable to or even surpassing the perception of Sage of Six Paths. The knife made many years ago, if it weren't for Chimu Uyu just slashing at will, whether he could come back alive is still a question. Even after so long, the place where Chimu Uyu's slash and cut was hurt, occasionally still faintly hurts. This horrified Black Zetsu even more. He is the product of his mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya's will. In a sense, he and the tail beast are the same, and they are both created with the power of the sun. Like the tail beast, it is an immortal existence. Can't be killed, can only be sealed. But Chimu Uyu's cut completely subverted his cognition. Originally, Black Zetsu thought it was just a temporary pain. But since that day, many years have passed. Although he used his body changes to cover up the place where he was cut, it still faintly hurts. It's like an ordinary human being suffering from the old wounds suffered many years ago. This makes Black Zetsu more alert. Chimu Uyu, maybe he really has the ability to kill him. So since that day, Black Zetsu hasn't stepped into Konoha and the surrounding area for half a step. Even the number of times I went to the country of fire was very few. Every time I went, I was frightened and cautious. For fear that Chimu Uyu suddenly appeared and hacked him to death. Compared with Chimu Uyu, his power is too far apart. If you meet Chimu Uyu again, and you still have Chimu Uyu who is ready, you can't run away. After all, even surpassing Sage of Six Paths perception, Chimu Uyu must know who he is. With the preparation of Chimu Uyu, he will never give him any chance. That person is a murderous man who is even more cruel than Uchiha Madara. So even if the Uchiha clan came out with shocking news, Black Zetsu did not go to Konoha to take a look. There, it is no longer a place for him to go. After so many years, who knows what is going on with Chimu Uyu? Although it is heard that Chimu Uyu is immersed in power and enjoyment. But during the Third Ninja War, Chimu Uyu did not hear how hard he was. Either you are drunk or on the way to get drunk. However, Chimu Yuyu's strength is leaping at a terrifying speed. In the end, he suppressed the entire ninja world and became the absolute hegemon of this world. For such a monster, should he ask Black Zetsu to bet that the level of that monster has dropped? Once he is wrong, his 1,000-year-old plan will be ruined, and he may pay the price of his life. Black Zetsu didn't want to try this desperate game. Uchiha Itachi wanders in the ninja world, is there anything unusual? Uchiha Obito looked at Ju and asked solemnly. He has to be cautious. Although Konoha is now a restricted area, it is only for the forces that want to fight Konoha. In fact, as the most prosperous place in the world, Konoha has collected all the best craftsmen in all fields in the world. With the help of these world's best craftsmen, Konoha's productivity has increased rapidly. Up to now, Konoha's productivity and technological level have obviously been much higher than that of other countries and Shinobu Village. In many technologies and fields, Konoha has an absolute monopoly. For this reason, Konoha's hegemony, Chimu Yuyu's hegemony, can affect every corner of the world. And even in the country of fire, now you have to look at Konoha and act with Chimu Yuyu's face. Therefore, although information about Chimu Yuyu is difficult to obtain, what happened to Konoha can be known in many ways. Who knows the current situation of the Uchiha clan? Under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the contemporary Uchiha clan, the Uchiha clan has completely become the running dog of Yuyu Saiga. Over the years, the Shinobu village or forces who dared to resist, or did not obey Konoha, did not obey Saiga Yuyu, our forces appeared. Will be eliminated in an absolute sense, and this kind of removal, Chimu Yuyu disdains it. The task of clearing was naturally handed over to the ninja family under his hand. And the Uchiha clan who performed the most cleaning tasks. The current Uchiha clan is definitely the most obedient knife in Chimu Yuyu's hand. As long as Chimu Yuyu speaks, the Uchiha clan will pounce on like an evil spirit, tearing the target to pieces. For this reason, the Uchiha clan today has already entered the core layer of Konoha. In every position, the Uchiha clan members held important positions. Although in terms of political status, it is still inferior to the Sarutobi clan, and Shimura clan has long joined the big families of Chimu Yuyu. But in terms of actual power, the Uchiha clan is no worse than any other clan. It's Chimu Yuyu's lackey in the absolute sense. And Uchiha Itachi, as the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, the first candidate of the future patriarch of the Uchiha clan, what is it that he would betray Konoha and Aki Yuyu? This had to make Uchiha Obito very careful. After all, this involves that man, Yuyu Chimu. Yuyu. Thinking of this name, Uchiha Obito's eyes showed an extremely complicated look. There was hatred, jealousy, and killing intent, but Uchiha Obito couldn't hide it, the fear hidden deep in his eyes. Yuyu is definitely the nightmare of his childhood. Back when he was in the ninja school, Yuyu talked about words he didn't understand, and forced him to the corner to take a knife. In the battle with Yuyu, he lost too badly. In other words, it was just what he thought, the unilateral struggle, Yuyu, didn't put him in the eyes at all. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito's right hand clenched unconsciously and creaked. Compared with Yuyu's dazzling halo, Uchiha Obito seemed so inconspicuous. So even if he turned on Mangekyo Sharingan and now possesses space-time ninjutsu, he dare not go back to Konoha again. All this is because the shadow that Yuyu left him at that time was too deep. There is nothing unusual. The Shinobu village and forces that Uchiha Itachi destroyed belonged to Konoha. Ju said in a hoarse voice. But there is one thing that must be clarified. How did Uchiha Itachi and his Mangekyo Sharingan turn on? His parents and relatives are still alive, right? Uchiha Obito looked at Ju, frowned and said. In fact, Uchiha Obito and Zetsu wanted to get in touch with Uchiha Itachi. After all, at this moment, Chimu Yuyu, what the situation is, I am afraid that only Uchiha Itachi can know a little bit. Although now the whole world is directly or indirectly shrouded by Konoha and Chimu Yuyu's hegemony. Chimu Yuyu, also reported, was immersed in enjoyment and power. With reference to the history of the shinobi world, those who are immersed in power and enjoyment will soon fall, their strength will decline rapidly, and will eventually die tragically. For example, Rain Shinobi Village is called the demigod, Hanzo. But Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu dare to go to war with Yuyu and Konoha without understanding Yuyu's information? Dare not. Although looking at the history of ninja world, the strength of the fallen strong will soon decline. But especially that is Chimu-Yu. Throughout the entire history of ninja, there has never been a monster like Chimu-Yu, such a terrifying monster. Without understanding Chimu-Yu's information, he hurriedly started a battle with Chimu-Yu. Once he failed, he would not give them any chance with Chimu-Yu's brutal methods. Although the information of Chimu-Yu, Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu can be said to be extremely desirable. But without thoroughly clarifying the situation of Uchiha Itachi, they dare not dismiss Uchiha Itachi without authorization. Who knows whether Uchiha Itachi really betrayed Yu Chimu, or was he betrayed Yu Chimu fakely? In case it is fake, they rush to contact Uchiha Itachi. Not only will they not be able to obtain the information of Chimu-Yu, but may expose their own information. The consequences are not something they can bear. And there is one thing Uchiha Obito cares very much about, that is, how did Mangekyo Sharingan in the eyes of Uchiha Itachi come from? The opening condition of Mangekyo Sharingan must be to witness the death of one of his close relatives, or something equally exciting. And Uchiha Itachi's relatives are there. What happened? Let Uchiha Itachi witness, so that Uchiha Itachi can start Mangekyo Sharingan? Perhaps after clarifying this problem, they will be able to know whether Uchiha Itachi really betrayed Yu Saiga or a fake. I will confirm as soon as possible, Black Zetsu said hoarsely. Regarding this, he also desperately wants to know. Although Nagato has grown into 670 now, Pen 6 paths has been completed. But Black Zetsu has no confidence in Nagato's ability to deal with Chimu-Yu. That pair of Rinnegan, after all, is not Nagato's own, but Uchiha Madara stored here in Nagato. Nagato can't use Rinnegan's true power at all, and can only use the power of 6 paths superficially. And 6 paths, in addition to the extremely strong heavenly Tao, the rest can only be called weird at best. The monster like Zimu-Yu can't cause any threat. Chimu-Yu's terrible record has already shown that no matter how many miscellaneous fish, it is meaningless to Chimu-Yu. Although the other 5 realms are enough to be called strong, they are indeed no different from miscellaneous fish in front of Chimu-Yu. And the most important point is that Nagato's talent is not outstanding. Although Nagato inherited the huge vitality and chakra volume of the Uzumaki clan, it was selected by Uchiha Madara as the host of Rinnegan. But his own talent is far too far behind Uchiha Madara. Let alone compare with the monster Chimu-Yu. Chimu-Yu, that was in his teenage years, it was comparable to the monsters of Indra and Ashura at their peak. In Nagato's teenage years, even Rinnegan couldn't use it normally. In a sense, Nagato's talent is not even as good as the dead Yahiko, the current heavenly pen. Nagato is just a lucky person who inherited the huge vitality of the Uzumaki clan and chakra. Such a guy can even look down on the scariest monster in ninja history, Chimu-Yu. In Black Zetsu's opinion, this is simply the most ridiculous joke. The current Black Zetsu, can only hope, is really like those fallen powerhouses in history. Chimu-Yu is immersed in enjoyment and power, and the strength has begun to decline. If Chimu-Yu becomes even more terrifying than when he cut him, then Black Zetsu can only adjust the plan again. Fighting against Chimu-Yu like that, with the power they control now, is purely looking for death. So whether to go to war with Yu Saiga depends on the latest information about Yu Saiga obtained from Uchiha Itachi. Black Zetsu thought silently, then slowly sank into the dead wood and disappeared. At this time, the fearful and terrifying Yu, who was chanted by Nagato, Black Zetsu, and Uchiha Obito, was giving a hearty speech. In September of Konoha, autumn is high and fresh. Autumn is a special day for Konoha. That is, the opening ceremony of the ninja school. Although the opening ceremony of Konoha Shinobi School has been going on for decades, the past few years have been particularly different. Ninja school, playground. Yes, will Yu-Sama really come? I'm so nervous, I was able to see Lord Yu. The last time I saw Yu-Sama was when Yu-Sama succeeded 4th Hokage. Yu-Sama was so handsome at the time. Liar. How old were you then? The playground of the ninja school is already full of freshmen who are enrolled in the ninja school. Each child's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. The Chunin teachers, who were keeping order, were not surprised at all, with smiles on their faces. Because of this excitement, they felt the same way as the students. Their faces were also filled with excitement and anticipation. The tradition of the Konoha Shinobi School is that at every opening ceremony, Hokage will give a speech. Since the establishment of the Konoha Shinobi School, the speaker who has spoken the most is without a doubt third Hokage who has been in office for the longest time, Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama. And Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama retired a few years ago, and the position of Hokage was first handed over to Konoha's most outstanding genius in history, Chimu Uyu-sama. All of them now remember the shocking scene when Mr. Chimu Uyu announced that he would take over as fourth Hokage. But it is a pity that Master Chimu Uyu has only taken up the role of Hokage for just one day. Give the position of Naruto to fifth Hokage, Lord Namikaze Minato. Although Namikaze Minato is also a hero that children admire, it is still a lot worse than Chimu Uyu. Mr. Chimu Uyu, but they are the greatest man Konoha has ever had. Konoha has already become the richest and safest place in the world. They don't know how much their quality of life is higher than before. In the past, although teacher salaries were considered generous, they were definitely enough to support their families. But it is far from being compared with the current salary. And Konoha is also the safest place in the entire ninja world. There is no shinobu village or country that dares to make trouble in Konoha. In fact, other shinobu villages and countries are only worried about being attacked by Konoha. Where can they dare to think about Konoha? There are even many people in Shinin village and small countries who need to pay tribute to Konoha every year. This caused Konoha's people to walk out of Konoha with their heads held high. And all this is because of Chimu Uyu-sama. Ever since the status of Lord Chimu Uyu became detached, it was not easy to meet Lord Uyu-saiga. In the entire ninja realm, there are only a handful of people who can often see Master Chimu Uyu. The last time they saw Mr. Uyu-saiga was when Mr. Uyu-saiga succeeded fourth Hokage. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chimu Uyu would actually give a speech at the entrance ceremony for the new students of the ninja school today. Before Konoha's system was completely built, I was lucky enough to run into Lord Uyu in the village. But since the completion of the Colosseum of Tailed Beasts and the renovation of Konoha's old town, Lord Uyu rarely shows up. Therefore, this opportunity is extremely rare. Not only their incumbent teachers, but even some retired old teachers, this time cheeky and acted as volunteers to safeguard the safety of freshman enrollment. Tread. 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 Just when the playground was extremely enthusiastic, there was a sound of footsteps on the rooftop of the ninja school. The freshmen and teachers were silent, staring blankly at the rooftop of the ninja school. When several figures appeared on the rooftop of the ninja school, and when the person at the front of the several figures was clearly seen, the entire playground burst out with terrifying sound waves that made the ground tremble slightly. Yeah. It's Uyu-sama. Master Uyu is really here. Screams and cheers, like sound waves exploding at the same time of hundreds of thousands of detonating cymbals, burst out on the playground. Little Sakura, did you see it? It's Uyu-sama, Uyu-sama. The girl with blonde hair, her face flushed with excitement, pulled a girl with pink hair beside her, screaming excitedly. It's Lord Uyu. Lord Uyu is so handsome. Little Sakura also hugged Ino and screamed excitedly. My dad said, Master Uyu even hugged me when I was young, damn it, why don't you remember it? Ino thought a little annoyed, and made an embrace gesture, as if looking for their original taste. I really envy you, Uyu-sama and the Yamanaka clan have a really good relationship. Little Sakura said enviously. Hey, superficial girl, it's so troublesome. On the side, children with lazy faces and black hair tied behind their heads took out their sore-ears that were shaken by the sound waves. Immediately afterwards, the boy looked at the rooftop and also showed an expression of incomparable admiration. My father said, Lord Uyu is not only strong, but also the best in the world of wisdom. Our Nara clan still retains the precious quotes of Lord Uyu who commanded battles during the Third Ninja War. This group of girls only pays attention to Uyu-sama's appearance, damn it. Choji. Yugai, you are still eating on this occasion? Shikamaru said with an extremely admiring tone. Then he looked at the fat boy aside, and took the potato chips from his hand with some dissatisfaction. Well, Shikamaru, you admire Uyu-sama the most, and I also admire Uyu-sama, but can you give me the last piece of potato chips? Choji said with a weeping face and begging. Although his best friend is lazy on weekdays, when it comes to Shikamaru's most admired object, Uyu-sama, he behaves very seriously. No. You must have 100% respect for Lord Uyu. Master, so handsome. Naruto looked longing at Yu, who was standing on the rooftop and couldn't see his expression. Compared with Master, although his stinky old father is Hokage, he can't be compared at all. While talking, Naruto couldn't help the wine bug in his stomach, took out a bottle of wine from Kabuto, and took a quiet sip. Huh, Naruto, that's my master, not yours. Also, when did you steal the wine from my house again? Sasuke saw the bottle of wine, snatched it away, and said angrily. Aunt Makoto gave it to me, give it back, bastard Sasuke. Naruto was suddenly anxious and exclaimed angrily. You can pay it back, then you can admit that I am a master's disciple. Sasuke's face flushed a little, and he had obviously drunk in the morning, and said to Naruto. Dreaming. I am master's disciple. Sasuke's voice fell, and Naruto roared like a cat with blown-up fur. That's a lot. Sass. Ning, Neji brother, is that Yu-sama? A cute girl with white eyes, a little shyly pinched the corner of her dress, and looked at the rooftop in reverence. Yes, that's the greatest person in our history of Konoha, Mr. Chimu Yu. Not only that, but also the great benefactor of our Hyuga branch house. When Miss Hinata, your father, Hyuga Hiyashi, showed to Yu the loyalty of the Hyuga clan. Master Yu said, branch house caged bird, it's really an eye-catching look. After that, Lord Yu completely abolished caged bird from the branch house by means of gods. The reason why the Hyuga clan and the branch house can live in harmony is due to Lord Yu. My father often told me that the kindness of Lord Yu is enough to make our branch house sacrifice our lives for Lord Yu. Neji said with a little fanatical tone, and his white pupils were full of excitement and gratitude. By the way, Miss Hinata, when you were young, Master Yu hugged you and kissed you. Neji suddenly remembered something and said with a smile. Hinata's pretty face quickly turned red, and his eyes seemed to be rippled, full of water vapor. Above Hinata's little head, there was even water vapor coming out. Hinata, who was ashamed to ultimate, almost fainted, but still mustered up the courage, raised his head, and looked forward to the figure on the rooftop. At this moment, the figure on the roof slightly waved his right hand towards the playground. Welcome everyone to join Konoha Shinobi School. Yu looked at the children of the new generation and grinned. Yu-Sama's voice, listen very well. Master Yu's voice is too gentle. Let me die for you Yu-Sama. Like the terrifying sound waves exploding at the same time with hundreds of millions of detonating cymbals, it almost overturned the playground. Behind Yu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Danzo and others, as guests, stood in sequence. Hearing the horrible screams and shouts in the playground, everyone except Tsunade twitched. What the hell? Yu gentle. See what a ghost. If Yu were gentle, would there still be the term Diaresis Konoha demon in the world? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo thought a little bit angry. But I am so envious. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo looked at the constant screams and shouts on the playground following Yu's slight swing of their right hand. Their eyes were full of envy. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, his heart is the same as eating sour grapes. He has been a Hokage for so many years, and he has never seen Konoha so fanatical for him. At the opening ceremony, only when he flicked the will of fire, the children would give him warm applause. And Yu? The children just passed out with excitement and waved their hands. No wonder Yu, this stinky kid, is coming to attend the opening ceremony of the ninja school. It must be a wonderful feeling. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought very enviously. Next, Adolf Yu gave a speech called the most Pembe in the history of the Konoha Shinobi School. Almost every word of Yu fell, causing rounds of screams and applause on the playground. The children were so excited that they couldn't wait to give everything to Konoha and Yu-Sama right away. Ape, Sarutobi, your eloquence is so weak. Behind Yu, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. In the end, Danzo looked at the dumbfounded Sarutobi Hiruzen and said a word. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched. What's more, he has been a Hokage for decades, and his theory of the will of fire is highly acclaimed. At each opening ceremony of the ninja school, a huge amount of applause was received. But now, he didn't even have any room to refute. Compared with Yu's eloquence, he is indeed too weak. Good guys. As for the speech Yu said, he, an old man, can't wait to summon the ape demon and sacrifice his old life for Yu. Not to mention these new generations of Konoha. Looking at the children on the playground, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed enviously. Enjoy this prestige, UYU, well deserved. Tsunade, your family, UYU, is so eloquent, I want to do my best for UYU. On the side, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said. Tsunade said nothing, but looked at him indifferently. Master Chimu Tsunade. Jiraiya twitched the corners of his mouth and exclaimed tentatively. Let's talk. What's the matter? Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and said. Could you please give UYU a leave for me, Naruto, that brat? I have almost taught you, and I also need materials for my creation. Jiraiya said pleadingly with a bitter face. Go and talk to UYU yourself. Tsunade was unmoved, and said lightly. Come on, great Chimu Tsunade-sama. Body, in response to Jiraiya, Tsunade's indifferent expression. Yuyu-sama's wife. Chimu Tsunade-sama. Tsunade raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and pointed forward. Jiraiya turned her neck mechanically and saw Yuyu's smiling face. Suddenly, like falling into an ice cave. Let Konoha s Sanin Jiraiya show everyone a fire-grilled dried toad. After the lively Konoha Shinobi School opening ceremony ended, the Konoha Shinobi School's classes today came to an end. Originally in the past, after Hokage delivered the entrance speech. The students of the newly enrolled ninja school also need to get to know the students who will spend 6 years in the ninja school together in their own class, as well as the teacher Chunin. But this time at the opening ceremony, this link was put on the next day. No way, the emotions of the students are too fanatical and excited. Some girls even fainted because they were too excited. Not only that, even some teachers fainted excitedly during the speech of Lord Uyu Peng Bai. Even the teacher fainted and was lying on a bed in Konoha Hospital, so he had a fart class meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were once again amazed by Yuyu's eloquence. Yuyu is amazing, not just his terrifying strength. Wisdom, means, eloquence. All of this has created an absolute hegemon in this world, UYU, which has never appeared in the long history. After that speech, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were willing to bow down. If they can possess such eloquence, Konoha's ninjas' performance in wars during the previous wars of the ninja world will be several more grades. This is more terrifying than dozens of jonin. If UYU knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others thought, he would definitely disdain it. He really is the name of Adolf UYU, is it a joke? Konoha, Yuyu's mansion. Tons. Yuyu buried himself in the comfortable sofa and drank the wine comfortably. On both sides of UYU, Tsunade, Hong, Lin, Yuyan, and Shizune are discussing the grand opening ceremony of the ninja school today with excitement. Even Tsunade, who has seen big scenes, has a full face with eagerness. Even her grandfather, first Hokage Senju Hashirama, is not so respected and fanatical from the hearts of Konoha's people. In fact, when UYU gave a speech and stood behind UYU, Tsunade was so excited that he couldn't wait to plunge into Yuyu's arms immediately. Yuyu like that is so attractive. No wonder UYU is repeatedly rated as the strongest man married to a woman in the world, even if he promotes his hegemony all over the world. In the manner, even the most ordinary floor cleaner, there are countless young women from all over the world who come to compete. They are indeed lucky to be able to spend the rest of their lives with UYU. Yuyu, when will you give a speech again? After discussing it for a long time, Lin Chao's face was full of excitement and she hugged Yuyu's arm like a coquettish. This time UYU's speech, apart from Tsunade, although the girls are UYU's wives, they are not high-ranking Konoha after all, so they can only watch from a distance. In fact, if a few women tell UYU, it is easy to arrange a few good positions for them. But the women didn't do this either. After all, in their opinion, UYU is the husband they get along with each other day and night, so why let UYU use the privilege? As the wives of the most powerful and outstanding men in the world, they must also be worthy of this status and should not be ashamed of UYU. But then Lin and the others regretted it. Yuyu's speech was really surging, and it was so exciting for them. Yuyu at that time and UYU at normal times were completely different in their feelings. In simple words, UYU seemed to be shining in their eyes at that time. Not being able to feel up close is a huge regret for several women. Stay away from me and eat more papaya. Yuyu glanced at Lin and said with a look of disgust. In the past few years, Lin Ji has become more and more attractive. She has a slender figure and a beautiful face. Naturally, UYU has already tasted the beauty of it. Even if it was Lin, she actually looked down on her peers. But it depends on the comparison. Hong, Shizun, and Shiyan are all talents. Especially, there is Tsunade. So of course, Lin was disgusted by Uyu. Smelly Uyu. They are obviously not too small. You hurt my self-esteem 670. Want to make up for me? Lin said reluctantly, and the arms holding Uyu started to shake frantically. Then, you can rub my back tonight. Yu held Lin, pinched Pin Lin's pretty face, and grinned. This is not compensation. Lin still didn't follow on the surface, but the corners of her mouth had already exposed her true thoughts. Lin, hypocrisy. Shi Yan on the side glanced at Lin and said coldly. Originally, it was time for her to rub Yuyu's back today. Hee. Shi Yan has a good temperament when she smiles. Lin didn't get angry, she hugged Xian and said with a smile. Shi Yan looked at Uyu who was on the side and agreed, her pretty face turned red. When she was with Uyu, sometimes Uyu deliberately kept her cold. Thinking about it, Shi Yan was a little distracted. Don't fight. Tonight, you will rub my back together. Yu waved his hand last and grinned. Boom, boom. At this moment, a maid gently knocked on the door of the living room. Master Uyu, Master Uchiha Fugaku is here. The maid said softly. Oh. Are you here? Let him go to the living room and wait. Yu ordered it after hearing this. Yes, Lord Uyu. The maid respectfully responded and stepped back. Yu, is it Akatsuki's business? Tsunade looked at Uyu and asked. Dawn. Tsunade has also heard of this organization. Jiraiya has been paying attention to this organization. In the past few years, Akatsuki has made waves in the world of ninja. The shadow of this organization can often be seen in the war between a small country and Shinobu village. However, in Konoha, the presence of this organization is almost zero. After all, there is no organization and Shinobu village who dare to be in Konoha and not abide by Yuyu's rules within Yuyu's sphere of influence. Some time ago, Uchiha Itachi suddenly betrayed Konoha and caused quite a stir in Konoha. Although Konoha sent a lot of chasing troops, Tsunade knew that they were all actions on the scene. What Uchiha Itachi really did was to perform the secret mission that Uyu sent to him and go to the Akatsuki organization as a spy. The organization that can be noticed by Uyu today, Tsunade will naturally not be underestimated. Now the entire ninja world, even the other 4 hidden villages, are all looking to Yuyu's breath. But even in the 4 hidden villages, Uyu didn't care at all. Since Uyu can care about this Akatsuki organization, it means that Akatsuki organization will only be stronger than the 4 hidden villages. This is simply an incredible thing. Although the world is now respected by Konoha and Uyu, the 4 hidden villages should not be underestimated. In Konoha, in front of Uyu, the 4 hidden villages are naturally cautious, leaning on Yuyu's breath. But in the outside world, the 4 hidden villages are still giants. An organization can actually be stronger than the 4 hidden villages, it is hard to imagine what kind of people are gathered in it. But Tsunade didn't worry too much, because Uyu had told her a long time ago that Uchiha Itachi was sent to the Akatsuki organization as a spy, more for fun. Although it is fun for Uyu, it may be a huge change outside, but with Uyu, Tsunade will not feel uneasy at all. Her man is omnipotent, and in these years, she has not made no progress. The mysterious energy Uyu has, which Uyu calls the power of all phenomena, has benefited her beyond imagination. This kind of energy seems to be specially created for her physique. With the help of Yuyu's power over the years, coupled with her own assiduous practice, the improvement in strength is extremely terrible. Under the nurturing of this energy, her chakra and her physique are improving at a terrifying speed. She was originally one of the best geniuses in this ninja world, one of the Sannin in Konoha's legend. Coupled with the nurturing of Yuyu's power, Tsunade's chakra has even broken through the Naruto category. What Tsunade needs to do now is how to perfectly control this huge chakra. The chakra accumulated in the 100 healings mark is already a terrible amount. Once the 100 healings mark is unlocked, the tyrannical chakra will become Tsunade's most powerful weapon. Tsunade even did a test of her own strength a year ago. Even for 8 tails, she can suppress the 100 healings mark after unlocking it. This is what Third Raikage could do only when he was known as the strongest person in the ninja world. For this, Tsunade not only lacked the slightest pride, but became more motivated. As the wife of the strongest person in the ninja world, the eldest woman of the Chi Mu family, in terms of strength, she naturally has to be proud of the ninja world. This is the motivation of Tsunade. No matter what happened, she, Chimu Tsunade, the eldest woman of Camu's family, is not a useless vase. And Shi Yan on the side was also watching Yu, her pretty face full of firmness. Under Yu's guidance, her current strength can be compared to the average cage level. Even in Konoha today, she can be considered top combat strength. If Yu needs it, she can immediately become the sharpest sword in Yu's hand. Remove all obstacles for Yu. Bang. Bang. Huh. Tsunade and Shion cried out in pain, clutching their foreheads, and looking at Yu aggrievedly. Stay well. Do you need to get ahead of this kind of thing? Yu snorted and said. Of course we are going to get ahead, it's about the glory of our Chimu family. Tsunade rubbed his forehead and said. Shion on the side also nodded his head fiercely. The glory of the Chimu family can't only depend on Yu alone, but they also want to guard. Wielding the sword day after day, I don't know how much sweat is left in the training ground, except for the swordsmanship, to protect the Chimu family in the glory of Yu. As wives, they can't hold back Chi-Emu's family and Yu. The glory of Chimu family, the glory of Yu, Shion does not allow anyone to destroy it. Even Lin, Hong and Shizune on the side nodded again and again. Although their strength is not as good as Tsunade and Shion, they are also comparable to the elite Jonin under the assiduous practice. The power of Yu's all-encompassing and powerful, the promotion of their strength is really amazing. Even if the talent is far less than Tsunade, the women have already begun to move towards cage level strength. The glory of Chimu family, the glory of Yu, even if they can't add a few more pens, they can't hold back. As long as you like it. Yu watched the women quietly, grinning after a moment. Tsunade, take out the good wine from Thunder Country for me at night, and drink it together at night. Yu walked to the door, had a sudden pause, and said. Yeah. Upon hearing this, the women suddenly showed a smile, even more delicate than flowers. Stupid. Honor or something. Listening to the sweet laughter behind you, Yu cursed a few words, but there was a warm smile on his face. Tons, since you like it, add a few more pens. Yu drank the wine in his hand and walked slowly towards the living room. Master Fugaku, please sit down. A maid took Uchiha Fugaku into Yu's private living room. And made a cup of tea for Uchiha Fugaku, thank you. Although the opponent is just an ordinary person, Uchiha Fugaku is extremely polite. He stood up quickly and took the teacup with both hands carefully. Master Yu will be here soon, please wait a moment. The maid smiled and said. Yes, Lord Yu's business is important. Uchiha Fugaku said quickly. After the maid left, Uchiha Fugaku blew the teacup in his hand and took a sip. Then there was an expression of enjoyment from the heart on his face. Yu-Sama's things are the best from all over the world. Such tea, even the head of the Uchiha clan, could not drink it. Legend has it that in the remote land of ice and snow, there is a place full of opportunities for life. Hanging on the cliff, there are a few rare tea trees, which can be described as a gift from nature. And those tea plants have been delineated long ago, dedicated to tribute tea to Lord Yu. Even the big names of various countries can't drink it. And there are many rare teas like this in Yu-Sama's home. Even the tea used to entertain their guests as the best in the world. And Master Yu would never drink such tea at all. Even so, there are only a handful of people in the world who can drink such tea in Yu-Sama's mansion. The decision made many years ago allowed him and the entire Uchiha clan to gain too much. Uchiha Fugaku sighed secretly. The current Uchiha clan has already entered the core layer of Konoha. Even in some important departments, there are people from the Uchiha clan. In the past, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't even dream of it. The current Uchiha clan has become a sword in the hands of Lord Yu. Over the years, many ninja villages and forces that dared to violate Konoha and Yu-Sama have been cleared. The reputation in Konoha has doubled, and the relationship with Konoha's people is very harmonious, and it has received many praises. And all of this is due to the kindness of Yu-Sama to their Uchiha clan. Tread. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was thinking about it, there was a sound of footsteps. Seeing Yu's figure appearing at the gate, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly stood up and knelt on the ground with respect. I have seen Master Yu. Uchiha Fugaku respectfully said. Fugaku, you bastard, be polite to me, get up. Yu grinned and cursed. It's Fugaku who was so happy to meet Yu-Sama, and other people don't have the chance to see Yuyu-sama often. Facing Yuyu's scolding, Uchiha Fugaku was so happy that he stood up quickly and said with a smile. Master Yuyu scolded him, saying something bad, because he was worthy of consideration. There are not many people in this ninja world who are eligible to be scolded by Master Yuyu. Is that brat Sasuke okay? Did you get rid of that brat Naruto? Yuyu sat down carelessly, and immediately a maid came up to make tea. And this kind of tea is completely different from Uchiha Fugaku's. As soon as the tea lid is opened, a fresh fragrance surrounds the entire room, which makes people feel refreshed. In Yuyu Mansion, there are the world's best tea ceremony craftsmen, and the research on tea is definitely the world's top. Uchiha Fugaku, who was still immersed in the fragrance of tea, suddenly gave a wry smile. Now his youngest son, Sasuke, is dreaming about killing Naruto of 5th Hokage's family and becoming the disciple of Lord Yuyu. In this regard, Uchiha Fugaku also has a headache from time to time. After all, although he is now a member of Yuyu-sama's direct line. But compared with 5th Hokage Namikaze Minato, it is still a lot worse. 5th Hokage Namikaze Minato is definitely a direct line of Yuyu adults. One of the most trusted people. Giving the location of 5th Hokage to Namikaze Minato is the best proof. His son Sasuke, who has been fighting with Namikaze Minato's only son, really makes Uchiha Fugaku feel a little difficult to deal with. But at the thought of Master Yuyu's order, Uchiha Fugaku followed Sasuke. And Uchiha Fugaku also has some expectations. If Sasuke can really become the disciple of Lord Yuyu, then whether it is Sasuke's wish, Sasuke's future, or even their Uchiha clan's future, there will be huge benefits. Sasuke is very good. I have fought 132 games with Naruto. Uchiha Fugaku straightened his thoughts and replied with a wry smile. The reason why I remember it so clearly is because Sasuke has been talking about it all the time, and he can't remember it clearly. It's still too little. You bastard must know how to add fire, such as Naruto, that brat. Upon hearing this, Yuyu suggested with interest. And Uchiha Fugaku, Kakuzu's mouth was distorted. If he dares to do this, let's not talk about 5th Hokage Namikaze Minato. His wife Uchiha Makoto will tear him up first. Because of the relationship between Uzumaki Kushina and his wife, Uchiha Makoto's best friend, Naruto is now also Uchiha Makoto's godson. Similarly, his son Sasuke is also the godson of Uzumaki Kushina. Therefore, even if Naruto and Sasuke fight fiercely, it will not affect the relationship between the two families. Yes, Lord Yuyu, let me report on Itachi. Listening to Yuyu's words became more and more outrageous, Uchiha Fugaku said quickly. You bastard. Why are you so courageous? Upon hearing this, Yuyu looked at Uchiha Fugaku a little dissatisfied. Uchiha Fugaku gave a wry smile. Is this a question of his courage? Yuyu-sama, Itachi, has already joined Akatsuki's organization, but it was still under close surveillance at the beginning of joining. It will take some time for Akatsuki to get further information. Uchiha Fugaku sorted his thoughts and reported. Next, Uchiha Fugaku talked about some information about Akatsuki. Huh. Do I need this information? Yuyu frowned and said in dissatisfaction. Then, Lord Yuyu, you sent Itachi to go undercover? Uchiha Fugaku twitched the corners of his mouth and asked after a long time. Of course it's for those timid bastards to attack Konoha quickly. It's been a long time since I cut anyone. My hands are itchy. So are you guys. Why don't you know if you rebel 1 or 2, let me chop a few. Yuyu cursed. Uchiha Fugaku's face turned green when he heard the words. What the hell? Master Yuyu sent Itachi to the Akatsuki organization, not to get the information of Akatsuki, but to let Akatsuki quickly attack Konoha. Master Yuyu is good for fun? As for the second half of Yuyu's words, Uchiha Fugaku didn't hear it. Listen to this. Why don't they rebel against 1 or 2? With Yuyu-sama, who dares to rebel? Isn't that looking for death? And even if it doesn't matter, life is getting better and better now. They are not loyal enough to Yuyu, and fools are rebelling. Yes, Lord Yuyu, did you tell Itachi about this? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Uchiha Fugaku asked with a twitching corner of his mouth. I didn't say that. He needs to realize this point. Yuyu looked at Uchiha Fugaku like a fool, and said of course. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was not only twitching the corners of his mouth, but his entire face was distorted. Enlightenment? Can this be realized by enlightenment? Normal undercover missions are to obtain relevant intelligence in order to be able to defeat the target. How can someone like Yu-Sama's purpose of undercovering is to get the opponent to attack him as quickly as possible? Yes, Yu-Sama is wise. Although I was almost dying in my heart, Uchiha Fugaku pulled out an ugly smile on the surface and said, "Dare to ask Master Yu, what if Itachi is dull and can't realize Master Yu's good intentions?" Uchiha Fugaku bit his head and asked. "Then cut him off, it's been a long time since I cut that bastard." Yu said, "Of course. You just cut it off just because you want to?" Uchiha Fugaku roared in his heart. According to this logic, the probability of Itachi being cut is infinitely close to 100%. Uchiha Fugaku sighed inwardly, but there was no rebuttal. After all, Lord Yu possesses a power comparable to a god, and even if he slashes it to death, he can be rescued. And every time, Itachi can get a lot of benefits. The great horror between life and death is indeed the best catalyst for strength. Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself. By the way, you can't tell Itachi that bastard with this passage, otherwise, I'll chop you off first. Yu looked at Uchiha Fugaku and grinned. Ming, understand. Uchiha Fugaku's face turned green, and he immediately responded loudly. The great horror between life and death. Let Itachi go through the great horror. His old arms and legs can't stand the torture of Master Yu. Master Yu's current strength is becoming more and more terrifying, and the pain caused by hacking has also increased exponentially. Naturally, Itachi told him this. In Itachi's growth experience, Master Yu's knife has never been absent. And that kind of taste, no one wants to try. As for Itachi, young people should suffer more. Only in this way can I become an outstanding man. Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself, and took care that he must not tell Itachi what Yu-Sama's real purpose was. Let Itachi go to enlightenment. At the same time, far away in Rain Shinobi Village, a dark house, Uchiha Itachi is sitting cross-legged, meditating with his eyes closed. What is the task given to me by Yu-Sama? Uchiha Itachi's thoughts continued, thinking hard. Although Master Yu sent him to Shao as an undercover agent at the time, he didn't say anything about what he was asked to do. And he didn't dare to ask Master Yu. After all, Lord Yu's temper, he knows too well. If you ask too much, Yu-Sama will become impatient. Yu-Sama will be upset if you are impatient. If you are upset, you will kill people. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi shuddered severely. Even if he is now fully the power of Master Mangekyo Sharingan, he has become the top combat power even in the ninja world. But when I was confronted with Master Yu's hacking, the pain that went deep into my soul still shuddered when I thought of it. Moreover, the severe pain of Yu-Sama hacking can be improved. The last time he was cut by Yu-Sama was 2 years ago. Thinking of the severe pain that time, Uchiha Itachi felt trembling all over. And now, how terrifying Yu-Sama's knife is, Uchiha Itachi can't even think about it, let alone try it. As a result, without daring to ask Master Yu about the specific mission content, he defected Konoha. But these days, Uchiha Itachi thought hard and didn't figure out what the purpose of the organization was when Master Yu asked him to come here. Could it be that the leader of Akatsuki who owns Rinnegan, Pain? To put it ugly, the leader of Akatsuki who owns Rinnegan is not worthy to give Yu-Sama shoes. The gap in strength is no longer what the gap can describe. After all, Uchiha Itachi personally played against Pain, and he felt strong, but not desperate. With Susanoo, there is definitely something to do. But what if you face Master Yu? That is being tortured unilaterally. As the leader, Pain, who owns Rinnegan, can definitely be regarded as the strongest combat power in Akatsuki's organization. What kind of threat can such an organization pose to Yu-Sama? This is Uchiha Itachi, I want to break my head, but I can't understand it. Crack, at this moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened. A loquat Juzo, who was carrying a big knife that was bigger than a human and wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector on his forehead, stepped in. Suzaku, I have a task, come with me. Loquat Juzo looked at the Scarlet Sharingan, resisting the discomfort in his heart, and said to Uchiha Itachi. What task? Uchiha Itachi frowned and asked. Catch 3 tails. Loquat Shizang said with a grin. Oh? Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank slightly, and then nodded indifferently. Let's go. Uchiha Itachi stood up and said lightly. In his mind, he was determined to pay attention, and first collect the information of Akatsuki as much as possible. And it can make Lord Yu care that there must be something unknown to him in this organization. This organization, at the meeting he just entered, exposed his hostility to Lord Yu. Before he can figure out the organization's information, he should try to stabilize the organization as much as possible. Uchiha Itachi thought secretly. Dingling dingling. Two people wearing black robes, red clouds and hats with bells on their heads slowly left Rain Shinobi Village. Above the gate of Rain Shinobi Village, the space was distorted. Uchiha Obito's figure appeared here, and the Scarlet Sharingan squinted, watching the two leave. Why? Let Uchiha Itachi catch three tails. On the side, Ju's figure slowly appeared, looked at Uchiha Obito, and asked. He owns Mangekyo Sharingan, and illusion has no effect on it. To judge his purpose, he can only be observed. Simply staying in Akatsuki's organization cannot observe any valuable information. Uchiha Obito's Scarlet Sharingan squinted slightly, said lightly. So, let him go to Kirigakure to capture three tails, the only place in the 5 hidden villages where we can still infiltrate. Ju said slowly with a hoarse voice. Kirigakure is the only one of the 5 hidden villages that did not fight Konoha during the Third Ninja World War. The remaining 3 hidden villages were very infiltrated by Konoha because of their defeat. Chi Mu Yu's influence in the 3 hidden villages is almost greater than the shadows of each village. And Kirigakure, because of geographical reasons, Konoha, or Chimu Yu, didn't look down on Kirigakure and didn't take it seriously. In addition, Kirigakure's environment is not suitable for growing winemaking crops. It happened to give us a chance, Uchiha Obito murmured. As expected, you have anticipated this step a long time ago and controlled 4th Mizuka Jigura. Many organizations and forces in the ninja world now think that Kirigakure is the birthplace of our Akatsuki organization. Absolutely praised. This time, in addition to observing Uchiha Itachi, we must also clean up the internal organization. Uchiha Obito glanced at it and said faintly. Clean up. Black Zetsu knew it in his heart, but on the surface he still asked suspiciously. The Loquat 10 Tibetans are no longer worthy of Nando's identity, his talents have ended here. It is about to go to war with Chimu Yu. A combat power like Loquat Juzo is a miscellaneous fish in front of Chimu Yu. Not only can it not help, but it will be a hindrance. This time, let the Loquat Juzo and the beheading knife be buried in Kirigakure. Uchiha Obito said coldly. That's it, you deserve it. Said in admiration. Go to Uchiha Itachi and make a careful observation, it's about the success or failure of our plan. Uchiha Obito glanced at it, and the surrounding space twisted and disappeared. The plan. Success or failure? I don't know how long after Uchiha Obito disappeared, Black Zetsu, who was standing still, couldn't see the expression, but murmured cryptic words. Chimu Yu, how strong are you now? Suddenly, Black Zetsu gritted his teeth and growled. For Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito is not even a chess piece. It's just a vehicle used to resurrect Uchiha Madara. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura in the past are the chess pieces of Black Zetsu. Even if it is better than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, isn't it played by Black Zetsu and let Rinnegan reappear in the world? For Black Zetsu, the only thing that can be called trouble is Chimu Yu. It was not the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra, but during the Third Ninja War, they had the same strength as Ashura and Indra. Chimu Yu's terrifying methods can make the tail beast surrender. How did such a heterogeneous, such a monster appear in this world? Black Zetsu was driven crazy by Chimu Yu. Thousands of years of planning, thousands of years of suffering, when the fruit was finally about to come, I met such a monster. Black Zetsu can only rejoice now that this monster is immersed in power and enjoyment at this moment. If it knew that Chimu Yu, like other geniuses, practiced assiduously, I am afraid it would not even have the courage to launch a plan, right? However, the most urgent task now is to confirm whether Uchiha Itachi is credible, and then learn the specific information of Yu Saiga from his mouth. This time, Kirigakure's trip can be said to be related to the success or failure of its thousands of years of planning. Black Zetsu thought about it in a gloomy way. After a while, his figure slowly sank and disappeared here. This ninja world, and even the entire world, has never appeared in the absolute sense of supremacy throughout thousands of years of history. How strong is the hegemony's influence even to Chimu Yu in the distant world of ice and snow? Not only did Shao organization urgently want to know about this issue, it can be said that all the major forces in the ninja world want to know urgently. Because Konoha's hegemony, Chimu Yu's hegemony, is rooted in Chimu-yu, terrifying enough to suppress an era, extremely powerful force. The strength of the ninja is determined by chakra. Even Konoha's strongest physical technique, Forbidden Technique 8 Inner Gates, also depends on lifting the body's restrictions on chakra and causing the violent chakra in the body to burst out to form such a huge power. Chakra is determined by physical strength and spiritual strength. A ninja, from birth to growth, due to physical reasons in his childhood, even the best genius, the strength will be limited by the body. The average ninja, at the age of 20 to 30, can be called the peak period of the ninja. Because during this period, the ninja's physical strength has reached its peak, and its spiritual strength has also reached its peak. Of course, there are also a few ninjas who are still at their peak after the age of 30. But generally speaking, the age of 20 to 30 is the most glorious age of a ninja. And Chimu-yu is now 20 years old, begin to truly enter the peak of ninja. It is hard to imagine that Chimu-yu, who dominated the ninja world when he was in his early 10 years and suppressed the entire ninja world, how terrifying his strength would be when he truly entered the peak of the ninja. But the only thing that makes all countries, all ninja villages, and all forces rejoice. Chimu-yu, immersed in power and enjoyment. Why are money, wine and sex called the three forbidden ninjas? This is not a prohibition by laws or regulations, or an evaluation of the ninja's character, but it is about the strength of the ninja. Money. The importance of the ninja is self-evident. Chakra needs to extract the energy of 130 trillion cells in the body, and after extraction, the body will be in a state of insufficient nutrition. Therefore, a lot of nutrition needs to be added. And this, you need money, and it's a lot of money. Why is it difficult for a civilian ninja to become a strong one? In addition to the secret technique and blood succession limits, the chakra volume is too far apart from the family ninjas that have been cultivated with precious resources since childhood. Even the cells of the civilian ninja's body have been in a state of malnutrition for a long time. Even if you are rich, spending too much money on enjoyment will interfere with your mental power and affect the strength of the ninja. Therefore, excessive spending on enjoyment is a taboo for ninjas. And wine, let alone alcohol, directly harms the ninja's body and the cells in the ninja's body. It can be said that alcohol is more terrifying than beauty, and for ninjas, especially before the ninja is 20 years old, the body has not yet reached its peak. Drinking, the damage to the body and the cells is extremely terrifying to the ninja. Of course, after the body has reached its peak, drinking some alcohol is not irritating, but it is still necessary to drink it in moderation. Before Chimu-yu, there was not a strong man who was an alcoholic. There is no strong person who had drunk alcohol before the age of 20. Drinking before the age of 20 is an absolute taboo for ninjas. Sex, needless to say, excessive indulgence is a great harm to the body. So money, wine, and sex are the three prohibitions of the ninja. But good fellow, Chimu-yu has committed three prohibitions once. And extremely excessive. Money. Chimu-yu has the most wealth in the world and a luxurious life that makes the big names of the 5 countries jealous. Chimu-yu has been drinking since he was a child. The ninja world speculates that Chimu-yu's body should be a natural resistance to the harm of wine, so it cannot be harmed by the harm of wine. But even so, what about color? Chimu-yu's several wives, all of them are beautiful, rare in the world. Forget it. In Chimu-yu's mansion, there are many unique beauties from all over the world who are serving Chimu-yu. Such an indulgent person, even if you look at thousands of years of history, there is not one of the most absurd Kun Lord. Chimu-yu is so excessive. The ninja's three prohibitions, Chimu-yu committed one before he was 20 years old. And immersed in enjoyment and power and practice, it is even more unfavorable with Chimu-yu. Under such circumstances, even if Chimu-yu is the most terrifying genius in the history of the ninja world for thousands of years, if his strength can be improved, what a hell is it? If there is a huge improvement, it goes without saying that the powerful people in the ninja world who are immersed in training will definitely be killed in one head. If that's the case, then God, it's so unfair. Since there is a high probability that there will be no improvement, will there be a regression? Ninja world has various speculations about this. Inferences about this, ninja is roughly divided into two kinds of views. One is that although Chimu-yu will not improve in strength, after all, the talent is there. And even if Yu Saiga has banned the three ninjas once, but as Yu Saiga reaches the age of 20, his physique will naturally become stronger. So overall, Chimu Yuyu's strength should not be much different from that of the end of the Third Ninja War. Another way of saying that is that 10 to 20 years old is the most critical 10 years for the development of ninjas. And in these 10 years, Chimu Yu has banned the 3 ninjas once. The body has long been hollowed out. Such Chimu Yu is definitely not as terrifying as the end of the Third Ninja War. Especially in the past few years, Chimu Yu's enjoyment and extravagance have become more intense, living in drunken dreams all day long. Such Chimu Yu strength will definitely regress. This is why so many years have passed since the end of the Third Ninja World War. Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi did not make any small moves, but they are more responsive to Konoha and Chiki Yu's requirements. Zero will even actively increase the size. Are these few big hidden villages are really surrendered to Yu's domineering spirit? Not at all. It's because of several hidden villages, and even hope that Chimu Yu has been immersed in enjoyment, drunk and dreaming. If Chimu Yu, like a normal genius, cultivates assiduously, it would be a disaster for them. Chimu Yu, who was in his early 10 years old, was so terrifying. If Chimu Yu, who has been practicing till now, who has reached the peak, would they have a future in their hidden villages? And if Chimu Yu has been immersed in enjoyment, maybe things will turn around. Chimu Yu's hegemony now seems to be brilliant, but once Chimu Yu's strength regresses and is not enough to suppress the entire era, then the world will meet Chimu Yu and Konoha, who will meet Konoha. Therefore, several hidden villages are gritting their teeth, offering the best things to Konoha and Chimu Yu, tightening their belts and living their lives. A few years of suffering is better than never turning over. As for the 6 big-tailed beasts in Konoha village, if Chimu Yu's strength is not enough to suppress the entire era, those tail beasts will not only become Konoha and become Chimu Yu's help, but will swallow Konoha and Chimu Yu. The few hidden villages that have over-tailed beasts are too aware of what kind of creatures the tailed beasts are. That is a group of natural disasters in an absolute sense, an extremely arrogant natural disaster. If Chimu Yu's strength really regresses, it will definitely be the wildest offense of the tail beasts to greet him. The ninja realm now looks forward to this day very much. While in the ninja world all kinds of speculations about Chimu Yu's strength, the tail beast group represented by 9 tails, which was placed high hopes by various forces in the ninja world, were about to cry at this time. Little 9. Yu, who was drunk, was in the lounge of the tailed beast Coliseum, watching the tailed beasts lying in front of him, carrying the autumn water, drunk. Hi. 9 tails, who was named, had all the hair exploded. Respect. Sir Yu, do you have any orders for Xiaoju? 9 tails said with a crying expression and a flattering smile. And facing the proud 9 tails in the past, with such an expression, the other tail beasts did not laugh, but shivered. Even Shuhei, who is most out of sync with 9 tails, is kneeling at the moment, his face full of fear. Because the strength of this demonic man in front of him is really too terrifying. If they knew the ninja world's guess about the strength of the man in front of them, and what their expectations were for them, they would use tailed beast bomb to plow the ninja village of those bastards. What a special thing. Let them fight this monster and die. Under 9 tails' horrified gaze, a black and purple knife light pierced through its huge body fiercely. Wow. The black and purple blade formed a dazzling black and purple horse. This training is so gorgeous and beautiful as the rarest treasure in the world. Especially the black in the black and purple is as pure as the most dazzling and gorgeous black pearl, incomparably pure. But at the moment of seeing this training, the panic in 9 tails' eyes reached an ultimate. Puff. The black and purple horses turned into a black and purple knife light, penetrating the body of 9 tails. Wow. 9 tails felt a sharp pain from the depths of his soul and wailed. This kind of pain cannot be described in words, nor can it be resisted with willpower, even if it is the strongest 9 tails among the 9 big tail beasts. I can only struggle constantly in pain, and then collapse. Yes, Lord Yu, what happened to Xiaoju? 9 tails looked at the black knife Chusui that was slowly raised again, scared that all 9 tails were erected, and shouted in fear. You ask me what's wrong? Yu raised Chushui's meal, and his drunken eyes narrowed. Not only 9 tails, but 8 tails and Shuhei nodded again and again. They also want to know why Chimu Yu was so angry today. If you don't figure it out, Chimu Yu is cutting 9 tails now. Wait a while, none of them can escape. What's the matter? After raising you bastards for so many years, there is no improvement in strength at all, it is a waste of food. Yu Yu held Chusui, pointed at a few tail beasts, and cursed. These years, at the beginning, because Yu frequently chopped down several tail beasts to the dying, and then used the power of 6 paths to pull them back from the edge of death, so that the strength of tail beasts has been improved. At that time, Yu caught a few tail beasts again and found that he was rewarded again. Of course, it's not comparable to the first time, but it's still very impressive. At least for the current Yu, it is no longer possible to get many attribute points for cutting ordinary cage level. Originally, Yu thought that he had found a bug to brush attribute points. After that, several tail beasts were tortured crazily, but what made Yu annoyed? The essence of the tail beasts is part of 10 tails chakra. The power of 6 paths, although powerful, is not inherently strong or weak compared to 10 tails chakra. As a result, after the tail beasts had some improvement in strength at the beginning, they fell into a bottleneck. And this kind of bottleneck can only be broken unless there is a power that exceeds 6 paths and is several times more powerful than 10 tails chakra. The bug of brushing attribute points is gone. Yu is naturally angry. Since Yu couldn't find a rival, the improvement of strength has been extremely slow. You can only improve your strength by drinking a variety of rare wines. Although I don't know how much it is faster than normal cultivation, the difference with the increase of thousands of attribute points during the Third Ninja World War is far too much. The current Yu, the property panel is, owner, Chimu Yu. Age, 20 years old. Physique, super cage level. Chakra, super cage level. Kendo comprehension, the pinnacle of the great swordsman. Special, Shura sword intent, armament haki, ultimate, observation haki, ultimate, conqueror's haki, penultimate power of 6 paths, 6/9. Swordsmanship, dark demon god, Shinigami's sickle, extinct, autumn water. Comprehensive strength, super cage level pinnacle. Note: there are special bonuses when drunk. Physical fitness and chakra volume, all breakthrough to super cage level. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at their peak, in these two, they are not much better than Yu. And these are all secondary. Yu's true source of strength, the progress of kendo, is even more terrifying. Even in an ordinary state, Yu's kendo level has reached the pinnacle of a great swordsman. Even if you look at all the great swordsmen, Yu definitely belongs to the top group. However, compared with Eagle Eye, the world's largest swordsman in the pirate world, which one is strong and weak is still unknown. After all, among swordsmen, especially swordsmen who have reached the level of Yu, can they know who is strong and who is weak only after the real fight between life and death? Kendo is the way to kill. Only fighting life and death can the strongest power of kendo be brought into play. For haki, observation haki is now Yu can predict the next 6 seconds. This is a terrible number. In the battle between the strong, 1 second is enough to tell the victory or defeat. 6 seconds? Enough Yu to launch dozens of deadly attacks. Even Kaji in the pirate world is not as powerful as Yu when it comes to observation haki. It's truly the strongest observation haki, and armament haki, which can increase the strength the most, has already broken through from penultimate to ultimate. Ultimate armament haki. Even in the pirate world, only a few people can reach it. The representative among them is the strongest seaman known as Iron Fist Garp. In the pirate world full of monsters, a pair of iron fists and armament haki alone can be used to obtain the title of the strongest seaman. The ultimate armament haki is naturally terrifying. It is the same as observation haki reaches the ultimate level and has special effects for predicting the future. The ultimate armament haki, in addition to the terrifying increase in strength, also has its own special effects. That is strength, it will not regress with age, always at its peak. And has extremely terrifying resilience. Haki, just like chakra, it will take time to recover if it is exhausted in a short period of time. For example, the 4th gear Luffy, after using the 4th gear, because haki consumes too much, it takes tens of minutes to recover haki. During haki's recovery, the strong were almost in a state of collapse and were left to slaughter. And the ultimate armament haki, the recovery speed is terrifying. Even if you fight with people for 10 days and 10 nights, armament haki will not be exhausted. In the past, Yu fought with people, because the range of slashing was too large. If armament haki covered all slashing, it would consume extremely quickly. Even Yu cannot use armament haki so extravagantly. So only when you use the killer move, UYU will completely cover armament hockey with the slash. But now with the ultimate armament hockey, UYU can completely cover armament hockey on every slash. And armament hockey's rapid recovery, physical strength will also quickly recover. In the past, UYU might cut dozens of knives and felt a little tired, but now UYU can wield hundreds of knives in succession. Hundreds of knives, hundreds of terrorist slashes tens of meters high, enough to destroy any hidden village in an instant. If UYU were to clean up the terrain of the mountains outside Iwagakure now, it would not take nearly a day. Only need to swing the knife continuously, countless slashes will plow it instantly. Armament hockey has reached the ultimate level, and there is a qualitative improvement in both combat power and endurance. In terms of sword moves, in addition to obtaining those few sword moves. 1. Sword Flow Autumn Water. This sword move, named after the black sword Chusui, has also been recognized by the system and has been on the list of UU's must-kill sword moves. This shows that this sword technique can already be compared with the dark demon god, ominous, Shinigami's sickle. This is an extremely terrifying sword move. The dark demon god absorbs the light of an area to achieve its terrifying power. Shinigami's sickle is to absorb the death energy of the dead and turn it into a death blade that can cut everything away. Annihilation needs to be strengthened with the power of the all-encompassing world, to be able to exert its terrifying power to annihilate everything. But 1. Sword Flow Chusui. This swordsmanship is named after Chu Shui. The only requirement is UYU, using autumn water. This is definitely an interpretation of UU's kendo in this life. It is also a pinnacle. Chu Shui, in the course of following UYU for more than 10 years, under the knife, has long been filled with the soul of the strong. And in the long-term pregnancy of UYU Ultimate Armament Hockey, the knife of Chusui has become more and more powerful. The current Chu Shui, even if compared with the 12 top knives, the supreme sharp 12 skills, is by no means inferior. Even stronger in UU's hands. 1. Sword Flow Chu Shui can be so strong, except for UU's lifelong interpretation of kendo in the ultimate armament hockey. What's more, Chu Shui's response to UYU. The black sword is alive. Chu Shui, who has been with UYU for more than a decade, has already regarded UYU as his only master. Regarding the sword stream Chusui, this interpretation of UU's own swordsmanship in his life, and the swordsmanship named after it, Chusui naturally did his best to respond. This is the resonance between UYU and Chusui. In addition, the power of 6 paths is still 6, and UYU is too lazy to go all over the world to find the remaining 3 tail beasts. Wait for Obito's bastard stuff. Collect these tail beasts, and send them to yourself. Isn't it fragrant? And the overall strength, UYU has reached the pinnacle of Super Cage level. Even under normal conditions, it is enough to fight Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at the peak. As for who is strong and who is weak, UYU is not sure before the actual fight. But this is just that under UU's normal state, once you enter a violent state, UU's strength will undergo a qualitative change. The preparations for the final battle have already been completed by UYU. Otherwise, Uchiha Itachi would not be allowed to go to Akatsuki as a spy at this time. UU's current strength is enough to cope with any situation. Although he is very satisfied with the improvement of his own strength, UYU is still very upset about 9 tails who were originally regarded as bastards who brushed attribute points. Who would dislike someone who is stronger? Immediately, UYU yelled at several tail beasts. 9 tails and other 6-tailed beasts, their faces turned green when UYU scolded them, and the corners of their mouths twitched wildly. Brother, speak with a little conscience. What does it mean to raise them for so many years? Still wasting food. They are tail beasts. The collection of chakra, there is no need to eat at all. After so many years, have they eaten you a grain of rice? Moreover, do you call this a support? The tail beasts glanced at each other and almost didn't cry. Over the years, they have been exhausted, working day and night for the brutal man in front of them. Let them fight, and let them take a photo with a stranger. Where is the dignity of a tail beast? And, what about a good holiday? If they say that they work hard for a period of time, will they be able to take a look at Konoha? Not at all. Moreover, as long as this cruel man often beats and scolds them. Especially during a period of darkness, this man even closed the tail beast Colosseum for a period of time, specifically torturing them. 1.6. During that period, it was really dark, they also wanted to resist. But in the face of the terrifying power of this brutal man, they are really powerless. Moreover, They unexpectedly discovered that after this man's hack, since he grew up to the peak, his strength that he has never made progress anymore has actually improved. This is simply incredible. The strength that hasn't been improved for thousands of years is actually loose. This man's methods are simply too terrifying. If it weren't for the man's character as too cruel, they would even think that this man is the reincarnation of the old man of 6 paths. Okay. Cry or cry, you are tail beasts. Cursing and cursing, Yu suddenly discovered that these tail beasts had an expression of crying. Suddenly, Yu shuddered severely. What's so cruel? The tail beast showed this expression, which made people tremble. Cry again, labor and capital cut you all off one by one. Yu scolded Chusui in his hand. Upon hearing this, the tail beasts quickly sniffed, not daring to make such an expression again. Okay. Wait a few days, I will take you out for a stroll, to see how sick your bastards look sick. Yu cursed a few times, and left with Chusui. And the 9 tails behind them burst into incredible surprises in their eyes. They have a chance to go out. Roar. An excited roar came from the tail beast Colosseum. Time passed slowly. The dark tide was surging in the ninja world secretly, but it appeared very ordinary on the bright side. The world is still in Konoha, under the hegemony of Chimu Yu. Autumn is the harvest season. The winemaking crops grown in various countries and villages are also harvesting season. Since Konoha's hegemony and Chimu Yu's hegemony were implemented, this season has become one of the most important days in all countries and hidden villages. The quantity and quality of winemaking crops are directly related to the overlord of the world. Chimu Yu is not happy. If they are unhappy, the consequences are not something they can bear. The 6 big-tailed beasts, the absolute force to suppress the ninja world, are more than just talking. Over the years, all the forces that went against Chimu Yu's will have been erased from the world map. Chimu Yu is cruel, it is really frightening. Although all countries and hidden villages are not sure, if you really don't turn in enough wine, Chimu Yu will really kill because of this little thing. But this kind of thing, do you dare to bet? This is taking their lives, all their lives are betting. The only thing that can be determined is that if you hand in enough wine, you can be in peace. Moreover, Konoha is not trying to take it forcibly, instead, it will issue a considerable fee. This cost is very important to all countries and all shinobu villages. 8 out of 10 of the world's wealth is concentrated in the context of Konoha, and all countries except Konoha, shinobu village, and forces can only compete for the remaining 20%. Although in recent years, with the innovation of productivity and Konoha technology, the world economy and wealth have been greatly improved. But for the small ninja village in the small country, it is still to survive in the cracks. This cost is so generous that it is even more than their annual income. For this reason, many small countries, Shaoran village, have even transformed a large number of farmlands into land for growing wine crops. But only a few people who have a big picture of the situation can see that Konoha, or Chimu Yu's trick, is much more ruthless than not giving money to other countries and directly taking 12 tricks. During the war, what is the most important thing for a country and a shinobu village? War resources. Among them, food is the most important thing. If you don't have enough rations, you can't even eat enough to eat. What do you use to fight against other countries? Shinobu. Large numbers of farmland have been transformed into crops for growing wine. And these crops, the current ninja world, only Konoha would spend a lot of money to buy them. This also means that once Konoha no longer needs these crops, then these crops are worthless. Whether it is resources or economy, Konoha will be firmly choked to death. You can only yang Konoha forever, yang Chimu Yu's breath. This is a plan to draw a salary from the bottom of the pot. Konoha, Chimu Yu, it's so cruel. A small part of the world, people who have a big picture, side like this. Konoha had never shown such a terrible method before Chimu Yu period. Naturally, only Chimu Yu came up with such a vicious strategy. With such strength and scheming, Chimu Yu will not have their other shinobu villages in other countries as long as they are still a day away. For this reason, all countries and hidden villages are eager to know all kinds of information about Chimu Yu's strength. In the world, the dark tide is surging. As for Kirigakure, great changes are taking place at this time. Tsukuyomi. 3 tails Jinchuriki, making Kirigakure blood. Kirigakure's 4th Mizuka Jigura fell to the ground with a painful face. Uchiha Itachi was holding his left eye in pain, and blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his left eye, forming a tear of blood. Unexpectedly, is there any trace of Sharingan's pupil power? There was a little shock in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Fourth Mizukage, the master of Kirigakure, was controlled by Sharingan's pupil technique. Kirigakure, because it is located in the sea, is not well known compared to the other 4 hidden villages. The only thing that made Kirigakure famous is the fourth Mizukage that fell in front of him, in the blood mist created by one hand. But anyway, being able to become one of the 5 hidden villages, Kirigakure's shadow, is beyond doubt. Even in the shadow level, they belong to the absolute strong. Such an existence is actually controlled by Sharingan's pupil technique? It is definitely Mangekyo Sharingan, and it is Mangekyo Sharingan with extremely powerful pupils. Kirigakure, the shadow of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared? In the entire ninja world, Mangekyo Sharingan, whom Uchiha Itachi knows, has a total of 3 pairs. His own pair, the pair of his father Uchiha Fugaku, and the pair of his friend, Uchiha Shisui. Other than that, there is no 4th pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Among these 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, it is possible to perfectly control Mangekyo Sharingan of 4th Mizukage. Only Uchiba Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan has the strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods. But his friends, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi knew it. Absolutely loyal to Konoha, loyal to Uyu-sama, it is impossible to go to Kirigakure and use distinguished heavenly gods to control 4th Mizukage. This also means that there is still a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in the dark place of the ninja world, whose pupil power may be stronger than them. In other words, there is a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in Akatsuki's organization. Uchiha Itachi thought secretly, because the action this time was too weird. 4th Mizukage fought with them, but Kirigakure didn't respond. This is not in line with common sense at all, it is too easy. Even if it is Cloud Shinobi Village, which advocates individualism, the shadow is attacked, and the hidden village cannot be unresponsive. This can only explain one thing, that is, this 4th Mizukage, who fell in front of him, arranged it himself. Make sure that Kirigakure will not cause any movement here. Sure enough, there are still unknown secrets in Akatsuki's organization. I must dig out this secret for Uyu-sama. Uchiha Itachi thought to himself. Task complete. Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan returned to normal, his pupils looked a little gloomy, he carried Yagura on his shoulders and slowly left. Behind him, the corpse of Loquat Juzo lay quietly there. After Uchiha Itachi left, the space was distorted, and a figure slowly appeared beside the corpse of Loquat Juzo. Nando is dead. Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito and manipulated White Zetsu to exaggerate. If you die, you die, such a guy has no value at all. Uchiha Obito said without any mood swings. But is it a pity that Yagura was killed directly by Uchiha Itachi? Without Yagura, Kirigakure we can't control it. Black Zetsu said hoarsely. Kirigakure, after all, as also the 5 great hidden villages, they have already noticed that Yagura is wrong. Even if it is not killed by Uchiha Itachi, Kirigakure will find out sooner or later. Instead of this, it is better to let him play the last point of value. Uchiha Obito said lightly. That's it, you deserve to be Madara-sama. White Zetsu exaggerated. Uchiha Obito glanced at White Zetsu coldly before closing his mouth. However, Uchiha Itachi's pupil power is a little beyond my imagination. Yagura is so vulnerable under his hand. Speaking of this, Uchiha Obito frowned slightly. The Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi also revealed their abilities in this test. 1. Possesses a powerful illusion Tsukuyomi. 1. With a strong physical attack Amaterasu. This is a pair of Mangekyo that is even more perfect than his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, it is still within control. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito's brows loosened again. Compared with Chimu Uyu, Uchiha Itachi's strength is nothing at all. Once Uchiha Itachi has any wrongdoing, pain, it will be enough to get rid of him. Nando is dead, and our manpower is even worse. Black Zetsu asked hoarsely. It's okay. I have found a candidate who is more suitable for Nando than the Loquat Juzang. Uchiha Obito said lightly. Now, you can pick him up. A gloomy cave. Puff, ghost, Kisame, you bastard. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost has blood in his mouth, and his eyes are bloodshot, staring at his disciple, Hoshigaki Kisame. Bah. Kisame coldly drew the knife out. Kisame looked at the watermelon mountain puffer ghost who fell to the ground and lost his breath, and coldly removed Samahata behind him and put it on his back. Bang. kicked the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost aside, turned around and prepared to leave. Good job, Kisame. At this time, a voice sounded slowly. Huh. Who? Kisami's shark's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and he slammed Samahata in his hand and made an attack. Uchiha Madara. A scarlet Sharingan was reflected in Kisami's pupils, causing its bloodshot pupils to shrink suddenly. Uchiha Madara? That person. Should he be dead? That's it. You are the one who controls 4th Mizukage, right? Kisame grinned open, revealing the shark teeth in it, and said coldly. So, a big man like you. What's the matter if you find me? Kisame smiled, his muscles tensed, ready for sharks to bite their prey at any time. Before this, let me send you a meeting gift first. Uchiha Obito said coldly. The scarlet Sharingan, with 3 of the Guyu Jade, turned sharply. Bang. The sound of glass shattering sounded in Kisami's mind, and Kisame covered his forehead with some pain. That's the way it is. Did this scar on my 670 come from this way? After a while, Kisame raised his head, revealing his bloodshot shark eyes, which he chose to eat. Kisame stroked his abdomen. There was a scar, but it was obvious that it was a hideous knife wound that almost penetrated his body. Even today, I often feel a little pain. Did that person cut it? Chimu Uyu. Kisami's pupils shrank suddenly, and there were no whites in his eyes except for bloodshot eyes. He remembered everything. During the Chunin exam, he was chased and killed by Chimu Uyu, who also took the Chunin exam. He was almost cut in half by Chimu Uyu. No. In other words, Chimu Uyu was in the process of plowing the death forest and chopped him easily. Chimu Uyu didn't put him in the eyes at all. I also remembered that in order to survive, he covered his face with that damn little red flower. Shame. A shame harder to accept than death. Kisami's shark eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and the shark teeth kept rubbing, making a toothy sound. It's like a shark that chooses people to eat. What you need to do, understand. Uchiha Obito looked at Kisame at this time, as if he had seen himself. Chimu Uyu, I don't know how many people's nightmare is in this world. And Kisame is just one of them. Project Tsuki no Mi? The real world? This world is indeed so false, even my memory is blocked. For so many years, I have always wanted to know who cut this wound of mine, but no one has told me. Kisame grinned, showing a grinning grin. Kirigakure is just an ant in front of you Yu Saiga. You stay here and can't do anything. Uchiha Obito's scarlet Sharingan stared at Kisame and said lightly. Let's go, Lord Madara. Kisame grinned, laughed, and said. Chimu Uyu, this hatred, I have waited too long. Kisame stroked the hideous scar on his abdomen. Even with his monster-like physique, he often felt a faint pain. During the period when Konoha had just returned to Kirigakure, it was even more painful. The pain for more than 10 years, even if it is not the man's opponent now. At least, the first step must be taken. Kisami's eyes were cold, and he followed Uchiha Obito's pace. Konoha 54 years, autumn. Autumn is high and fresh, and the sun is shining brightly, which is a good time to walk in autumn. Konoha's North Gate. Konoha at this time has already gone through many expansions. After rapid development, the world's dignitaries, although they are not angry with Konoha and Uyu's hegemony, everyone wants to own a property of their own in Konoha. Konoha's land has long become more precious than Sanagakure placer gold. With the large-scale population influx, even if Konoha builds the original old house into a high-rise building, it will still not be able to withstand such rapid development. After all, Uyu's private domain alone occupies most of the Konoha center. After so many expansions, Konoha naturally has several doors. Konoha's North Gate is where Konoha's Gate was originally. At this time, the crowd was full of people here, and their eyes were full of excitement. Roar. 9 tails, 8 tails 6-tailed beasts, watching the world outside, almost shed tears. How long has it been? How long has it been? How long have you not been to the outside world? Although it was sealed in Jinchuriki's body in the past, how can the life be suffering now? Working day and night for Chimu Uyu, if a word is wrong, you will get a beating. They are tail beasts. Natural disasters in the ninja world. The ultimate weapon of all hidden villages. The result? Now it has fallen to this end. Fortunately, that cruel man still counts his words. Their holidays. It's finally here, roar. What are you talking about? 9 tails, 8 tails, their excited roars, suddenly got stuck in their throats. Yes, Lord Yu. You. Why are you here? 9 tails, 8 tails, they watched the familiar figure walking slowly, and asked dryly. Yeah. Lord Yu. Master Yu is here. Master Yu. Let me die for you. At this time, the onlookers also noticed Yu, and suddenly let out an excited scream. Hello. With a kind smile on your face, Yu waved to the crowd onlookers. Yeah. Yu-sama is so gentle, it's so approachable, Lord Yu. Who slandered Yu-sama and tyrannical? You should have them all executed by the security forces. The screams and cheers reached a new climax. Even Yu shook hands with some women, some of these lucky women even fainted excitedly. 9 tails, 8 tails and other tail beasts, listening to the screams on the scene, the corners of their mouths twitched. Gentle. Close to the people. What a special thing. These Konoha guys have been brainwashed by Chimu Yu. Looking at the smile on Yu's face, 9 tails, 8 tails, their mouths twitched wildly. It was not this expression when Yu cut them. But it's no wonder Konoha's guys sighed like this when they saw Chimu Yu. Chimu Yu's smile, even when they look at it, it feels like a spring breeze. The current Chimu Yu is as bright as the sun, and all the beautiful words in the world are not enough to describe his perfection. The handsome and unparalleled appearance, the tall and straight body, the strong strength, make people smile like a spring breeze. Everything has proved how perfect this man is. It's not a shame to work for such a perfect person. 8 tails and 9 tails, they all sighed. Bang. Wow. At this time, a dark purple afterimage passed over the bodies of 8 tails and 9 tails. The terrifying pain caused 8 tails and 9 tails to cry miserably. Close your mouth. Be careful, I cut you guys. Yu scolded viciously. 8 tails and 9 tails quickly covered their mouths, their eyes filled with panic. Special. Were they blind just now? You think Chimu Yu is perfect? Perfect ass. Chimu Yu is essentially a moody, brutal coon. Ah. Yu-sama is so handsome. Even the beast is so handsome. It seems to be beaten and scolded by Master Yu. Master Yu hit twice. 8 tails, 9 tails, they heard a new round of screams, their faces turned green. What a special thing. These Konoha guys are crazy, right? Chimu Yu. What's so good about playing them? Where is it handsome? 2 more fights. These Konoha bastards really base their happiness on their pain. Haha, since everyone said so, as a former Hokage, I naturally want to satisfy the wishes of the people. Yu suddenly showed a bright smile, responding to the enthusiasm of the people. Long live Lord Yu. The faces of 8 tails and 9 tails suddenly turned green. Bang. Ah. Next, it was a brutal and inhuman beating of the tail beasts by Yu. 8 tails and 9 tails, who were severely beaten by Yu, all had the desire to die. Didn't you say it's time for a holiday? Why are you going to be beaten up? 8 tails and 9 tails are almost crying and regretful. Why do they roar indiscriminately, attracting so many people to watch? This is great, it has evolved into Chimu Yu's brutal beating of them. Woo, I don't know how long it took. Amidst the cheers of the Konoha people, 8 tails and 9 tails slumped to the ground and let out a whine. But even though he was beaten up, it was finally over anyway. They can finally leave here. Leave Chimu Yu. It's been a while since I left this hell. 8 tails, 9 tails in their eyes, pain and joy are mixed. Minato, bring the chain developed by Kushina. Yu looked at Minato not far behind and said. Huh? Master Minato is there too? When did Master Minato come? I didn't find it at all. Minato's mouth twitched wildly, and he was holding his heart in pain. The words of the people, like a sharp arrow, pierced Minato's heart. He wanted to say, he came with Yu. As a result, the people only noticed Yu, and didn't even know when he came. Although it's really not comparable to Yu's reputation, he has been a 5th Hokage for so long anyway. Minato's requirements are not high, at least, you have to see him, right? What are you thinking about? Get it quickly. Yu slapped the back of Minato's head and said. Here. Minato quickly took out some seal scrolls. Solution. After a seal, Minato let out a low cry. Bang. Wow. A puff of smoke filled, and after it dissipated, 6 huge chains lay there. These are Seeing the huge chains that appeared, and feeling the familiar chakra on them, Ninetails' face was cramping. This chakra is Kushina's. Bang, ha. Yu Yu flicked his right foot, and armament hockey was condensed on it, crossing an arc, drawing on these huge chains. Crack, suddenly, the 6 chains traversed a precise arc and wrapped around the necks of 8 tails and 9 tails. Yes, Lord Yu, you are 8 tails, 9 tails. They felt the chains on their necks. With an unknown premonition in their hearts, they watched Yu dryly asked. I'm afraid that you will be in danger when you go out. Because you bastards are making money for me, this holiday, I will follow you reluctantly. Yu said with a good for you expression. 8 tails and 9 tails heard the words, their faces turned purple, and they almost fainted. What? Dangerous. In this ninja world, besides you, who else can bring them 6 dangers? You are the biggest danger, right? 8 tails, 9 tails, they looked at each other, crying without tears. Special, is this called a holiday? This is hell. Originally at the Tail Beast Coliseum, Chimu Yu would not come every day. Most of the time, they rest in the Coliseum of Tailed Beasts. But it's okay now, go on vacation, Chimu Yu lead them. Is this called a vacation? This is hell. Thinking of this vacation time, Chimu Yu has been with them all the time. 8 tails, 9 tails, they hate to have to take a vacation and go straight back to the training camp of the Coliseum. Huh? Why? Are you unwilling? Yu narrowed his eyes and said. No. We are so happy. 8 tails, 9 tails, they showed a smile that was 100 times uglier than crying, and said with a sad face. Especially 8 tails, at this time the desire to die is all there. It originally wanted to go to Cloud Shinobi Village to see Killer Bee. But now, go for a fart. If you go, if Killer Bee says something wrong, you will be hacked to death by Chimu Yu every minute. By the way, that guy's mouth was abnormally broken. Very well, Tsunade, let them prepare all the daily necessities. We happen to be out together for a vacation. Yu looked at the Tsunade girls behind him and ordered. Master. At this time, 2 loud shouts came. Naruto and Sasuke broke free of Uchiha Makoto and Kushina and rushed towards Yu. Bang. Bang. A great force came, and Naruto and Sasuke let out a cry and fell to the ground. Why are you 2 here? Also, don't call me master until the winner is determined. Yu squeezed his fist and cursed. Master. Lord Yu, why don't you call us if you want to go out? Naruto and Sasuke wanted to call again, but when they saw Yu's squinted eyes, they shuddered and changed their words quickly. Diaresis Lord Yu. At this time, Uchiha Makoto and Kushina trod over quickly and called out respectfully. What are you taking you to do? The kids are in the way. Yu said unceremoniously. Naruto and Sasuke suddenly lost their faces. Master Yu, it's been a long time since I saw you. At this time, a respectful voice sounded. Oh? Luju, why are you here? Yu heard the sound and saw that when he saw Naruto, a smile appeared on his face. During the Third Ninja War, in addition to Minato, the members of Lukuji were his direct descendants. Moreover, Luju, who has a high IQ, does compare with Yu's taste. Over the years, the 3 clans of Nara, Yamanaka, and Akamichi, because of their relationship with Yu, have also become important families in Konoha. Such a big movement, at first glance, Master Yu made it out. This stinky boy in my family, but I admire you, Master Yu very much. By the way, Lord Yu, our Nara family has developed a new medicinal wine. I hope you will appreciate it. Nara Shikajiu touched Shikamaru, whose face was full of admiration, and said with a smile. Yes, Lord Yu. Shikamaru called out with excitement. Yu smiled kindly and nodded flatly. Yes, Lord Yu, you hugged me before, do you remember? At this time, an urgent voice sounded. Ino, don't talk nonsense, Lord Yu. Yamanaka was taken aback and quickly apologized. Haha, of course I remember, Ino, right? Yu waved his hand, interrupting Yamanaka Kaiichi's words, and laughed. Shikamaru looked at the smile on Yu's face and couldn't help but twitch. Lord Yu, this is Ino. Ino nodded excitedly, his pretty face flushed. Well, this time outing, just follow me. It just so happens that as 4th Hokage, I also have to bear the responsibility of teaching the younger generation. Hi-yi, don't you object? Yu Yu smiled, and looked at Yamanaka Kaiichi on the side. It's really an honor for the little girl. Yamanaka said hurriedly with a look of surprise on his face. By the way, is the Hyuga clan coming? Yu Yu thought for a while and looked around for a week. Master Yu, your subordinates are here. Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hazashi, when they heard Yu Yu's words, their faces suddenly became excited, and they hurriedly squeezed away from the crowd, knelt down in front of Yu with excitement, and said respectfully. Where is your daughter? Yu said. Little girl, here. With a surprised look on Hyuga Hiyashi's face, he quickly got up, pulled Hinata to Yu Yu's face, and said respectfully. He and his younger brother Hyuga Hazashi, who originally took Hinata and Neji and took a closer look at the tail beast, were lucky enough to ran into Master Yu. Little girl, do you remember me? Yu half turned, looked at Hinata who was shy and about to faint, and smiled. Yes. Yes. Hinata couldn't say everything when he was nervous, and was about to faint. There was one thing she hadn't even said about her father. That was when she was 3 years old, Master Yu met her and pointed out some of her gentle fist. Master Yu, little girl. Hyuga Hiyashi was taken aback, and quickly said close. Very pure Byakugan, Hiyashi, your daughter's potential is extraordinary, so let her follow me on this outing. Yu hugged Hinata, watched the shy Byakugan rippled, and said with a smile. This is really an honor for the little girl. It is an honor for our Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiyashi was about to faint and knelt on the ground excitedly. Yu, everything is ready. Tsunade walked up to Yu and said with a smile. Well, let's go. Yu grabbed Ino into his arms and said to Tsunade. Konoha, the north gate. Watching the distant back of the six-tailed beasts, Naruto and Sasuke looked disappointed. Don't be lost. Yu is very busy. Minato looked at Naruto's extremely disappointed expression and touched Naruto's head comfortingly. But at the end of the day, Minato couldn't talk anymore, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. Yu, are you busy? Busy shit. Busy. Since Yu promulgated all the rules and regulations, he has become the shopkeeper. Even if he reports to Yu for work, Yu finds it troublesome. The outside world says that Yu is an absolute dictator. In fact, Yu trusts their direct descendants. Of course, they did not live up to Yu's trust. No matter how impatient Yu is, Minato still regularly reports to Yu about Konoha. But overall, Yu is definitely one of Konoha's most leisurely people. Moreover, Yu took the daughters of Yamanaka and Hyuga to go outing. It's hard to justify this statement. Haha, Naruto, you stinky boy, don't be too lost. If you want to practice, this toad sage can teach you a lot. Jiraiya on the side, looking at Naruto, who is still lacking energy, put on an exaggerated look, and laughed. No. Toad smelly old man. You are too weak. Upon hearing this, Naruto said with a look of disgust. Jiraiya's smile instantly froze on her face. Special. He is weak. He is one of the dignified, Sanin, Mount Myoboku Toad Sage, Mad Ghost, Lord Jiraiya. I also taught the current 5th Hokage Namikaze Minato, the new generation of ninjas in the ninja world, who do not want his guidance. As a result, in the mouth of Naruto, this stinky boy was even disgusted. At this time, Jiraiya had an urge to die. At the same time, he scolded Byakugan Wolf sourly in his heart. He brought Naruto in the early days. As a result, Naruto, the brat, adores Yu madly, and dislikes him incomparably. Also, Dante learned to be good with Yu. The problem with bad mouth is fast. He is Toad Sage. Isn't it a smelly toad? Today, he insisted on letting Naruto, this stinky boy, know what Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku is, Mad Ghost, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya glared at Naruto, his face full of irritation. Old toad, do you have a master who is good at 673? Jiraiya, who was about to refute, was killed by a single sentence. Sasuke, I just remembered a study. Orochimaru on the side, seeing Jiraiya with a green face and no self-confidence, said to Sasuke with some fear. He just wanted to comfort Sasuke, who was disappointed. After all, Sasuke grew up as he watched. This kind of wonderful feeling is something Orochimaru has never had before. Orochimaru also understood a bit why the old man had such a special affection for Yu before Yu completely emerged. Sasuke didn't live up to his expectations, and he deserves to be a genius whom Yu fancied. The increase in strength is terrifying. At the beginning, he, Orochimaru, an orphan born by a commoner, could be regarded by the old man as third Hokage? It is precisely because of his top talent that Konoha has. It's not Orochimaru who boasted, his talent, even if you look at Konoha's history, is the top. Of course, you have to get rid of Uyu. After all, humans and monsters are not of the same level. And Sasuke's talent is even more amazing than his talent, and the improvement in strength is simply terrifying. When he was only 6 years old, he opened the Sharingan of Ergo Jade, with the initial Master Thunder attribute chakra nature transformation, possessing the general and special strength of Jonin. Even in the war period when talents are born, they are all monster-level talents. However, Orochimaru is pleased with Sasuke's growth. But Sasuke, like Naruto, was given to you by Uyu, which was crooked. Whenever he thinks of this, Orochimaru has a kind of cabbage of his own, and the mentality is arched. What's not good about learning with Uyu? Fei learned Uyu's bad temper and bad mouth. Orochimaru felt that if he was the same as Jiraiya just now, he would comfort Sasuke. I'm afraid it will end, and it won't be any better than Jiraiya. Sasuke nodded silently when he heard the words. Then he turned his gaze to meet Naruto's. Smelly Sasuke. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, Master would definitely take me with you. Huh. You're an idiot. Master definitely dislikes you for being too obstructive, that's why it hurts me. Sass. That's a lot. Seeing Sasuke and Naruto fighting together again, Kushina and Uchiha Makoto held their foreheads with a headache. Rumble. 6 ferocious behemoths with a height of 100 meters, are fox-shaped, civet-like, or bull-shaped, are running wildly on the earth. Mountains, forests, and rivers are like models in front of these 6 ferocious behemoths. The earth, constantly trembling. The scary red chakra has formed a terrible chakra tide. The nearby villages and cities all looked at these 6 ferocious behemoths running wild on the earth in horror. At the same time, people sighed that it was indeed the most terrifying natural disaster in this world of ninja-tailed beast. This kind of rushing prestige is far more terrifying than the tail beasts seen on TV. Of course, if you ignore the 6 huge chains on the necks of these 6 tail beasts, they are indeed very prestigious. Yeah. Ino has a ruddy face, waving his little hand excitedly, his face full of excitement. This is a tail beast. Although the tail beast Colosseum has been opened for so many years. However, with the development of the surrounding area of the tail beast Colosseum, the opening of the tail beast Colosseum itself has become less and less. From the first week to 2 weeks, now, basically a month, it will only start once. For so many years, it is extremely rare to be able to exchange enough points to qualify for riding 9 tails. Ino never dreamed that she would be able to ride on 9 tails one day. Big Fox, run faster. Ino, who was completely crazy, patted 9 tails' head and exclaimed excitedly. Big Fox. 9 tails, who was running wild, turned green when he heard the words. What does this little girl think of Master 9 Tails? Master 9 Tails, is the best tail beast. Even the original Uchiha Madara recognized its strength. As a result, this yellow-haired girl actually called it a big fox. Really, Master 9 Tails is not good enough. 9 Tails suddenly became angry. Run faster, Big Fox. Hi. Hearing Uyu's urging, 9 Tails graciously responded and ran wildly on the ground with all his strength. Just rest here. After running wildly on the ground, Uyu stretched out and lined up the huge body of 9 Tails. Bah! 9 Tails, 8 Tails and other tail beasts heard Uyu's command, and suddenly drew a deep gully across the ground, and the huge body immediately stopped. The most bloated Shuhei even threw his huge body to the ground in order to stop quickly to save time. After following Chimu Uyu for so many years, they know the character of Chimu Uyu too well. Chimu Uyu is most disgusted with waiting. Once orders are issued, they must be completed in the shortest time. Otherwise, waiting for them is likely to be a severe beating. Although there was a chain hanging on their necks, they ran so happily, 9 Tails, and he flashed a hint of joy in their eyes. Since first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara captured them and distributed them to the hidden villages to create Jinchuriki, they have completely lost their freedom. Can only live in Jinchuriki's body. Running wildly on the earth like this, I don't know how many years have not passed. 9 Tails and Shuhei both had a flash of satisfaction in their eyes. It doesn't seem to be that bad to go out on vacation with Chimu Uyu. The scenery over there is not bad, let's go barbecue. Lin jumped off 5 tails, looked at the distant scenery, and said with excitement. Well, the view is really good. Yu, who held Ino in one hand and Hinata in the other, nodded in satisfaction while looking at the distant scenery. Hey, you guys, cut off a leg, let us taste the taste of the tail beast's leg. Yu looked at 9 tails and 8 tails, whose faces were full of contentment, and shouted. 9 tails and 8 tails heard the words, their expressions of content froze on their faces, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Brother, they are tail beasts, not an animal. As a collection of chakra, any part of them is an embodiment of chakra. Do you want to eat chakra? 9 tails and 8 tails complained in their hearts. But when they saw Yu's right hand slowly supporting Chu Shui around his waist, 8 tails and 9 tails suddenly panicked. What a special thing. Chi Mu Yu, who is that person? That is an unpredictable method. What if he could really remove their legs? 8 tails and 9 tails panic when they think of Chi Mu Yu cutting them on them, the feeling of being cut. They don't want to be roasted and eaten. That is simply the shame of the tail beast. Yes, Lord Yu, let's go hunting for you. Our meat is old and not delicious. 9 tails said with a green face looking at Yu's non-joking expression. Little girl, do you want to eat the meat of the tail beast? Yu ignored 9 tails, touched the shy Hinata's little head, and grinned. Mother said, fox meat, show. Hinata blushed, shyly about to faint, and stammered. Ha ha ha. Yu laughed loudly when he heard the words. Even Tsunade and Hong on the side couldn't help but have a smile on their faces. 9 tails over there, his face almost crooked. The strange eyes of 8 tails and Shuhei made 9 tails feel all over. What a special thing. It is not a real fox. It's just that the old man of 6 paths created it at the time and chose a fox shape. Meat, show. When I think of it, 9 tails, the strongest tail beast in the ninja world, may have such a note on the file. 9 tails has an urge to die. Before that, there were records about it. Which one is not the mighty Haki that describes it? The whole story is full of human fear and worship of its power. Now, it has actually received a media evaluation. This makes 9 tails have an urge to kill, and these bastards, no conscience at all. If it hadn't made sacrifices, Chi Mu Yu might have really roasted all of you bastards. Why are you staying here? Go hunting. If you let me wait for a long time, I'll roast you bastards. Also, if it spoils the scenery here, I will cook all of you one by one. Yu laughed for a while, looked at the 9 tails who were still in place, frowned and cursed. Wow. 9 tails, 8 tails, they heard the words, their faces changed, and they quickly dispersed, looking for their prey. But they were too big, and the beasts would have run out of sight as soon as they felt them. Coupled with Chi Mu Yu's request, they were also restrained, so they didn't dare to move too much. For fear of spoiling the scenery here, Chi Mu Yu was angry and gave them to the soup. The 6 behemoths, like thieves, twirled around looking for prey, making Tsunade and Shion laugh. Guru. Ah. In a gloomy cave, Yugura was floating in the air, and the tailed beast chakra was continuously drawn away from his 7 orifices and gathered into a huge golem. Bang. Finally, I don't know how long it took. When the last wisp of tail beast chakra was drawn out, Yugura fell to the ground feebly, completely losing his breath of life. And that huge ghetto statue, a huge eyeball, completely opened. The seal of 3 tails, complete. Pain looked at Yugura who had lost his breath of life, and said lightly. Well, I'm so exhausted, are there 8 more? Hidan rubbed his shoulders and complained. Seal-tailed beast, is that so? As expected. The newly joined Nando, Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the lost, their Kirigakure 4th Mizukage, with a grinning shark's mouth open. After all, it was the first tail beast to be sealed, and the people of Akatsuki's organization were also somewhat novel. Even Conan, whose face has been as cold as millennia, has an imperceptible smile on his face. Sealing the success of 3 tails means that their plan has completely begun. At this moment, Ju's figure suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Absolutely. Perceiving Ju's anomaly, Pain's Rinnegan scanned Ju and asked. According to the information, Chi Mu Yu took 6 beasts on an outing in the Land of Fire, and soon, it should enter the Land of Rain. Ju's voice was hoarse, and there was a strange color in his tone that couldn't be hidden. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization was silent for a moment.